Yep. Yes.
Big Orange fans, you played every snap.
Every
you
snap.
showed your orange.
I played at
But
safety.
you're just getting started because
I
it's
was at
time for the
safety.
best post-game fan show in college football. It's time for the Garza Law Firm 5th quarter fan reaction. The place where the Big Orange universe from all around the world gathers to talk about today's game.
Y'all. My
Unfiltered.
roan, y'all. What in the world?
Uncensored.
What did we just watch?
And unapologetic. And did we mention commercial free? A show of you, by you, and yep, for you.
Yes! Yes!
The most unique fan experience in sports.
College football could be insane, ladies and gentlemen.
And it happens right now.
Tony Basilio in your Raymere studio. As we're live, it's Garza Law 5th quarter fan reaction. And I don't even know what we just watched. So I need you to help me make sense of that, because where I come from, we have a saying. And it comes from the golf world. And the saying goes a little something like this. Hit it. We ain't painting pictures, we're writing numbers. And the Vols come out of the month of September, Matt Dixon, with all the goals for this season very much on the line after a 41-34 win that we will take apart on here, and some people are going to overreact to. But, hey, Matt, winning on the road, man, it's never easy, but we sure helped the cause tonight.
It certainly did. An all-time entertaining and also all-time stupid game with plenty of mistakes from both sides. You had head coaches who know each other really well and kind of overthought themselves a few times in spots. Defensive scores, offensive scores taken away for no reason. Just a crazy game.
Yep.
And somehow Tennessee found a way to have more points than Mississippi State.
Last time
Tennessee won't get credit for how tough that environment was and how jacked up that place was, and just how much improved that Mississippi State team is. It's incredible how much better they are. Besides that South Carolina team that went winless to like the Outback Bowl, I'm not sure I've ever seen an SEC team improve as much as that team has. They're not quite as good as their defensive numbers, but they're pretty darn close. So just hell of a win for Tennessee to have all the mistakes, all the turnovers, and still find a way to win. That's impressive.
I thought that was a courageous win by Tennessee. And from Mississippi State's perspective, they could look at it and say, well, a couple of defensive scores and we win the game. That's just not how this works. I mean, both teams did enough to lose. Tennessee ought to send a game ball, Matt, to Mississippi State 74, because that kid at tackle, that's one of the worst players in the SEC I've ever seen. I mean, they abused him. We were talking about him at halftime, and I know they had an injury there, and ironically enough, Tennessee had David Sanders out there tonight after Perry's injury, and he jumped. He had a procedure penalty down around the goal line. But, man, what a crazy football game as the Vols win 41-34. And we're presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law Firm, online at garzalaw.com. We're going to do a watch-along with you tonight. Alabama, who I'm picking to beat Georgia and have pretty much the whole year. So far, so good. They're up 7-0 in that one. Pretty early, and so away we go here. I just appreciate this sport. It's crazy, and it's really hard to win on the road. I know a lot of people are coming here tonight. You can be critical of a lot of different things, and I know Heupel's that game management at the end of the game. You lose the game, we're on here just killing him. Okay, I understand that, and it was bad. And there's a lot to clean up from that game. And Aguilar, the numbers look good, but I'm not sure how good he was. Or then again, maybe he was better than the numbers. Maybe he was better than the numbers. That's the thing, like Matt was talking about this game. Matt, I can't figure out if Aguilar was good or if he was better than the numbers. Because he certainly did enough.
Probably all the above.
It's
weird.
That's
just such a crazy game that stat lines are really deceiving. If Tennessee had lost, they would have lost because of not being able to run the ball or stopping the run.
Yes,
the third down failures and red zone failures, and that somehow flipped there in overtime where you ran the ball. And I think that's the first time Mississippi State had been in the red zone and didn't score all year. Was there at the end.
Right.
So, it's just a crazy game. Mississippi State had scored on their opening possession in every game. That was kind of a foregone conclusion that they were going to do that. They go 3 and out, and then you muff the punt, and that just kind of lets you know very early that this was going to be a 4-quarter game that wound up being a little bit longer than that.
Brian, your thoughts on what we witnessed? Then we go to the phones at 865-200-5402.
Yeah, they were fortunate. The last drive in regulation, I don't understand. It didn't have to go to overtime, but they wasted like 30 seconds and still got away with it. And just a horrible play call against Brazil that I don't think in Neyland Stadium they throw that flag. As a matter of fact, I know they don't. And even in most road venues, the road team doesn't have that called against them. The game's over in regulation then, too. Also, Heupel needs to be more – I don't know what you do to start getting – calls that you should get when you're a half, but he needs to do something. He needs to raise hell, raise Cain, do something, get fined. I don't care what it is. He's in year 5. Come on now, do something about that. And I don't. If they run the ball better like they did on the first possession of overtime with Bishop first play, they win the game easily. They win the game easily.
865-200-5402. There's just so much crazy stuff come out of this game. I focus on this. You're alive in a playoff spot and a crazy year in the SEC. Ask LSU how crazy the year is in the SEC because they're not done losing yet. They started out, everybody, number one team, number one team. Ask any of these teams. Ask Alabama how crazy the year is. Talk to Georgia tonight when this game's over. Ask them how crazy. This is a crazy year in college football. Ask Florida State how crazy the season is. Go over there and ask Dabo Swinney. You take the field and you don't mind yourself, you're going to get beat by anybody in this league. And Tennessee played with it tonight. They flirted with it. Probably, truth be told, deserved to lose the game. Truth be told, come out of the game, fumble a punt, not focused, not real good on offense, drop a short touchdown pass. The safety play tonight.
It's almost impossible to lose the game when you have 2 defensive touchdowns. Tennessee really nearly did it.
Amen, Matt.
That's 2 straight overtime games in SEC play, and that's 41 points or more in all 5 games, counting overtimes. And I think they're 3-2 in OTs under Heupel.
Yep.
But I'll check that.
I'm down for every one of these, Bri.
Keep us updated on the OT numbers,
Yeah,
Brian.
I'm down for every one of these.
That's Mississippi State's 13th straight SEC loss. Their last SEC win was in 2023's 7-3 at Arkansas.
You know what Mississippi State doesn't do, guys? They don't believe. I'm watching that Virginia game last night talking with a buddy of mine. Do you think what's going to happen here at the end of this? He said, Virginia doesn't. They don't think they can win this game. They're not going to win the game. And then, of course, Squirrel White, Pete is out there today going after them after a squirrel about got trampled in the end zone. That was one of the craziest scenes ever. Let's go to the phones. Presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law Firm. We open up the TLD Logistics phone lines for the first time. Well, they will stay open for, the next 4 or so hours. However much I have in me. Let's see if we can get to Sunday. Let's see if we can get Rice fans. Hello and welcome in to our next call. You're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Tony. It's Nathan in Andersonville.
Hey, Nathan. Welcome in.
Man, I don't even know how to feel about that game or what to think. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy we won, but I hated watching that football game.
Awful. It was.
I had so much more fun watching the Georgia game that we lost than that game that we won.
I know. It's a crazy thing about the sport, man. And you know what?
Wow.
Kirby Smart, after the game, said the best team did not win the night. I'm not sure we were the best team, but we won the game. And there's just something about belief in the moment. Belief in the moment matters, man, in that sport. Nobody can convince me of otherwise.
Absolutely. Hey, 2 quick things I wanted to get to.
Yep.
I'm sure it's going to be a main theme of the show, but that clock management right there at the end of the football game, to me, I think that might have been and now luckily it didn't come back to bite him, but
right.
That might have been the worst coaching blunder I've seen Heupel make since he's been here.
How do we account for that, Matt? What do you think they were thinking?
Well, they were going to make sure that State didn't get the ball back, which is, whatever. I'm not a huge fan of that early. And after you got that third down run with like 13 seconds left, you had to use that second timeout. You had 2 in your pocket. You had to use one there. And you also would really like your quarterback to not kind of keep extending that play with the clock running as long as he did, to where you can't even have one more play to potentially get in field goal range. But no, that was really bad. The big one to me, I guess, is not calling your second timeout after you had that first down run about, near midfield. That was, I didn't have a problem with all the stuff Heupel did in the Georgia loss late. You just lost the game. I had a problem with a lot of the stuff tonight, and you found a way to win. So that's kind of fitting.
Amen.
I mean, Tennessee's the better team, exactly maybe by a decent margin, but Mississippi State played to a higher caliber of their potential than Tennessee did tonight.
That's why, yeah. And that's probably what Kirby was saying when he walked off the field. I think that's how a lot of those coaches, Matt, when they talk about the better team won the night, I think a lot of times it comes down to, I tip my cap to that other sideline because they were ready. But those Mississippi State kids at the end of the day, they weren't winning that game because they just weren't winning that game. It's just sort of how it goes. But they did a lot of things well.
Yeah. One last thing, Tony.
Yep.
Why in the world I don't think it was that we couldn't run the football, it's that we didn't.
Did not run the ball.
Same thing against Georgia.
Did not run the ball. I don't know.
At one point in the third quarter, we had 40 yards rushing.
No, I know. We were looking at it at halftime.
Do you think they expected to pop that TD in overtime on the run? I think they were stunned when it happened, when it opened up. The way they've been running. Brian,
Arizona State had 2 backs go over 100 yards on them. Not even attempting to run the ball makes no sense.
They baited us with the light box, and we still just didn't. They baited us with the heavy box, and we just couldn't take advantage of anything. I think we got out schemed in this game, especially like on that fake punt. That was really bad, and somehow immediately the next play you score 7. That's the stuff that happens to lose that game.
Well, hey, Matt, 2 emblematic plays.
That's the stuff that happens to winners.
Well, that's right, because you got that play, and then the second thing, Nathan, that stands out to me is the second thing that says I'm winning this game is Turrentine turns inside, literally looks inside, okay? And when he's looking inside, his man is wide open at the 20-yard line, and the throw is so underthrown that we can go back and get him on the ground, or that is an easy touchdown if that ball's thrown semi-properly. And so that's when you know it's your night. I mean, when you see your safety just give a guy that lane and give a guy that wide open lane, I mean, you know it's your night at that point.
Yeah, well, and another thing is when that I think it was that number 0. He ended up getting hurt that beat us over the top in the first half. I mean, he had 3 steps on his guy and just dropped the football.
Sure did, my man.
Now we did the same thing, but our throw was a little different where he had to kind of switch shoulders and it was over the shoulder and he lost sight of it. That one was just right in his hands over the middle and he just dropped it.
And the crazy thing is, and thank you, Nathan, they lost their 2 very good wide receivers that they brought in, portal kids, one of whom's playing on his 3rd SEC team. They lost both those guys in that game. And still at the end, we're in overtime. I mean, presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law Firm online, GarzaLaw.com. We're victorious in your Ramier studio tonight, breaking it down scientifically with moving right to left across your device, no matter where it may be. If you're enjoying us on YouTube tonight, like and subscribe. Hit the like button. Helps others find us. And please give us a subscription over there. And I jumped on at halftime and made very little sense because I couldn't believe what I saw in the first half. I was trying to make sense of the game in the first half. The truth is, you can analyze this thing all you want, This is a crazy game. Southeastern Conference football, these teams are kind of laying on top of each other, as we say, and it's a crazy sport, and everybody's got a little flaw. And Tennessee's flaw, Sean, on Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction, what's Tennessee's biggest flaw? Sean Sinclair gets in here now. What do you think, Sean?
I think our biggest flaw is that one game a year, we're going to not show up. We got robbed against Georgia, and we robbed Mississippi State tonight. It's as easy as that, in my opinion. It's the defensive line got embarrassed. The defensive ends had a couple sacks. Other than that, they took the night off. They lost contain every single running play. That was both sides. But the defense on Jackson Moy, all those guys on it, Bryce, I felt sorry for them. I mean, they just didn't even look like they were putting forth any effort. They just got humiliated, which led. I've been critical of our linebackers and safeties, but when you got a 230-pound running back who's not touched until the second level, that's kind of hard on Arian Carter and T-Lander to stop that. So I'm going to give them a break. I thought that every mistake you could make, whether it was two Kitzelmans or Braylon Staley, had the worst game possibly of any receiver ever. And we won the game. I mean, so it's great. I said Wednesday on the show, has Heupel outgrown the one-a-year stinker? And he won the game today with it. This was definitely a Heupel stinker. I think it even, I mean, he completely mismanaged the end of the first half. I thought he completely mismanaged play calling toward the end of the fourth quarter. I think we're fortunate. I don't know how any other way to say it. And I'm glad, because sometimes you just got to get out of it, a visiting place with a win and be done with it. And I don't think Mississippi State's a great team at all. I think they're a good team, and that's about it. But we should have won that game. We should have covered. I believe.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin apologized after they beat LSU tonight. He said, "I'm really sorry we didn't hit the over," which is kind of comical. But yeah, like Matt said, when you score twice with your defense and you end up in overtime in a football game, I mean, Matt, you got to tip your cap to that. In a way, that's a little bit of an accomplishment by Tennessee. I wonder how many times in this league that's ever happened, Matt. 2 defensive touchdowns in a league game, and the game goes to overtime. And if you're Mississippi State, you're kicking yourself right now, because those were 2 horrible plays. And that tackle from Mississippi State, that kid that was out there at left tackle because their starter was out, that poor guy can't play dead, man. I think I can get around him.
Mississippi State had 3 TDs set up by turnovers that they benefited from, and they lost at home. There were 5 total TDs that were the direct result of a turnover, both teams in this game.
Before we go back to the phones, hey Matt, respond to Cinco's criticism tonight of the work Tennessee's line did up front.
Yeah, I mean, you got worked in the run game all night.
Surprising.
They were all those outside runs, especially in the first half, where you had, I'm not even sure you had anybody there to even try to set the edge. You kind of ran yourselves out of those plays so poorly. You had a couple of the nice sacks on obvious passing downs, which really saved you. But no, your run defense was awful tonight. And you had a lot of those missed tackles, missed arm tackles. Guys weren't in great position, but that was kind of very. There was that one time where Farouk missed literally the same tackle when Mississippi State ran the same play twice. After the one touchdown was called back, they ran the same play again, and Farouk literally missed the same tackle again. You were just poor defensively. I thought Mississippi State's game plan was a lot better than Tennessee's, and Tennessee still found a way to overcome it because you were just the superior team that really deserved to lose. But you got tough when you absolutely had to, and you made plays. Your offense found a way to get down the field when they had to.
Yes,
and you run for a 25-yarder in overtime when your longest run of the game before that was 11 yards.
And to Sean's point, I don't think Mississippi State's a great team. In fact, it would not surprise me if they don't win a game in the league. Because if you look at their schedule, they're going to have trouble winning a game in the league.
They'll beat Arkansas.
That's a good. They might.
They could win in Gainesville off a bye.
They might. But that's it. I mean, 2-6 is their top mark. And they kind of knew that tonight. I didn't sense – I just don't sense from them that they believe they could win that game. My man Marcos Garza, you want to win? When you need an attorney, and it's no joke, you better win. You better win. Because when it comes to DUI defense or criminal defense or personal injury matter or Social Security disability, 100 years, way over that, millions a year. I mean, I'm talking about Marcos Garza and the Garza Law Firm. They're incredible. Honest, trustworthy legal representation. You're going to be treated like family. You can find them 24/7 at garzalaw.com. Making our community a better place to live. Your Garza Law Firm. We go back to our phones. So Sean's in the house with us. Matt and Brian, we're doing a couple of watch-alongs here. Alabama is throwing the ball all over Georgia. No problem. Which is exactly what I thought was going to happen. I took the Tennessee game as a guide and said, if we can do that, they can do that. Now, I've got a sneaky feeling. Some of you threw dirt on Alabama. My feeling is they're the best team in the league, and we don't know that yet, but they're playing very well in the first quarter so far. They're getting ready to score again. They're in field goal range. They already have a 7-0 lead. And Penn State, big game, James is up 3-0 early on Oregon. One of these cross-country games, which did not suit a couple of cross-country teams today, including Nico, including Illinois, upsetting USC today. You know, this cross-country thing in the Big Ten's a real thing. But thank God we don't have to play that game here, because I'm not even sure what that is. But let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. Hi.
Hey, guys, Dave.
Hey, Dave. Welcome in.
Well, I'm even more convinced that Josh Heupel's not the guy. He hasn't learned anything in year 5. What I saw right before the end of the game was complete. I mean, that was so. I mean, 2022. Would he have done that in 2022? That was just ridiculous. A minute 30-something, 3 timeouts. He should have been. I mean, if they'd lost the game, he should be fired. I'm talking about fired on the spot.
You don't.
They would have lost.
You don't think that? Come on, man.
Oh, I do think that, Tony. I know for a fact that he's still got another stinker on the road because his offense does not translate on the road. It just doesn't. It doesn't. And we go to Florida, we go to Alabama, and we get drubbed. And now you can say, "Oh, Florida, they're all." No, I guarantee it doesn't matter who Florida lines up a quarterback. It doesn't matter. So Heupel is just—he's a little bit better than Butch Jones.
Oh, Dave, come on now, come on, Dave.
I'm serious, Tony. If he doesn't, the only way he can get better is he's going to have to hire better coaches around him.
That's a silly statement, Dave. Come on.
Huh?
That's a silly statement. Come on.
That's the only way he can get better. He's going to have to get a better defensive coordinator. He's going to have to get better coaches around him. Like Fulmer had David Cutcliffe. I mean, I'm sorry, Tony, but that was inexcusable. All of it was. I'm glad we won, but it should have never been that hard.
I mean, look, you're going to get – thank you. You're going to get no argument from me. I'm not going to defend that last little sequence. However, this guy's tenure, he's been very good. He's very much a winner. The trajectory of the program is heading in the right direction. Some people say stinker on the road. I don't know. I just think it's hard to win on the road in this league.
I think hopefully this does what the win at Pittsburgh in overtime in 22 did for that team. You beat a team who's kind of middling. They're not great. They're okay. They're probably comparable to Mississippi State like Pitt was that year. And it led you to a pretty special season. I'm hoping that has the same effect here.
It could, Brian.
Because it was the same type of – I think it was that type of game where you just weren't overwhelming. You won the game, but you just weren't that overwhelming in it. And there's still a lot to complain about.
You know what's weird, Matt, about that game? And Sean was talking about the way our line was getting run at. Was the way their tackle was a turnstile, and we couldn't turn that into more havoc than we did. And we turned it into a couple touchdowns. but we couldn't turn it into more havoc than we did. Because that kid was not competitive as Alabama goes up 13-0, pending the extra point early in this game. You know what I mean, Matt? Like, that kid was not competitive out there, that offensive tackle they have.
Yeah, well, they started to kind of try to scheme around that as much as they could. Leaned on the running game a lot and a lot of those quick throws until we added another guy in the box there in the second half when their deep threat was out. I think we took advantage of it about as much as we could have early, and then the other team makes adjustments during games. It's not like they're going to play the same all the time. I know we only view it from Tennessee's perspective, but the other team makes adjustments too.
Well, the problem I have with Mississippi State is a lot of times their play call was and not that I'm a play caller, but it was poorly designed. If you're gonna have Joseph sitting out there as the end, and he's there, and you're gonna, he did get beat a couple, but a lot of times they brought the tackle crashing down, and they didn't bring a tackle or a guard from the other side to pick that guy up.
Exactly, Sean.
I get that if you get a blitz from a cornerback or a linebacker, that's fine because you get overwhelmed. But
those were
there was no leverage there at all.
It was bizarre, Sean.
And the guy was just walking in.
It was bizarre.
And it makes with no back. There's no cut. Our ends to walk. Jordan Ross did too a couple times. Like I was looking, it's like, surely you can see this. You're a very good play caller. This is a horrible design.
See, I think that's part of all week. I said I think defenses have an advantage when they face an offense just like the one that their team has, and especially these two. The defensive staffs know all the little ins and outs of these offenses, and you can kind of scheme things up, kind of like what you're talking about, Sean. And it's up to the head coaches who I'm not sure had a great night, but I'm not sure what you consider a great night when you have all that craziness. I just think defenses have an advantage, like in this game specifically, with a lot of those little bitty wrinkles and some of that small stuff like you're talking about.
Back to our phones we go. It's Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Mississippi State turned the ball over twice. They have a turnstile at left tackle. They two touchdowns. What am I trying to say here? 2 defensive scores for the Vols, and they still get the damn thing to overtime. It's just a crazy football game.
Tony B.
Welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony B.
Yes.
How are you, sir? This is our second time call.
Good to talk to you.
We got you in the theater, big 180-inch screen TV, and about 10 of us listening to you about your age.
That's pretty scary,
First of all, if you don't mind, Tony, give me a second, and I'll get out of here.
You go ahead, man.
Matt Dixon, keep coming. We listen to you on the podcast, all of us. Don't put lipstick on a pig. Matt Dixon, you keep coming. And Brian Sinclair, we agree with your analysis. Tony, I don't care if Mississippi State is 40-0. You don't go down there and lose that damn ball game. You win the ball game is what you do. All right? So we're embarrassed about this Tennessee defense. Tony, you, me, and our grandmother could run against that damn defense down there. That's an embarrassment. And somebody needs to start playing angry football at Tennessee. And somebody needs to start coaching angry football at Tennessee. We need to get serious about this. We're trying to play for a playoff spot, and we need to get serious about this. And last, Tony, if you don't mind, let me jump off the page here. If Rick Barnes, if he should retire in a year or two, does one of his daughters take over the head coaching job?
Thank you. Great call. That's you're working on a copper card with your final reply there, because Stephen F. and Pearl has as much chance of being there in 3 years as I do. As we go back to our phones. So that, gentlemen, are you guys surprised at some of these people that are angry after a win? Sean and Matt, you're not? No?
No.
Okay.
No, because here's the thing. I totally agree with you. You are exactly right. In this conference, to go on the road anywhere and get a win is difficult.
Yep.
However, I do expect you to bring your B+ game at least. That our team looks so disinterested today. I had a guy there watching with me. He just got angry and left. He said, "I can't watch this lack of effort."
I was very sleepy.
So you're right. You're exactly right. Winning on the road is difficult in this guy, but you have to show up, and we didn't show up.
Sleepy game. Penn State survives a field goal miss. They lead 3-0. The other game we're watching and the watch along here, Alabama trailing Georgia, or rather leading Georgia 14-0. I'm executing like both these teams in the first half here early on. But they're just inside 13 minutes until halftime, and Georgia needs an answer on Alabama. And Georgia is getting loose with their running game so far early on.
You think the bye came at a perfect time?
Back to the phones we go. Certainly, Brian. Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air. As we reopen up the TLD Logistics phone lines, and we'll do that one more time. Hey, welcome in. You're on the Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Tony.
Yes.
I want your thoughts on this. These Vol fans that call in here and carry on for about 20 minutes about, we played bad, we can't catch the ball, blah, blah, blah. And they cry and complain, and then they finish their call with, well, I'm glad we won. Are they really glad that Tennessee won? Do you really think they're real glad? Or do they enjoy the part where they call in and get to cry about how Tennessee looked real bad? Tennessee didn't show up. Tennessee dropped the ball. The coach ain't the guy. I mean, I think it makes some of these guys' day when if Tennessee went undefeated and beat everybody by 20 and won the championship, well, everybody wouldn't have nothing to talk about. They would, I don't know that they'd be happy because everybody played the perfect game. Everybody showed up with all their heart. I mean, some of these guys
bitch about recruiting.
Do what? What would they do, Matt?
That bitch about the recruiting.
Yeah. Well, we're 13-0 and we won the championship, and we're not getting all the 5 stars, but I hope we win it again next year. I mean, Tennessee fans make me sick. Goodbye.
865-200-5402. It's Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. We're off to a rather measured start this evening. Some of you might want to go for Dos. My friends at Dos Equis want to remind you that their Lager Especial, brewing it up after a win like this, after you enjoyed that one, you might need a case. You might need a case. You might want to do more than just go for Dos, if you know what I mean. But their Lager Especial is absolutely next level, and you're going to want to go for Dos. Because once you try it, you know what we're talking about. There's a Dos for you. You will go for Dos, Dos Equis. Any other family of beers are flat out excellent. If you go over to dosequis.com, their website, you'll see that since 1887, they've been doing it. So go for Dos Equis. I would check out your Lager Especial. That is smooth, Pilsner style. A lot smoother than that game tonight. But we go back to our phones. To our last caller, one thing I don't do and never have is tell people how to think. Or like if somebody has a take, like when Dave said tonight, Josh Heupel should be fired if he lost the game. He doesn't think that. He can't think that, right? Which is what I said to him. You don't really believe that. And to someone like you, I would say, hey, man, look, there's a lot to complain about from tonight's game. And there's a lot to clean up. And we have knowledgeable fans. And one thing our knowledgeable fans, I think, know is that if, Sean, and you were alluding to this earlier, Mississippi State's a team you can get away with playing this way in their building. How many other of our road games can you get away with playing the way we played, that level, and get out of there with a win? Matt, Sean, and Bry, what's left on the road? And anybody listening to us?
Kentucky, Bama, Florida are your 3 choices.
All right.
Yeah, well, I think you could bring this game to Kentucky and probably get out of there with a win. But no, look, I get both Dave and the next caller's points. This is a very emotional thing. That's why it's so great. We follow this with our hearts more than we do with our brains. That's why it's exciting. That's why we buy a lot of shirts and hats with Tennessee see on it when we look silly when we do. I mean, it's all about emotion, and it's always raw for people when you come right out of the game. But I think both callers are right. It is great to have a win.
Yep.
We are still in playoff contention. There's a lot that can be cleaned up. And you asked me, I guess the guy could consider myself. You asked me to come on here and to see what did I see, and I stand by what I saw. I saw a team that made plays when they had to. I saw a coach that I think, again, is, for whatever reason, refuses to get a killer attitude in his play calling and go for the jugular. And sometimes I think the way he manages the end of halves is extremely curious. But he is in year 5. He's found a way, and we are still in playoff contention. So I think both callers have points.
Last night I was looking at the Lady Vols soccer match, and congratulations to Joe Kurt, who we had down at Calhoun's on the river on Friday in the Lady Vols for that win last night over Texas A&M. But I was thinking to myself, man, you know what? We got some cool gear around here. My friends at Alumni Hall, as Sean just said, we love our gear. Look, one place that is the best place to shop for Tennessee gear, Alumni Hall, the best, largest selection of Tennessee apparel for the whole family. All the great brand names like Nike and Champion, Columbia, Peter Millar, hats, accessories. They've got Yeti. They've got tons of tailgating necessities. Do it in your off week. Go stock up. Get ready for basketball. Get ready for this fall baseball invasion from Tony Vols and the baseball Vols around the state as we get ready to go back to the phones. On a night where Penn State still leads over Oregon 3-0, and in our league it's 14-7 as Alabama driving again on Georgia. Very little defense from the Georgia Bulldogs thus far. Matt, are you surprised by how Alabama's doing this against them? They're just going up and down the field on them, almost like they're not there so far.
Well, they got up 28-0 early in the second quarter last year. So no, DeBoer, his kind of scheme has a lot of success versus this kind of defense. The Saban, Kirby, Lanning defense. He's kind of got an answer to it. It's really impressive. And last year it was all Milroe running a lot of that like Milroe off tackle stuff, and this year it's all through the air. It's a really good matchup for him.
Back to the busy phones we go. 2 fun games to watch along here, and it's a great sport. And to our previous caller, who's triggered by some callers, the passion going both ways is one of the things I love about this sport. I just love it. I love it, and I love our fan base. Back to the phones we go. The Vols come out of September in a playoff contention. It's worth mentioning. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony.
Yo.
What's up, brother?
Hey, Sammy. How you doing, buddy?
Sean, thanks, man, for that. Yeah. I mean, that team, there's no easy games in the SEC anymore.
Nope.
Period. Point blank.
Nope.
And
now we made that one harder.
If you don't drop a touchdown pass.
That's right. That's right.
If you allow a touchdown pass where there was obviously no pass interference.
That's unbelievable.
Brazil again. Tony, you said all off season, this guy. Listen, whoever you have on the inside over there, you need to get a new guy, brother.
No, it's not true. He didn't work at it last year. He's not the hardest working guy.
No. I'm talking about this year.
No. I was going off last year, buddy. I was going off last year.
Listen.
If Brazil worked really hard at his craft, you know how good that kid would be? You know how good
Tony,
he would be?
Tony,
I'm asking you. Do you know how good he would be if he worked
at it? He's going into the NFL.
He's naturally by far a better player than Dante Thornton.
Yeah, exactly, Sean. He has so much natural ability, it's crazy. I'm just telling you what I hear, and that's what I heard about him. He doesn't work at it.
Well, and you also made the comment I would take their linebackers over. No. I will take Arion Carter Boo Carter, they will all be in the NFL. Boo Carter, Arion, Brazel, all of them will be in the NFL. Listen, that was a dogfight. You do that from the get-go. Why he had Staley back there returning those punts, I don't know. Leave Boo Carter back there and let him be. The ball goes through his hands. Mike Matthews drops a touchdown. I mean, we literally should have beaten this team 35-17 or 40-17. And they had some hiccups, and they overcame them, and they won. This team is okay. Cut your Karen collars off.
No,
Doc
Sammy,
Sinclair,
no.
I'm sorry.
Sammy, it's not how we roll here, bro. No, I'm not cutting collars off. No.
Well, no, Nega Dave and other guy, whoever that was.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm not going to cut those people off. Why would I cut them off?
Well, what I'm saying, man, is we're good. We came out of there with a win. Heupel is a winner. That's the biggest problem we've had all these years is we've had losers over there. And the biggest, the end point is winning.
I agree with that.
And those other coaches we've had in all these years of just being absolutely embarrassing is they weren't winners. We have a winner in there. He won tonight. We're going to rest up, and we're going to beat the brakes off of Arkansas.
Thank you, brother.
Tony, love you, brother.
Love you. Thank you. 865-200-5402. Go ahead, Brian.
Does Sam Pittman even make it to Knoxville?
Did you guys see what Notre Dame did to them late in that game today? They were up like 45-something and faked a punt on him. They showed him zero respect.
They had 28 points and 1 third down conversion. They faced 1 third down and 28 points.
Brian, I was out.
I believe he'll be fired Monday because they have an off week like we do.
I agree with that, Sean.
And that will give them 2 weeks to settle down.
Yep.
To get rid of the emotion of a firing of a coach. And Sam Pittman's he's a prince. He is a great dude. Just to get rid of him and move on.
Yep.
Because if they don't, they'll lose this team.
And you know what it'll be to Sam Pittman when he goes? A real relief. Because he is a real gentleman in that sport and has been a real gentleman. And you talk to anybody that ever interacted with Sam Pittman in Knoxville during his brief time here, and they will tell you that is one absolute gentleman in that sport. As we go back to our phones, but yeah, I think
hopefully
Brian,
put Petrino in a neck brace in 2 weeks.
Back to our phones we go. Yeah, maybe Petrino brings his neck brace, Matt. Hello and welcome in, and I could provide the motorcycle. We could do a reenactment down there at Calhoun's on that Friday for the anniversary of the 85 team who will be there. The 40th anniversary of the 1985 Tennessee Volunteers as we go back to the phones and get our next call in as Alabama just got a turnover deep in Georgia territory, and they're going to settle for a short field goal, it looks like. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, guys.
Hey, welcome
Jack.
in.
Thank goodness for Joey football.
Yep.
If we'd had our quarterback from last year, no way he'd have went down through there and saved Heupel's rear today on that last drive.
I'm inclined to agree with that. How about Dave Neal? Dave Neal with a passive-aggressive. I don't know if anybody heard that. He took a shot at Nico and his family today. God, Dave
Neal had the worst game of anybody.
He was awful.
I mean,
he was
Dave,
awful on
that
spots
announcing
and
crew,
guards and
the production was awful.
Everything about that was cost cutter and low budget, guys. I
actually thought the Posey Whitaker was pretty good.
They showed like 2 replays all day, and Dave Neal called that field goal good, and it was wide by 100 feet.
That looked like something.
Gives him a hard time for that.
That looks like something at the county fair where you have a moving goalpost.
I thought he was kidding. I was like, well, surely there's got to be like a punchline. And the kick is up, and it's good. And both guys are going, no. It's like everybody's giving Dave the cut sign. He just doesn't see it. But yeah, look, this Aguilar guy is not perfect. He's not going to be. He throws a high ball inside, which is what he did last year, which is why he has some picks. It kind of is what it is, but he's a hell of a leader. They play hard for him, and we might have something special here down the stretch in this season with him. Who knows?
If Kitzelman wants to be the man on, the spokesperson, he's got to make at least one of them. You can't have both of them.
But they're not. But neither one of them are what you call great balls, though. Come on.
Rosedale catches that one inch way behind him on fourth down. He's one of the top 5 wide receivers in the country, hands down, right now.
Brazel?
And making plays.
No question.
Making plays to keep this team alive.
Oh, listen.
And Heupel, I'm online with Dave. Heupel, he just can't get it done. He chokes. Huh? He gets tight.
What?
He chokes. He can't get it done. He chokes when it comes down to he choked in the Georgia game. Clock management today was terrible. He took 2 timeouts to overtime with him.
That was not good.
We could have had 25 seconds on the clock at midfield to gain 15 yards to have Max Gilbert come in and redeem himself, and he pisses it down his leg. He loses these balls. He don't have them. He's terrible. Clock management. Get somebody in there to help you and to call timeouts, or let Joey Aguilar start calling timeouts himself. Somebody's going to have to do it because his brain goes to brain fog, and he can't do it.
Matt, he did a couple curious things at the end of 2 halves today. Do you is that alarming to you, Matt, or no? Or do you just think he just had a bad day and these guys have off days too?
No, I just think he had a bad moment there after you got that first down run. I think there was 13 seconds left. You had 2 timeouts. You should have called one right then. You tried to hurry to catch the defense off guard. I mean, I understand the thinking, but then you also, Aguilar extended that play way too long before throwing it away. It just was poorly mishandled by Heupel. You can't put your quarterback in that spot.
The big problem we have is that we have an offensive coordinator that adds no value on game day. And so when you have these things at critical times, you have your chief play caller with his play caller hat on, thinking what he's going to do on that play, what he's going to do on the next play, how he's trying to set things up. Plus, he's also having to manage the game. Now, thank goodness he has Luttrell in there and he has some other guys that can help, but an analyst can't really help you at that time. Yeah. So the problem is that Halsey's there basically stealing a paycheck.
Come on, Sean.
And not helping. No, he is. I mean, he's developing the thing, but during the game, do you think Halsey's calling plays? Are you kidding?
No,
he's not.
No, I don't.
Halsey is not. It's a real discussion point because Steve Sarkisian at Texas has the same issues. He's like really bad situationally and red zone stuff because he's the play caller on offense. And there's just kind of a lot of thinking. And a bunch of the previous national champions, like the head coach doesn't call plays; they just manage the game. So there's a balance there that's worth discussing because Heupel and Sarkisian are the 2 guys that kind of do it in this league. And they both have poor in-game management stuff that happens often.
You got to have somebody in your ear there having you to call timeout, helping you out. I mean, he don't have that. If it's Halsey or whoever it is, he's got to have that.
Well, look.
Because he's not going to do it.
That was hideously ugly down the stretch today. We're very fortunate we got out of there with a win. That is the most important thing. But people are right to call in and question what they saw because, again, we have a knowledgeable fan base that knows what they see and knows that if you don't tighten these things up when you're playing better competition, there's no way you'll win those games. No way.
Well, it started out today just like a previous caller. It started out today when you got Staley back there returning punts to start the game. I know Boo Carter's had a few little mishaps this season, muffing a few bumps, trying to make something happen because he wants the ball in his hands to try to make something happen. And we all know that's the issue. But then you got Staley back there that he's scared. You can tell he's scared.
Man.
He didn't field the second punt, and then it's like he had money on the game.
He
misses the block for somebody to score on a wide receiver screen.
Yeah, it was weird. That was emblematic. I appreciate the game. I appreciate the call. Thank you. That was emblematic of the kind of Twilight Zone game that was going to be. And then my other favorite one was when Turrentine looked inside and they hit that deep ball. To God knows who that was because their other wide receivers are hurt. And that dude kind of just is in open air and he just kind of falls down or he's caught from behind and the ball's like woefully underthrown. And I mean, this Shapen guy is a nice competitor and all that stuff, but could you imagine, Matt, with that game plan they had today and the way they were running the ball, if they would have had a pretty good quarterback back there, what that thing would have looked like? Because when you're running the ball like that, you should be able to hit some stuff. And they were okay in the passing game. He ended up, 18 of 29, 180, threw that really, 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 really bad pick. And that's the other thing. Tennessee's, both of their turnovers were like bang, bang, after possession plays. Both of them were like, okay, there's 14 points. And we still got to overtime. As Matt said about an hour or so ago, that right there is one of the strangest football games. I mean, I don't even know what you say about a game like that, other than we're pretty fortunate to win it.
Go ahead, Sean.
No, go ahead, Matt. It was you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, your defense stepped up in that Syracuse game with those game-changing plays, like that scoop and score, which I think was Colton Hood in that game also. So your defense kind of has a knack that, even though they're nowhere near as good as they were last year and really not even close in any aspect, they can come up with some timely plays when their kind of backs are against the wall. And you saw that again today. I mean, after giving up that fake punt to immediately score on the next play is just, as the former voice of the Vols once said, what a turn of events.
And Colton Hood, by the way, got himself a first-round grade here in the last 24 hours. And you can see why when you're watching him play. As we go back to our phones, hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, this is Plateau Vol.
Hey, Plateau Vol. Good to talk to you.
Hey, I want to try to straddle the line between positive and negative.
There you go. Let's try that. We've had a little bit of both tonight. You walk that line, Johnny Cash. I'll give you a letter grade. Go ahead.
I felt like after we muffed the punt, after we got the stoppage at first of the game, felt like Heupel was chasing that possession the rest of the game until about the 5-minute mark. Am I on something there?
Are you on something? I don't know. Only you can tell. Only you could answer that. Matt and Sean, do you agree with this gentleman's sentiments?
I think that was a deflating thing right there. Here's what I think happened I wasn't there. I don't know, but here's what I think. Boo Carter's without question the most dynamic punt returner we have on the team, and it's not even close. Heupel gets into this culture thing, make a point thing, etc., because that's his jam, and I get it. That's the only reason Staley was there. Was not because he was better, it's because he's trying to make a point to Boo Carter. And Boo Carter's earned the dunce cap by his nonsense over the summer. But I think that he's trying to send a message to Boo Carter, and that's why Staley was there.
I guess what I was saying is I felt like the running game would have been there the whole game. I mean, if that fumble hadn't happened, I feel like we could have run the ball the whole game, and instead we just feel like, I don't know. I just feel like we was chasing that first possession the rest of the game.
In other words, when you start from behind, you're always playing catch up in your mind.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's food for thought. I was really surprised.
Well, would you guys consider us crisp? I mean, in Georgia, we were crisp.
No.
We've been crisp pretty much the whole year. Would you say? I thought if Georgia we came out in a 10, I think we came out at a 7 today and just kind of were on cruise control for a lot of the time. And I think we were catching, especially on defense. And I think that for the most part, Mississippi State was the hammer and we were the nail. We were just. I think Matt said it best. Just like Georgia did us. Georgia out-talented us in the end and got the win. I think we out-talented Mississippi State and got the win.
I was shocked that they beat us at the point of attack the way they did. That surprised me. I was texting back and forth with Watson Brown. He goes, man, the Vols are getting kind of shoved around here. This is not supposed to happen in this game. Yeah, not to that extent anyway.
A lot of people giving Arian Carter a hard time, and he took a few bad angles, but he played his hind end off. if your defensive line's not giving you a lot of help up there, you're getting you're getting beat up and you're being asked to make all those tackles. I thought overall he didn't play great, but he hung in there pretty good, I thought.
Word I have is that Arian Carter's as glad as anybody to see the bye week because he's been highly nicked up, and if not more than nicked up, and is out there.
He flies around out there. He's got to be one of the faster linebackers in the league. I mean, sometimes he's too fast and outruns, runs himself out of place, but he plays hard.
He's gutting it out.
And I'm glad we gave Edwin Spielman a lot of reps with him because T-Lander's just so limited, especially when teams are throwing the
Well, they got a week to figure a lot out, and appreciate your time, guys.
Thank you. And then you get Arkansas. It's almost like you get like I'm not going to say a soft return because Arkansas's got a very capable quarterback. You have to really watch Arkansas, though, their defense, to appreciate how bad of a football team that is.
What if they face Florida's offense? Can you imagine?
I mean, Brian,
how fun that would be.
Brian,
could they score on them?
That Arkansas team. Give that stat out one more time that you gave in that first half. How many third downs? Give me that stat again. The Notre Dame.
Arkansas allowed 28 points, 4 TD drives, and only got to third down one time against Notre Dame. Notre Dame faced third down one time.
I was driving today. I had the Arkansas game on Sirius XM. Listen to their announcers. I want to hear what they were saying, and they're so beaten down by what they're seeing. It's just beating them into submission. Let's go back to our phones. Upon the continuance, I want to remind you, my friends at Waterside Contracting. Look, you got a dream about buying some land. My friends at Waterside Contracting, they're your ticket. You want to build a house, you want to build that house you've been wanting to build. 25 years of making dreams come true for hundreds in our area. Custom homes or remodels, they've got you covered because they can also do remodels as well. They'll build on your lot. Incredible work all over the area. Structural integrity, quality without compromise. That's their credo each and every day. You can check out their work at watersidecontractingllc.com. Quality without compromise, Waterside Contracting. With the off week, we will not be live at Calhoun's on the River. So that'll be our week off. So just want to remind you of that. But they are the taste of Tennessee. I was talking to Brad earlier tonight from over at Calhoun's. He called me and said, Tony, never fear. The Vols are going to get home in this one. He said, I'll have you on tonight. Listen, I did the show down there yesterday. I drove down. You know where I was going today? I was driving down to Calhoun's on the River today for some takeout, and it was utterly delicious. I had chicken Calhoun blackened with baked beans. Laura had some fresh salmon. It was unbelievable, Andy, with some spinach Maria. It was unbelievable. Sort of like today's game. This Georgia-Alabama game is wild. It's now 17-14 as Georgia, with their running game, has come back down, and they are running the ball on the Tide here. But Georgia's having all kinds of trouble with the pass, and Alabama's getting run over. So we got us a classic Southeastern Conference football game going here. Hello and welcome in. And the other game we're looking at is 3-3 as Penn State and Oregon are making college football a boring sport right now with 3 seconds or 8 seconds to go in the first half. Hello and welcome in. You're on Garza Law Fifth Quarter Fan Reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony, guys. It's Brown Liquor. How are you?
Hey, buddy. Good to talk to you.
Hey, you guys know that I live in the northern Mississippi, basically Memphis MSA. Do you know how glad I am we won this game?
Oh my gosh.
I couldn't stand it if we lost.
Well, thank goodness our opponent didn't believe they could win because that's a problem.
I'm trying to – there's been a lot of guys tonight that are glasses half full, glasses half empty. I don't want to apologize for a loss or a win, but golly, how many times did we hit a receiver, tight end in the hands and the ball was dropped? It was terrible, man.
It was a weird night all the way around. And look, I don't think Aguilar was his sharpest. He played well enough to win. He played well enough to lose too. So It was just a weird game all the way around. I mean, Aguilar, you look at his numbers. Aguilar's numbers, when you kind of check him out, you kind of go, oh, okay, well, it's a pretty good night. He's 24-40, 335 yards with a touchdown, but he had 2 picks. And you could say, well, both those interceptions weren't his fault. Okay, that's true. He could have had well over 400 yards. Who was it that dropped the touchdown catch right in his hands earlier? Guys, help me out.
That was Matthews that dropped the deep ball. I don't know if it had been a touchdown, but it had been close.
I mean, he's over 400 yards if he makes that catch. Weird night, just all the way around. Just that half step off everybody is, like a semitone off if we're playing music here. Little out of tune.
You know what's crazy is the Daily Show, you guys discussed it this week ad nauseum, is as we move to a 9-game schedule, this stuff where you just come in and expect to win on the road, at home, whatever, I don't know, man. I think the gap is going to get closer. And NIL, whether you like it or hate it, is the reason.
Hey, Matt, you said it earlier. Look, we can go round and round here, okay, and blame the Vols and do this. That Mississippi State team is 3 times better than the one they put on the field last year, Matt. How badly, Matt, would that team, even as kind of flawed as they are, even with that kid at left tackle, how badly would they have beaten last year's Mississippi State team, Matt? What we saw today.
About at least 35 points.
You know why? Because without question. Last year's team they spent $5 million on, and this year's team they spent $15 on, and that's the point that Brown Liquor's making, which is this. When you get on the field going forward in this league, this is not the Big Ten. Even the quote-unquote chump teams, I'm sure there were 4 or 5 guys that are high level. I'm talking about very good professional football players that we saw today, and the rest of them are pretty damn good college players. I mean, they're not great, but they're not terrible
either. And it was an extremely hostile environment with a jacked-up crowd.
Yes.
That's not going to get enough attention. I mean, that's a tough place. When that place is going, and they were going tonight, that crowd and their fans deserve a huge, round of applause for bringing it tonight, because they made that a very hostile place. So that's not easy to do.
No, and my brother-in-law, John Cayley, was there, and he wins on the road about as much as, Butch Jones did, okay? So he's the biggest jinx in the world. When I heard he was going, I was like, oh, damn, we're going to have a long night.
Hey, Tony, totally self-serving. I'll be at Calhoun's of the River the Friday before the Arkansas game.
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. I need a taste of Tennessee, baby. As far away as I am, I don't get up there very much.
Well, I love you, man. Thank you, brother. I'm going to hug your neck.
Absolutely, man. My daughter will be a freshman if she decides to choose UT. We're taking a tour that week. She'll be a freshman in the fall of 27 if she decides to go there, and I'm trying.
What else is she looking at?
Because we live in Mississippi, she's looking at Mississippi State. Because of Lane Kiffin, I pretty much nixate Ole Miss. I've just put that in her head. We're not doing that.
Thank you, my brother. Good talking to you. How about Lane Kiffin?
That's a good father. That's a good father
How
right
about
there.
Lane Kiffin today going for the pass at the end of that game and winning the game on a pass, Cinco? Did you see how ballsy and gutty his call was at the end of the LSU game, which I had on one of my other screens? They got a 4th and short. They're on their own. Not their own. They're at LSU. Matt, what was it, about the 38-yard line, something like that? 4th and, I don't know, a couple, 1.5, 2 yards. And they put the ball right in their not the freshman, but the transfer quarterback's hands and say, make the play. We trust you. Very ballsy, Matt. Very ballsy.
Yeah, it's probably the 2-point conversion play as South Carolina's beating that absolute dog shit out of Kentucky.
Get you some of that.
And no surprise to anybody.
You said before, and Lane Kiffin's this guy, you said, don't be afraid to ask for the sale.
Yes.
Lane Kiffin's not afraid to ask for the sale. I think some of our callers have a concern that Josh Heupel at times is afraid to ask for the sale. It's okay to go for it.
You got it. Hey,
not be reckless.
No,
but it's okay to go for it.
the pass, the fourth down, I don't think we mentioned it yet. The Brazel catch where he had to go catch it, it was thrown a little bit behind him.
Yeah,
was just a great play. That won the game. It led to the win directly.
Was that Brazel, or Staley? I thought that was Staley.
That was Brazel that made the play.
It was Brazel on the fourth down. Staley had the third down
That's what it was.
He just lowered his head and got like 5 or 6 extra yards in the first down near the goal line, which was another big play.
Both of them were excellent plays. Back to the phones we go. And the other thing about those wide receivers is it just goes to show you get a guy like him engaged when he wasn't last year, but you get a guy like Brazel engaged and how good they can be when they expect that they're going to get the ball in games. And look, Nico made the mistake of his life. We do a show called Winners and Losers. We record it on Thursday nights. C, who will be in here later on, his picks, and we played it as a power play. One of our 3 plays was UCLA plus the points today, so we kept an eye on that while the game was going on and watched it. Nico has 0 team, 0 time, 0 chance, 0, 0, 0, and somehow they covered the point spread today because of him. But they have 0 chance. He has 0 chance. So I hope they're happy.
0 and 12.
I hope they're happy with their choice.
Guys, let me ask you about this. What about how about the total lack of awareness that you could possibly be seeing a fake punt?
Matt was talking about that. It was incredible.
So bad. That's really
bad.
There was
no punt safe at all.
Heupel on the sideline. That's a really bad look.
Back to the
They missed Scream and Shout. They missed Coach Scream and Shout.
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Yeah, he's doing wonders for Nebraska.
Hello and welcome in. You're on the. Let me do this one more time. Hi, welcome in. You're on Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. TLD Logistics phone lines. Hi.
Tony?
Yes.
Hey, how's it going? Ben from Vermont. How you doing?
Hey, buddy, pull yourself off speaker so we can all hear you. Thank you, my man.
I got you on my AirPods, actually.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, just go ahead and really, really yell for me.
Well, what I like to yell about is Matt touched on it earlier. This Heupel has bird brain when it comes to the end of the game. I love Josh Heupel. I love where he's taking this program. But I got deja vu with this game today, watching him coach that game at the end. Leaving timeouts out there like that, not using that second timeout to try to get a pass to have a game-winning field goal at the end, unacceptable. It's unacceptable to me. But Matt kind of touched on it earlier.
Well, to your point in Vermont, in the season of the sticks, it's good to get away with a win like that, because if you lose a game in that manner, like if you'd have lost in overtime, people would be killing this guy tonight. I mean, they're already mad at him. A lot of us are already a little angry with what we saw just because it's just kind of not good at all. However, you lose that game, that thing goes to overtime and you lose that game, oh my gosh, man.
No, it changes the whole complexion of the season, really.
Yes, it does.
But it's a win. It's a win nonetheless.
Yes.
I love Tennessee. It's a win. Heupel, I need you to get together with me with the timeouts. You got to start using your timeouts and try to set your team up to win the right way. That game didn't necessarily need to go overtime. Maybe Max Gilbert makes a 54-yarder to win it. Maybe you're able to get 10 yards on that third down play. When you have one timeout left, you can kick a field goal with 3 seconds left. I just don't really understand where he's thinking there. But nonetheless, it's a win. I'm very happy for it. But I just wish that he's more in tune with what's going on at the end of the game.
Thank you, my man. It's a little concerning. I agree with you. Here's the thing about Josh Heupel. He is a very high-floor coach. Will those little details keep him from being a high-ceiling coach? Josh Heupel's going to roll out of bed and is going to win 8 or 9 games every year, which is pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. But to get from here to here that's quite a jump. And you can imagine what
I think he's a lot like Mark Richt.
Yeah, that's yeah. And there's nothing wrong with Mark Richt, Mark. I mean,
nope.
Sink.
Not at all. Not at all. He was.
Yeah.
He was Mr. 10 win in a 12-game thing. But
nothing wrong with that.
Mark Rick is a wonderful character. You'd love for your son to play there. He's probably a little bit better recruiter than Heupel, but probably only because the state of Georgia has the thing. But I think it's a very apt comparison.
But how much would Mark Rick have benefited if he coached the decade with a 12-team playoff? I mean, his team might have made a run or two in that thing on talent alone.
Exactly.
It would be interesting to think about, but it's a great comparison.
And Matt,
because they have that kind of nice guy.
Yep.
I don't think they have that killer mentality that some of the great coaches do.
And I want to go on record. Yeah. I love Heupel being our head coach, and I don't want anyone else. I really value the way he runs the program, and I do think he's a high quality coach.
Matt, what do we make of? Because we love the recruiting, right? Not really, but what do we make of all these 5-star kids on Georgia looking like this tonight? They're not tackling. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. What do we make of this, Matt? They're getting shredded here. Shredded by
a bunch of 5 stars on the other end too. So,
Joey Aguilar did the same thing to him.
Yeah, no, he did.
Which was my point. There's a defensive holding on Georgia. Let's go back to our phones.
They don't have dudes up front that can just wreck your game. They don't have those pass rushers that hit the quarterback every time they drop back, and they don't have that Jordan Davis or guys like that on the inside that can shut down a run game with a light box. And that covers up a whole lot on the back end when you can get pressure on a quarterback without blitzing. They can't do that.
The league is a collection of pretty good teams at the top. That's what we have in the SEC. Hello and welcome into our next call. And we'll see who can emerge and be great by the end of the year. But so far, I don't see a great team. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the TLD Logistics phone line. It's Garza Law, 5th quarter fan reaction presented by the great Marcos Garza and the Garza Law Firm. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, what's up? Josh, you boy.
Hey, Josh, welcome in.
That was a great win.
Yes, sir.
Tonight.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Tony, I think they said before any given Sunday, any given Saturday, we were very fortunate to come out with a win, and great teams win. So I want to give the game ball to a lot of people on defense. I'm going to give 2 out, actually. I'm going to give one to Jackson Moy, and I'm going to give one to Joshua Joseph.
All right. Derek duly noted.
Yeah.
It's great to see Moy back today, being disruptive.
Yeah, it was.
And it was great to see Joseph's out there doing his thing. No doubt about it.
Yeah, Tony, what did you think?
Too.
Yes, he did.
Oh, yeah, I agree, Cinco.
Aaron played very well.
He did.
Saw his brother
Aaron
last night. Saw his brother last night in the Florida State game.
Yeah. So, what did you guys think about when Tennessee got that scoop and score in the first quarter?
I'll tell you what I thought, Josh, is...
I thought it was a pick.
It was a pick, and great teams. It was a 23-yard interception return, but the ball kind of popped up in the air. There were interceptions like that today where the balls... When you play these games and the ball's up in the air for a while, I mean, these great athletes... are going to come down with these balls. It's just kind of the way it is.
Sam just threw it to Proctor.
I know. They threw the ball to Proctor. Did he score, Matt? He about got in, didn't he?
Yeah, he almost got in.
I mean,
he almost did, but he also was fumbling going in, which, in today's game, you have to control the ball until you hand it to the ball boy.
Oh, my gosh. Look at him.
Yeah.
He was almost he's very close. But here's the deal. To me, that's my T3 TD of the game. We could go with either one of them.
The pick 6 in the first quarter, yeah.
Yeah, Bri, is that okay with you, Colton Hood? A transfer?
Colton Hood.
I mean, what a great pickup that guy is. You want to talk about, as Ty Simpson takes it in, and Bama's going to have a 2-score lead here at halftime.
They really need to stop that shit, though, celebrating.
What a crowd shot.
Celebrating what?
They really need to stop that shit, celebrating in the end zone, because some of the stuff they do might get them a penalty.
Oh.
Yeah. But
let the kids have fun.
Joshy boy.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't take you for a fun police guy, Josh. That's a little surprising.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is, some of these refs, they may take it the wrong way. some of these celebrations the kids do.
That crew we had last week, I mean, they would call a penalty on you for breathing.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about the head official tonight? I thought he was awful, god-awful, because the push-off on Brazel, that should have not been called an offensive pass interference. That is just bullshit.
Guys, how could they not get together and pick that flag up? Sometimes you'll see them do that. How could somebody else on that field not see that was a awful call?
That's a have-not call. Mississippi State's a have-not, and they got benefited by a call that usually is called on have-nots.
Say it out loud again, Bryce.
Yeah, the have-nots usually don't get that call.
No, Bryce, say out loud what you said again earlier in the show about Heupel, because I think it bears repeating. I think you're exactly right.
He needs to start doing something to get these officials to quit jobbing him. He needs to raise some hell about it.
Danny White.
It's called quit doing the lay down lineman after quick scores. That's what they needed to quit doing. If you want to get the benefit of the doubt, I think.
Yeah, but Levy does a lay down lineman, and they got that call.
Yeah, they're the second most penalized team in college football.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's true.
They were
guys.
They were really.
I mean, they had a touchdown called back. I mean, it's an obvious hold.
Yeah,
we've seen that go uncalled.
They were sheer stupidity today, though, in a couple plays. And they go out of their way to commit stupid penalties. Mississippi State does.
I don't understand this new thing where you have officials who are not in position to make a call are the ones that throw flags.
I agree with that.
I'm seeing that way too much now.
Yeah, I don't get it at all. So, what do you guys make of? I know the offense was on fire when it mattered most at the end, but what do you think of the offense overall today? Because I think they look average.
And that was an average game. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, you have 2 scores by your defense. You scored 41. So, really, you're in, what are you, in the 20s there offensively? And it felt that way. It felt that way.
Guys, out the door, I'm not going to name any names, but some people, when I said about a month or two ago that the Mississippi State game could be a very losable game, and they didn't believe me.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we won, but some people basically thought I was stupid. Have a great night. Go Big Orange.
Not me, Joshy boy. I love you for your intellect. I love you for your intellect, my man. I think you're a takesman. As we get ready to go back to our phones at 865-200-5402 on a night where Tennessee did enough to lose 5 games and did enough to win 1. And I'm going to settle on the Colton Hood 23-yard interception return for a touchdown, which at that point made the score 10-7 Vols, gave the Vols the lead. It followed Gilbert's 38-yard field goal. And the thing about those quick plays, from Tennessee is they were just so bang-bang, those touchdowns. They were just so bang-bang. That went in a 3-play, 5-yard drive, that interception, return for a touchdown, and it was just so quick. But like Matt said earlier, the other one that came following, and Tennessee desperately needed that. They desperately needed something out of their defense at that point. But a score on the first play, and to Sean's point, they don't get that tackle any help. And that quarterback turns his blind side with Josephs over him, like Sean said earlier. You don't even have to blitz. You don't have to stunt. You don't have to do anything with that tackle out there. I was shocked they didn't help him with a tight end. They didn't help with
Frankie.
They didn't help him with a running back. Do what, Matt?
That Kentucky and South Carolina are getting into some pushing and shoving at the half. Kentucky's doing all their fighting after the whistle because they're getting dog walked on the field.
Kind of like U.S. golf today. I'm really glad you guys want to start fights.
Yeah.
They play decent. How about fighting between
that Ryder
the
Cup
ropes,
team
boys?
plays hard.
Oh, yeah. How
These
about
teams
fighting
hate
between
each
the
other. I
ropes,
mean, they
boys?
hate each other. There's some real deep history here.
Battle for the bottom. It's a battle for the bottom, Bri.
How come the league got rid of this rivalry? What the hell, man?
T3 Vodka, ladies and germs. Score a T3 TD every single time with Tennessee's premium vodka. Handcrafted with passion, precision, a whole lot of pride. The Volunteer State has been taken by storm by T3 vodka, handcrafted in the majesty of the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Listen, quality is not a promise. It's a way of life. It's filtered 10 times. It's 80 proof. You will taste the smoothness. You will taste it, because that's why T3 is a 5-time gold medal winning vodka, 2025 SIPS Consumer Award winner. Say that 5 times. Whether you're sipping it neat on the rocks or mixing your favorite cocktails, T3 Vodka, your choice for premium award-winning experience that will not be matched. You will score a T3 TD. You're going to ask for T3 Vodka by name at your local wine and spirits retailer, or you're going to ask for T3 at your local restaurant or your favorite watering hole. Don't settle. Score a T3 TD today. That's Tennessee's premium vodka, T3, distributed by Athens Distributing. And please drink responsibly. As we go back to the phones and we get our next call in, 865-200-5402. Penn State and Oregon are putting America to sleep in their game. It's 3-3. And Alabama is up 10 on Georgia at halftime in a game that's probably going to be crazy at the end of the game. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony, Randy from Altamont.
Hey, Randy, welcome in.
Hey, thank you. This game, our defense, without our defense, we don't win this game. And with our defense, we about lost the game.
That's a great way of summing this game up, Randy.
Yes.
That's like our quarterback. You could say, man, he was really damn good today, or you could say he was good enough to lose today. He was in the losing zone today. It's kind of 50-50.
This was the first game that he showed what everybody was kind of telling us about, Tony. You understand what I'm talking about? Throwing it kind of wild.
Well, like Matt said, when you play on the road and you play these games, it's going to stretch and expose everybody a little bit and they're going to I'm not going to say revert. That's not fair. But they're going to do things that you haven't seen all year. It happened to everybody today.
And, Tony, why did that coach from Mississippi State stop running the football so much?
Matt, would you explain that to me? Why'd they go away from it?
Tennessee started loading the box with an extra defender. So, and these offenses, it's a numbers game. If you have a light box, you run. If you have, you don't have a numbers advantage there, you have one-on-ones on the outside and you throw it. It's one thing. I think defenses, you can kind of dictate what the offense wants to do with these types of offenses. If you can scheme it up and coach your players up how to do it, you can kind of manipulate. And I think that happened a little bit today. But Tennessee just put an extra guy in the box, and I think they probably wish they could have ran it a little bit more.
And Tony, this off week, we need to go find a middle linebacker. Bad. Because if they get through the line of scrimmage, all they got to do is block harder. There's nobody else there to block. And I hate to get on here and talk about T-Lander every time, but they've got walk-ons out there sometimes. That number 30, I don't know his name he's out there. I know he's a walk-on. Our middle of our field is rough. We've got some decent pass rushers. If we can get our cornerback back, they should be able to hold up out there. But when a team just takes the ball and runs it down your throat, you've got to stop that going forward.
Well, Matt, did we wait a little long to put the extra defender inside? Should we have done that sooner?
Maybe a little bit, because the Thompson kid, their deep threat receiver, was out.
Yes.
I can't remember. He went to the locker room in the first half.
He did.
And then I'm not sure he played in the second.
I don't think he did.
You probably could have done that a little bit earlier when you noticed he was out, but you risk giving up those deep shots. They hit one on you late. It was just a poorly thrown ball, and they couldn't score on it. And they had to settle for a field goal. But that's the risk you take when you bring that extra guy up. It kind of exposes your your secondary and especially your safeties, who, let's just be honest, they're just not very good. They're kind of average at best players. And today, I don't think they had good days today at all.
And you think that they'll move their offensive line around now that he's healthy, or right tackle? Names blew my mind. A 5-star.
Sanders?
David Sanders.
David
Sanders, yeah. Sanders, yes. You think they'll move Perry to guard now?
I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know. I'll tell you this. I don't know in what kind of shape David Sanders is in.
Yeah.
Because he's missed a ton of time. Josh Heupel was asked about him after the game. He said, as a coach, you have to deal with a lot of tough moments. But when David Sanders got told that he was cleared, that was a great moment that will stay with me. And, this Sanders kid has really been through a lot in the last little bit. So it was a good thing to see him out on the field today. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Must-score drive late in the game. Welcome to college football.
I know, right? And then he jumped. And then he jumped. It's like, whoa.
We can't hear.
I'm out here trying to get – yeah. I mean, imagine that. He practiced so little. And he's in the fire there.
That's another mess up. You're trying to run hurry up as fast as you can, and you've got a freshman in there. It's probably on his 5th play.
Now you got to play.
It's 3rd and 1.
Next
or
man
half a yard, and you're trying to run. I mean, just slow down a little bit there. Heupel. Me and my wife had a discussion here. She asked me what Heupel was rated as a Tennessee head coach all time. And I've got him like 4th already.
Yeah, it's too early for that. I mean, we'll see.
I mean,
I don't know where we are in the story arc with Heupel. I got to wait and see. It's just such a different era now because now you're in a playoff sport, and being good enough is good enough these days. Being good enough back in the day wasn't good enough. They would run people out if you were just good enough. You know what I mean, Randy?
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to...
Yeah. I grew up in the 90s, okay?
Yeah.
Tennessee lost 2 games. You was ready to fire a coordinator.
Oh, you're ready to kill.
Yeah, you was ready. What? Yeah. And what's going on? Somebody's got it's Randy Sanders. Got to go. Got to go.
That's right. And you would overreact to every loss. You would be, hey, man, this guy's got to go. It's totally out of control. Blah, blah, blah.
You've got margin for error now.
Yeah, it's a different game.
Playoff era.
It's a different era.
Oh, Farmer, he'd have loved this.
Oh, my gosh. He would have, with the way he recruited, and you would lose a couple games. I mean, who wouldn't love this?
Yeah, and you're talking about, I'm watching this Georgia game. Georgia's weak up front.
Hey guys,
I mean,
they are.
They're just weak. They're defensively, they're like I mean, they're just there. I mean, they're not even.
I'm gonna tell you something else, guys. This Ty Simpson looks like he's got his feet under him. He doesn't. He looks a lot better than I thought he would, Matt. They're getting him out of the pocket and getting him in different platforms to throw from, and he's really been good so far in this football game.
And this Penn State Oregon game.
Oh God, man.
Good. I bet you the fans are asleep.
I mean, it's. Thank you, my brother. I don't know. And Randy, good talking to you. I don't know whether that's good offense or great defense we're seeing in that Penn State game. Are you guys looking at this thing? Because this deal is rough to watch. No,
yeah, Oregon all season that the Big Ten's at the top's as good as the SEC.
Oregon's not used to 3-3 games in the second half, I'm sure.
Matt's getting to be a smart, huh? Do what, Bri?
Oregon's not used to being in a 3-3 game after halftime. I'm sure of that. With the way they score.
Matt, you don't think the Big Ten teams, you don't think Ohio State could play with our top teams right now?
Ohio State absolutely could.
Okay.
Oregon absolutely could. Penn State, no.
Yeah, I don't think Penn State's one of the top teams in that league, but those are two top teams, Matt. Just checking.
They talk about
the top two are, yeah.
If they had that Pribula kid there, but I don't know. That offense just doesn't allow quarterbacks
that
to
offense sucks, Brian.
It's not the quarterback. That offense is awful.
Big game, James.
Yeah, I don't think it would matter.
And it doesn't matter who the coordinator is. He loves that offense. Like he's still at Vanderbilt.
Why would he go back there?
Why would you take elite players? He's not going back there, Brian. Brian, why would you take
There's no way.
Why would you take elite football players and play that offense they play? And who would go play in that offense? That thing's horrible. But it is what it is. That's why they call him Big Game James.
They had a playoff game where they had no yards from wide receivers.
Hello,
for a whole freaking game.
Hello and welcome in on our.
Is the wideout going to go 0-2 today?
Hello and welcome in on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. You're on the air.
Who knew a wideout in Mississippi would turn out bad? Who knew?
Hey guys.
Hey, welcome in.
Hope everyone is well.
Hey, Greg. Happy Tennessee victory to you, my friend.
Yes, sir. Same to you. Back at you, brother. Let me explain it this way. I love what our boys in orange, what our young men in orange did tonight. And I'll just say, quote, they overcame the coaching tonight, unquote. Not good at all. Play calling was terrible. I would much rather see someone that they could hire that we know has a good offensive mind. But
are you guys kidding? You're kidding, right?
What's that?
Are you kidding? You're not saying you're not saying you're tired of Heupel, are you?
Well, he's not. Is he doing the play calling?
Oh, yeah. He calls plays. Sure.
Well,
that's his offense.
I'm just. You think we're getting the best out of him? It's not what I'm seeing. What are you seeing?
I mean, I'm just asking you. Everybody's just sort of like in Heupel's got. I don't. It sounds like people are in like. I don't know, making judgments on him. I mean, I expected about this from this season, Greg. We don't have a tremendous collection of players. We just don't. I mean, we're kind of a flawed football team.
Go back to the first of this game, all the way through the game.
Mm-hmm.
How many times did we run the ball up the freaking damn middle that never worked? For a while, Mike Keith said we were averaging 2 yards a carry. Mm-hmm. I think double-digit carries that I'm not sure exactly how many he said at one time. We are just averaging 2 yards a carry. Now, do you as a Tennessee fan want to see that shit? I don't. Look what
he scored over 40 points in every game this year, though.
Yep.
Look at what he did on the first play in the overtime. He copied Georgia. That's how Georgia beat us. They ran it off the edge to the sidelines, and the carrier beat everybody else to the damn goal line.
Yep.
That's the only time we saw that shit tonight.
We ended up
the
averaging.
Guys had a little speed.
Yeah.
They didn't pitch it on get him out to the side. Line up wide receivers, spread people out like they did us. And, they showed Heupel a couple times, and he had that scatterbrain look, like I told y'all a few weeks ago.
Greg, come on.
Go look up scatterbrain.
Greg, that's not fair. Come on.
It's not disrespectful. It's in the dictionary. Go look it up.
It's not disrespectful. Scatterbrain. Come on, Greg. That's very disrespectful. Now.
It's not disrespectful. Somebody else said he had a brain fart. Well, it's the same damn thing. You know what I'm saying? But I love him, but he gets on my nerves and scares me.
Sounds like.
Next game we have, like we've had against Georgia and Mississippi State, we will probably lose it because he can't win the game. Had 3 timeouts, left the game in regulation with 2 timeouts still on the damn board. That should never happen. I don't care who.
They only got to the 44-yard line. That is not good in that situation with timeouts to only get the ball to that 44.
Greg, I'm not – you're getting no argument from me at the end of that football game. I'm not – Bino, who is Heupel's cut man, okay, he ain't going to cover for that. Nobody's going to cover for that. Tennessee's going to go back and rewatch that tape. He's going to go back and rewatch that tape and say, what in the world was I doing here? They're all going to do that. And somebody said earlier, maybe they need to get him help. I don't know. It bears watching, though, as a season. Because here's the thing about this. As we go to this 9-game schedule, and he's our head coach, we're going to play in more of these games. Because this thing is like the NFL now. Joshy Boy said it earlier. This is going to be an any given Saturday league. Any of these teams, Greg. We saw that today. Mississippi State spent $15 million on their resume. Ole Miss today beat LSU as a favorite with a backup quarterback. Think about that, Greg. As a favorite with a backup quarterback.
I know we're afraid to try that.
What do you mean?
We don't have to.
Well, we don't have to, right?
You know, last year we were afraid to try it. Did it a few times, but not all of them. But let me ask you, I don't know this. The reason why I'm
afraid to try what?
Afraid to try a backup quarterback, I guess. Go ahead.
Does Heupel have a guy in the press box looking down on the spread of the field and the players, calling down to him on suggestions to run? Or is he doing that all from the field?
I don't know.
Look, he's got eyes in the press box. Halsley's up there, Seth Luttrell, maybe even Jim Chaney.
Yep.
Well, are they? I mean, do y'all? I don't know. I'm asking because it doesn't look like it sometimes. Some plays that they run. I'm all for Tennessee guys.
Oh, I understand.
But the boys in orange, they're the ones. They overcame the coaching. And they won the game, made big plays when they had to.
Well, thank you, Greg. You are look. I think the boys in orange overcome the big plays because that coach is a winner. Period. End of sentence. Plus, I think the kids from Mississippi State, at the end of the day, the slipper didn't fit, and they looked afraid to win the game, and that's all right. Lebby today, Lebby was really good in spots, but he didn't, like Matt said earlier, he did some kind of odd things. His clock management at times was a little odd. Their play calling was a little odd. Their Series C, right there at the end of the game when we got the ball back after Heupel had his moment, and Greg, however Greg was referring to Heupel, but as C now joins us as our ensemble panel here of rotating cast and characters here on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. See, what about Lebby's final drive in regulation? I mean, what do we even got to say about that?
Yeah, I think they took like 10 or 12 seconds off the clock. They had one pass where they went out of bounds and then two incompletions in a row that weren't even like nobody in the area. And Tennessee didn't have to use any timeouts. That was the thing. We talk about kind of how Heupel didn't handle that well. I think Tennessee, they punted with, I believe, 1:39 on the clock. And then Boo Carter ran around for like 16 seconds. And then, I don't know, it was a really odd last 2 minutes of the game, I'll be honest, from on both sides. Lebby with an awful job with their possession, weren't really doing anything. And then Tennessee got the ball and kind of just wasted a minute before they got into hurry up. And then they still didn't use their timeouts. I don't know. It was a really strange game all the way around. Just kind of one of those games that happens every so often. Kind of reminded me of, I don't know if you get 2021 Kentucky, 2022 Pitt, that Purdue bowl game. Some weird games where, I don't know. It seems like we have one or two of these every year, but this was a really odd one. So good to win when you have a game like that just kind of felt weird from the beginning.
And you know what? The thing is, you don't win those games if you don't have a winning culture, which I think a lot of people are missing tonight. And look, I'm not going to explain away what we saw. I mean, some of that stuff was just, like to Greg's point, that clock management tonight. The end of the first half, though, people have pointed to that. I get what they were doing there. I kind of get what he was doing because I don't want to leave you time to get the ball back, and I also have the ball coming out of halftime because you took the ball. So I'm going to win the middle 8 here, and I'm going to slow this thing down. And by the way, I can hit a big play over your defense. I think, Matt, that was sort of our calculus at the end of the first half, don't you, Matt? And I know we missed the field goal, but I think he was. Yeah. I think he was thinking tutty there. I can get behind you and get one.
Yeah, and hope you can get 3, and like you said, you're getting the ball and do that middle 8 thing. See, that's the thing that got lost last year is that team last year was elite in all the situational game stuff, except for scoring touchdowns offensively in the red zone, but they were elite defensively. And even on third downs offensively, they were good. They typically won the turnover battle. All those things in the middle eight, they just totally dominated. And this year, we're not really good at any of that stuff. We get off to the fast starts, but we had a lot of turnovers this year. Defense hadn't been great on third downs. Or, the red zone stuff's not been great on either side. It seems like just the situational football, across the sport, is just really down a level from where it used to be. And I think all the, the constant roster flip flopping, it's hard for teams to work on situational stuff in practice because they're still installing basic stuff really up until the season starts.
And maybe even way into it. Maybe that's why.
And I think the coaches can't trust guys, and it just leads to a lot of that over management where guys just get paralysis and because they're overthinking things.
And here's the
players and coaches.
Well, to your point, here's the other thing. That's the first time Aguilar and Heupel as a unit. And if you don't put Halsley in there and whomever else, fine. But that's the first time those guys have been in a spot where they're tested. That's the first time these guys have been in a spot where they're tested. See, what are we responding to here?
That was bad.
What are we responding to?
Oregon was going in to take the lead and just copped it up. Penn State ran it back 50 yards.
Extra effort, and he lost the ball.
To the phones we go.
All those elite athletes on defense.
My friends at Walker's Painting, when it's time for a fresh coat, you're going to run. You're not going to walk to Walker's Painting, interior, exterior. They were making it beautiful in Knoxville since 1999. Walker's Painting, whether it's new construction, repaints, commercial, residential, free estimates are available. Tell them you heard about it on Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. What do you get? 10% off your first job. Walk, don't run to Walker's Painting, making it beautiful since 1999. You can check out the ad over at tclub.team, on our blog over at tclub.team each and every day as we're blogging for you. And today at halftime, we did a special transmission. Here tonight, we're hanging out with you. Those of you that are driving back from Stark Vegas, I hope we can stay on long enough to get you back. How long of a drive, Matt, is it from Stark Vegas? 5 hours? 5 maybe?
I haven't made it since 06 or 07, whatever that was.
5?
I think it's a lot longer than that.
Well, good luck getting back tonight. 865-200-5402. I do want to.
Bino will be on second shift. He'll get you home.
We're not going to be live at Calhoun's on the River. We are going to be back for the Arkansas weekend. It's unbelievable, Andy. That is a great place. We have a great time down there on Fridays, but with the off week, go and enjoy any of the Calhoun's near you. Remember, take out like I got today. I called ahead. I went down, parked in the parking spot, texted them. They come out. It was beautiful. Back to the phones we go. It's Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. The TLD Logistics phone lines have been wide open and been going and blowing and going all night. And they haven't been wide open because we haven't had an open line the entire time we've been on. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony, it's Rusty. The lines have been crowded. Good stuff.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay? Go right ahead. By the way, shout out Kevin in Dallas, who reached out to the great Jennifer Morris today. Kevin in Dallas, we love you, my friend. Go ahead, Rusty.
Love you, Kevin. Hey, so good and bad. Josh Heupel's management of the end of the first half, not calling the timeout, forcing them to punt it and getting the ball back with a minute to go, and still having another timeout. Terrible. End of game to go get in field goal range. That was terrible. Rest of the day, not really on the coaches. Defensively, we played to not let them hit the big plays over the top. We played coverage and played a light box, and they ran it. And then we got out of it and brought an extra defender, and they couldn't run it anymore. But then they hit the big play over the top. So as soon as we loaded up to stop the run, they hit their one big pass play. But on their last 8 runs, they averaged -1 yard per carry. The last 8 times they handed it off, they went for a total of negative yards. So we cleaned some stuff up. And then our defense scored 14 points for us. our defense allowed one touchdown drive that didn't come from a short field. Can't really complain about the defense today.
When you score twice like that and you get home and you're disruptive like they were, I'm not complaining.
5 sacks, 1 forced fumble, return for a touchdown. That's everything you want from your defense. You don't want to give the other team the ball in your territory 3 times. That's not a great plan because that's pretty hard on your defense. Our offense went for 466. That's a pretty good day numbers wise. And there was a 70-yard touchdown pass taken away. There was a 70-yard touchdown pass dropped by Matthews. There was a 3rd down pass to Staley that hit him in the hands on an out route in the first half that he dropped. And the 4th down pass on the last drive to Brazil, floating in the pocket, getting it to him, Brazil making a tough catch across the middle. Fantastic play by quarterback and receiver. Then the play to Staley on 3rd down from about the 15-yard line that had a pass rusher in his face, flushed, and got the ball to Staley, and then Staley fought for the first down. Incredible play. Loved the play call of the quarterback student body right to tie the ball game. Yeah. And the final play of the ball game,
wow,
Arian Carter, who can't cover, tips the ball to end the ball game.
Really, 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 really insane football game, dude.
Insane.
I mean, all the way around. Like Twilight Zone football.
Having Staley back there to return, I don't get it. He hadn't really been your returner all year.
No,
even before Boo was cleared, it wasn't Staley.
They overthought so much today, man.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what. We outplayed Georgia, played a much better game against Georgia. I'll take how I feel tonight over that one.
Amen, brother.
For everybody out there that's disappointed and the idea that you want to get rid of a coach is hilarious, who took you to the playoffs, has you 4-1. You lost 1 game in overtime where you're kicking a game-winning field goal in regulation. Yep. I mean, guys, come on now. What are we doing?
Exactly.
Wait till you see this Alabama field goal attempt.
I saw it. Dave Neal
thought it was through the uprights.
That's such a great line, Matt.
So I'm hearing that on the one the kid hit straight down the hash and bombed it. I mean, he hit the piss out of it, but it was wide by 15 yards. Dave Neal was saying that was good.
After the officials were already saying no good, he was still calling it good. I was sitting there. I mean, he was poor.
They
Dave
almost
Neal.
went to commercial with him saying it was good.
Oh, they had to stop him. Yeah, they had to catch him. The guy in the truck is screaming in his ear, "Hey, Dave, you need to clean that up."
McMurray tipped a pass, and they said he could have caught it and had a touchdown. He couldn't have caught that thing with a ladder.
Brian, Dave Neal was so bad today. It was so awesome. I love him.
Then they said he was trying to maintain possession. The defensive back for State that got hurt was trying to maintain possession. He was 10 yards out of bounds.
Is Dave as bad as his dad, Bob? Is he trying to just not do too good?
A Bob Neal sighting. I like Bob Neal.
I love them both. I hope they never change. They're not great. They weren't. Bob wasn't and Dave isn't, but they're good dudes. I mean, I'm not going to be mad at them. But lastly, Kitzelman, the first one, he needs to catch that ball. It hit him. He got both hands on it. The second one, Aguilar threw the ball too hard and too early before Kitzelman had his head around. That's not on Kitzelman, but I would say 1-1. It was one wasn't and one was his fault. And anyway. And running the ball outside, we tried some outside zone, and we didn't run the ball enough if we did anything. We didn't stay as committed to it, but Mississippi State was showing a heavy box and then bailing out of it. Like Dixie said, guys, got a bye week and got Arkansas. Take the W and move on. These games don't matter how pretty they are. They matter the win column or the L column. That's it. It's the NFL now, guys. It is the NFL. The Eagles are undefeated, and I don't care how you win. If you block 2 field goals, it's a W. And if you lose when you play pretty, I'm not here for it. I'm here to win, and that's all that matters.
I think that's well put, and I appreciate the call on our TLD Logistics phone line. Unfortunately, I got to sit here and talk about it. But the truth is that there's a lot to be said for that. Because, see, as we go along, these teams are going to be – there's going to be more and more parity in this league. I mean, we're seeing two of the teams at the top of the league tonight, and there's a whole hell of a lot of weird stuff going on in this Alabama-Georgia game. See, what do you think? What do you think of that one so far?
Yeah, it's been Alabama's had a really good plan. They are doing a lot of like stuff back across the field, like across the formations. Like they'll go extremely heavy to like the boundary, and then they'll come back to the field. It's been really interesting. Ty Simpson's been really in control, but I don't think defensively they're, like you said, they're not really holding up against the run very well. It seems like it's probably going to come down to the end. Alabama hasn't finished their drive. I know they scored there at the end of the first half, but the last 4 or 5 drives, they haven't been finishing their drives like they were early in the game. So I think it's going to probably come down to the end. Georgia will probably find a way to get back in the game, and it'll come down to probably which quarterback can make plays at the end. It's a really good game. I figured DeBoer would come out and have a really good plan, like Matt said, against Lanning and Saban and Kirby. He always kind of has a good idea of what to do and how to get scheme guys open, and it's been the same thing tonight. And then on the other side, Georgia hasn't really been able to get anything going through the air, but they have been able to run it kind of at will. So it's an interesting matchup. The last 25 minutes here is gonna be really interesting.
And Matt, my brother just texted me and said, "You tell the Tennessee fans if they're tired of Heupel, I'll take him over the guy that Penn State has any day of the week."
The transaction lenses dickhead.
Let's go back
Big
to the
game
phones.
James.
Big game James. He totally blows. Oregon up 10-3, 2:23 in the third quarter. Matt, describe Penn State's offense tonight to those not having eyes on that game. What? First of all, what decade are we in?
Tennessee's offense in 2005.
What decade are they in? It looks like 1975, maybe?
Yeah, 60s or 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Back to the phones we go.
They ran like a quarterback power on 3rd and 9, on like near the red zone.
Bring
in a
back
game that was 3-3 in the second half.
Bring back
They're
Rutledge.
the only team that's ran QB power this year and not had success with it.
Bring back Major Ogilvy. Bring back Jim Bob. What was that one other guy's name? Jim Bob. Thinking of some old Alabama play. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on Garza Law, 5th quarter fan reaction. Hi.
What's up, Tony? Is this me?
Yeah, go right ahead. It is you.
Hey, man, I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty screwed up, but, I think we should retire. I think we should fire this guy. I mean, we won a game on the road against an underrated SEC opponent. I mean, we should fire this guy, right?
Yep.
I mean, come on, man.
That's what they're telling me tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we're not that bad. I mean, come on. I mean, Mississippi State's not as bad as they think they are, and I don't know. It blows my mind. We won a game on the road against an underrated opponent, and people are upset. What the hell?
See, are you kind of getting what this guy's throwing down right now? See, are you jibing with this?
Yeah, I mean, I understand people who are angry by what they saw. It wasn't a very pretty game, but yeah, I mean, if I understand also being not wanting to overreact. Like both sides of the callers, I can kind of understand where they're coming from. But for me, I don't think it's too big. I don't think it's a big deal to win this game in overtime. Like you probably should have won the Georgia game. If you think you didn't play well enough to win tonight, it evens out.
It does even out. These things are going to even out on the course of a year. I agree with that. And the thing I don't like about this team, if I may, just one quick thing. Matt was talking about it before. The herky-jerky, inconsistent nature of this team through 1 month has me concerned about whether or not this team's making a playoff. That's why I won't say it on the air that I think they're making a playoff, because in the back of my mind, I keep thinking when you're as inconsistent and you're as herky-jerky as this team is, you're just not going to get through a season playing in this league without losing a couple more games. That's that's just a thought in the back of my mind. Now maybe they're going to do that. Maybe they're going to overcome all that. But last year's team was a much more consistent. Even if they were boring, they were much more consistent at a lot of little things than this group is so far. Tonight's game was extremely volatile. That's what I would call it on both sides. Just the volatility in that game tonight, it makes it almost impossible to talk about. It was so volatile.
I don't know, Tony. I think these guys were. I think Mississippi State's vastly underrated. I think they're better than lot of people think they are.
They're good.
And I think that we, I don't know. I think that we won a game on the road in the SEC against a pretty damn good opponent.
I agree with that. No, when you call them an underrated football team, I think that's a fair way of looking at it. They are underrated, no doubt.
I agree. All right, that's all I wanted, man. I just wanted to, I think Mississippi State's a pretty undervalued opponent, and I think the season will show that they're pretty darn good, and we won on the road against a pretty darn good opponent, and I think people are a little overreactive.
Appreciate you, my man. That's kind of what we're here for on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. People never overreact, do they? As Georgia getting ready to punch one in here, they're down 10, but they are driving the ball on the 1 foot line with a 2nd and goal coming up. Going to be a hell of a finish in that game, as C said. The next hour of football going to be very compelling in this game. I don't know about the Penn State game. I'm looking at Penn State's offense, and I'm going, man, that is just super depressing how bad they look. I hate it for my family. Back to the phones we go. They look.
Better hope they get a block punt they run back.
I mean,
as Philly would say, maybe Miller will call in.
They need Colton Hood a pick 6.
Yeah, they need something. And Tennessee got bailed out with 2 scores today. I would much rather have that than what Penn State's going through right now. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. You're on the TLD Logistics phone lines. Hi.
Hey, Tony, Nathan, Chattanooga. How are you?
Hey, good talk to you, Nathan, and good meeting you a couple weeks ago, brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so I think if I take something away from this game, it's that last drive that offense had to make and that Joey Aguilera had to make in order for us not to lose that game. And I think that's going to pay dividends with these guys moving forward in tough, similar type situations, knowing that they can pull that type of a drive off and not lose a game. Because if you throw a pick there, if somebody doesn't make a play, that can bleed into the rest of your season very easily. I think it could have, I think that drive's going to help us if it stalls out or we make a mistake in that drive. It could linger. I think that was a big deal for the team.
Imagine getting out of there. Imagine almost beating Georgia, because this was going through my mind. I was talking to Laura about this. You almost beat Georgia, okay? Mm-hmm. You'd have been number 1 in America. The margin in this league right now is you could have been number 1 at the very top of the heap in the league, in the country, probably. You'd have been way on up there. And then you would have ended September with 2 losses. You were at one point today I was thinking, we were a missed short field goal away from beating Georgia. And now we're going to walk out of this month with 2 losses. That was going through my mind.
Yeah.
That's the line right now. That's the line, man. That's
the
line we're on.
And to some of the other callers' points and what you've said, with these rosters and the way that they can be changed so drastically year to year, I mean, for instance, that Virginia team that just beat Florida State, I was reading an article about that, and so instead of firing their coach, they decided to invest that buyout money into the roster, and you look at how it's paid dividends. You look at how it paid dividends with Mississippi State. So, I mean, the days of saying there's a win or on your schedule because of, I mean, you got to change the whole thinking, the whole thing.
You're exactly right. We have, when you stop and think about where we are, this is a totally different sport now. It just is. And that Virginia game last night, that was an incredible scene in that place. Do you know how brutal their football program has been, and for those people to have that moment, and how upside down the ACC is right now. And that Georgia Tech team won another game today they shouldn't have won. They just keep winning. They just keep kind of beating people.
Wake Forest got screwed on that offsides.
Absolutely got screwed. It's just, but they're having that kind of year right now. Georgia Tech is. It's just, and it's the way the sport is right now, man. The line between the winning and losing, it's close for everybody, but that team Nico's on. That team Nico's on, guys, I'm not sure they're going to win a game. I'm not sure they're going to win a game, man. I'm being serious now.
It was close for them today, but that'll be about it.
It really wasn't.
You're
close,
talking about winning. I'm not sure they're ever going to have the lead in a game this year.
That's a really good line, Matt. It's a good line.
I'm serious.
No, I'm being serious. No, I'm being serious. I agree with you.
You know, it's really impossible to know, well, you know, if he's here and what he's doing because of the talent discrepancy between the teams and blah, blah. But I think if we have that same type of a night with from the coaching to, you know, some of the effort, I don't think we win that game if that guy's our quarterback.
We saw it in Fayetteville last year. You didn't.
Yeah. So we really lucked up, and you know, I spent the whole off season not even really paying much attention to any of it because I was so kind of disheartened after getting the hell beat out of us by Ohio State up there, and thinking, well, if we can't afford to spend $21 million a year, we don't have a shot. To this kid coming in here and really showing out to being all, you know, really dialed in. But he could have been totally the other way if he wouldn't have worked out with this kid. And I'd still be really down about the whole damn thing.
But you know what's crazy? You say that, right? But yet, Ole Miss has a kid that played football at Ferris State last year.
Yeah.
Okay? Who went out on a big stage today, and on fourth down, they put the ball in his hands and said, go make a play.
Yeah.
Go make a play. They did not kick a field goal. They didn't do what some guys would do and punt a ball back and try to pin him inside the 5-yard line. Lane Kiffin said, you, sir, played at Ferris State last year. Go out there and make a play. That's where we are right now, guys.
Well, you know, you said it in the past, you know, how many guys, if they would have had these opportunities, would have been able to do it. It's kind of like, you know, you're a musician. How many guitar players, bass players, how many artists are out there that just don't get a break, don't get a shot, but, man, they're just freaking incredible. You know, I mean, there's a lot of good ball players out there that just for whatever reason don't play for the right teams or don't have the right circles or don't get the shot. But there's some ball players out there that I think it's really cool getting to see them have the experience they're having.
I love it. Look, you know, and the interesting thing is too, as we go through this cycle and you watch these guys kind of move through these rosters in the process of whatever this era we're in, you're reminded that last night Squirrel White was the guy that almost got trampled. Now, that was a scary scene. That looked like a third world scene when those kids came out of the stands. At all places, at a prim and proper place like Virginia, I mean, that looked like a third world banana republic in that place with their crowd control.
It looked like a zombie movie. You know, they run out there, everybody's...
It was crazy looking. Crazy. And I thought to myself, man, I hope that receiver's okay. And then I get up this morning and discover that was Squirrel White they were throwing to. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, after watching him play here last year, and I'm not knocking the guy, you tell me in Chattanooga, out of 10 chances, what were the chances he was going to come down with that ball? Out of 10.
Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know, 4, because he was, you know, he's he weighs 120 pounds soaking wet.
Like when you're throwing the ball to him, you know, Houston, we got a problem. When you're throwing the ball to him on fourth down, Houston, we have ourselves a problem. But thanks for the call, my man. Great talking to you.
Smallest catch radius in college football.
It's unbelievable, Matt. Never has a guy so limited in day-to-day as that dude, had more balls thrown at him in more spots. And Georgia was getting ready to get off the field against Alabama, Matt. And how about the old horse collar? That was totally unnecessary to do what he just did. Totally unnecessary. And here's the thing. When you're watching your team, you're hypercritical of them, hypercritical of the coach. That's Kirby Smart's team doing that. And I think he's probably the best coach alive. But they're going to be in a literal dogfight for the whole shooting match here tonight before this thing's over. Meanwhile, Penn State looks pretty fraudulent with
getting
this
ready
Oregon
to go
bunch.
down an insurmountable 2 scores.
Yeah. They look pretty Big Game James, man, he would wear me out if that was my head coach. That would wear. Now he did a really nice job, there's no doubt, down there at Vanderbilt. But, man, that offense is so bad and so antiquated, and he won't change, and the game's over. As we go to the phones, as Oregon scores again.
Dan Lanning's fired up.
And
Second best coach in the country.
I love him. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Frankie Jr. just fake punted it at their own 30 and got it.
I love me some Frankie Jr. Give me an update on the Kentucky game. What's the score?
In a game, he's up 28-10 against a bad team in.
You don't think
Kentucky couldn't score 28 points if they played till tomorrow morning?
You don't think him and Stoops hate each other, do you? Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for letting me in, guys.
Thank you.
It's great to get a good win. Even though it was like pulling teeth to get the win. But so I've got a few things to say. I didn't know Joshy Boy gave out footballs, but I want one of those footballs.
Thank you. Hey, there have been a couple callers tonight. I want some of what they've had. So there you have it.
No kidding. But I will tell you this, to use your phrasing, Tony, for Joey Football. Joey Football is a dude. I mean, he's just a winner, right?
No question about it. Yeah, he proved himself today. No doubt about it.
And he got hammered tonight. I mean, he got hit several times.
Yes.
Played a great game. And this defensive back that Tennessee took from Colorado, like, where'd this guy come from? I mean, the kid's a headhunter.
It was a busted play.
Yeah, you're right.
They're projecting him as maybe a first-round draft pick.
Yes.
I mean, and Tony, you said it, that they make some great pickups in the transfer portal. And this guy, he's just incredible. And he was making play after play after play. But I will say this, though. Besides Colton, the arm tackling that I saw.
Oh, man.
It was horrible.
Well,
now
I was looking at this earlier, the yards after contact. It was pretty rough for both teams. You realize that it felt a lot worse. State only had 76 yards after contact. Do you know how many yards Tennessee had after contact today? Have any of you guys looked at this? Matt, what do you think the number was today for the Vols? Yards after contact.
Very high.
Where you going, Matt? What do you think?
Well, it can't be too many. We only had like 60 rushing yards until the fourth quarter.
189 per team. Team yards after contact today.
You mean yards after the catch?
I'm sorry, yards after catch. My bad. I'm all over the place. I've been in the studio too long.
Tony, where are you? What are you doing?
Yeah,
Tony? Come on.
I don't know.
So
edit that from the tape.
I have a little bit of a list.
So punch drunk.
I mean,
what a bad drop.
Let me just. Josh Heupel was a quarterback. How bad can you manage the clock?
I don't know.
And what did he learn from the Georgia game?
I don't know.
Did he learn anything?
I can't cover for that. He's got a very,
and I'm not
program.
piling on, but
it's a fair thing to say, man. He is a quarterback. He understands. Those guys are programmed to understand, just like us as broadcasters. I know 30 seconds in my mind like you can't believe. I'll walk around with my wife, and I'm like, I can tell her what time it is. She's like, how do you know that? And I go, because that's how we live. We live with time. Like, you just understand time. And I'm going, he's going to call timeout, right? He's got to call timeout. He's got to get a timeout. He's got to get and he just lets the clock run.
Tony,
he just lets it run.
Tony.
It made no sense.
He let 30 seconds run off the clock.
It made no sense.
And Tony, let me throw this in. You'll like this. He went he went. The game ended. He had 2 in his pocket. Barnes doesn't go with 2 into his pocket at the end of a game. Come on. I mean, he's got to be better. $10 million. But he left 2 in his pocket.
Oh, you're exactly right, man.
And then, the last thing, and here's real. And listen, I'm happy. I was this was the Heupel, the Heupel stinker, but I will say this. I think, and this is just me to you guys in the world. The game changed. This defense held Mississippi State to 3 and out with all those freaking cowbells. And then what do we do on the punt? We fumble it. If we don't fumble the punt, I think it's a Tennessee blowout. I think we roll them at home, but no, we flub the punt, and they score a touchdown, and now we're in a ball game.
But, you say that. Tennessee still got up on them in the first half and still should have kill shotted them from there. I mean, they dropped a long ball. They dropped a long pass that you got to catch.
Well, yeah, sure.
And there were another couple of opportunities as well from drives that weren't completed that should have been. And I just kind of look at this game. I knew it was going to be sort of a big play fest. We made 13 for 301 yards. We could have made 15 or 16 big plays in that. And first of all, you got the drop long ball. You've got that horrendous call on Brazel. That is an awful. And Brian said it earlier. This head coach is a high floor coach who's going to win around 9 or 10 games every year in this league. He just says going forward, or 8 or 9 or 10 games, something like that, and has a team that's in the upper echelon in the Premier Conference in college football. That's what he's doing. Right. He gets the whistle of Derek Dooley. That's what he gets. I don't know what. Now, Matt thinks it's that lay-down lineman thing, because today they took it to farcical levels after the interception by Hood. I don't know if you saw that.
Yes, I did.
It was a total farce. He laid there for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, like you bring the card out.
I'm going to tweet out.
They did the fetal position, lay-down lineman.
I'm going to tweet out praying
amputations at the Starkville Regional Hospital? Because that might be what Bennett Warren's having tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to tweet out praying hands if I see him on the field like that again.
Well, Heupel, this is what he should. And I tweeted this out earlier, X'd it out, whatever you say these days. Mm-hmm. But he should have gone. The first thing on the media questionnaire, he should have said that was not interference on my receiver. I'm tired of this, and take his fine, because he can afford it at $10 million a year.
It's just not a style.
And tell them Saban would have said something. Saban would have said
I
it
agree with
to
that.
the sideline female reporter. He would have told them how it was.
I would have used the media a long time ago if I were Heupel. Yeah, he eats it. It's not good. And I appreciate the call. And
I don't mean by turning the microphone around to the guy asking the question. That ain't going to do it.
Hey, Matt, tonight we won a football game. We were 5 of 14 on third downs and won a football game. They were 8 of 19 and lost a football game. I mean, it's just
I don't know what the final rushing totals were. Probably not as lopsided as it was for 3/4 of the game, but they ran the ball for probably 200 yards, and Tennessee, barely had 100 until overtime.
They ran for 198 and lost a football game. And we ran for 131.
And if you take out the sacks, they were well over 200.
Yes, which drives me nuts with college numbers. You're right. Let's go back to the phones. I mean, Mississippi State did everything but win a game. But they had their 14 points off turnovers, and Tennessee scored twice with their defense. And that is the difference in the game. That is the difference. How did Penn State just score, Matt? What just happened? I looked down.
35-yard deep pass.
They They let Drew Aller call his own plays.
That's a bomb for him. That's just a straight out bomb. This
took him 3 quarters to get his arm stretched out to throw it that far.
This Alabama game's kind of settling in here to a defensive
Georgia
knocker.
Looked scared to win. They got that turnover on downs.
Georgia's got them locked down defensively.
Yeah, they
now.
do. You can see it.
Ty Simpson's got that.
Yes,
that
he
scared
does.
Look.
He's got that look.
Getting stuff there.
Yeah,
that's why if they win this, like, just tip your cap to them, because that team that we saw at Florida State, if they can turn around in a month and go into Athens and win in that environment, then they've earned it.
The middle part of this game, or middle part of the quarter here, they've kind of lost their Jomo on offense. Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
The board playing not to lose.
Guys?
There we go.
Music City Sam in the house.
Hey, Sam. Did you go to the game today?
Lord, no. Thank God, because oh, my. I went to Arkansas last year, so I have enough pain. I'm good. But my first call ever to the Basilio show was the morning after that LSU-Arkansas baseball game that I went to. And that's what today felt like. It's like, what else can happen for us to lose this game? But the difference is we pulled it out. I mean, it's just so much stuff. Like, and it's all been said, but, drop ball, bad pass interference, Staley missed a pass, muffed it. It was phenomenal. But, we pulled the win out. And what else can you say?
Twilight Zone, man. Matt said it earlier. I don't know that I've ever seen a game that I feel as oddly about this one. In a way, I'd rather be the team that wins that game. In a way, I would rather be the team that doesn't cheer for a team that plays like that in that game. So, and it was what a weird game, man. I mean, Sam's right. What a weird game that was, guys.
No team is immune to games like that. Even the best teams are going to have stinkers on the road like that.
Georgia did it here.
Where they have to get lucky, where they have to really get lucky to win.
Georgia did it here. It's exactly what happened to Georgia. They got flat lucky. We missed that field goal. Flat lucky.
Hey, part of me is happy Heupel fumbled the end, because I think there's about a 0.5% chance Gilbert makes that kick after missing the one in the first half.
I don't know. I think he had I'd have loved to have seen him try. I mean, it would have been a good storyline for him.
He's got a big leg. I'm surprised they didn't let him kick it from the 44.
Hey,
that's 61 yards.
The kid from Mississippi State is a great kicker too. These college kickers these days, these guys are no joke now.
I just don't trust ours outside of 40 yards. That's the sad thing about it.
No doubt. Wow, what a call.
Brian, do you trust
my main takeaway from this is with everything that went wrong, Joey Aguilar still led them down to tie the game. They completed a 4th and 5 or 4, whatever it was. That catch to Brazzell.
That was a hell of a play.
It's just, man, how lucky did we get with this quarterback? No panic whatsoever.
No. And I'll tell you what, a couple times in that game, he held the ball to the last second. He had traffic all over him, at his feet, guys at him, and he just hung in there, took some hits today, got it out. Look, he's not perfect. He's going to throw some balls up in the air in the middle. We know that about him now. When he misses high, which scares me when you start playing. You get into the deeper part of the schedule, and some of these defenses that'll get the ball. It happened a couple times today where the ball gets tipped up in the air. He throws a ball that could get tipped frequently because it's high coming out of his hands. If that makes any sense. At least that feels like it makes sense to me. But he still wins games. I mean, he's still winning here.
Yeah, they pulled it off.
Yep.
The announcers made one good point, only one, but the guy said this game has such a weird flow to it, with all the weird stuff happening, that maybe that impacted our offensive performance a little bit, and I kind of do agree with it. It was a weird flow to the game. I mean, the whole game was just like, I don't know. I don't even know how to feel. I'm with you.
It was totally exhausting. I know that.
Yeah, but we won. I mean, that's all you can – I don't remember the specifics of 22 Pitt, I remember it feeling somewhat like this game, but we won it. That's all I remember.
Yeah, and it was a game that was kind of played underwater against sort of a not very good opponent. And then, like Brian said, the Vols caught fire from there. Who knows? Maybe you grow from this thing.
Perfect time for the bye week.
Great time.
Perfect time.
I'm ready for a bye.
How bad would we feel during a bye week after a loss? If they'd
Oh
lost
my
that
gosh,
game?
Brian, that would have been
For 2 weeks. We'd have been just.
I'd have been ready to say bye-bye.
Now we
my
can
mom
enjoy
said the
next
same
weekend stress free, and the rest of tonight stress free.
Hey, was that Michael Clark Duncan or Bennett Warren playing? Because I don't know who's the better actor.
Hey, thanks for the call. I think they've got that kid over at Clarence Brown, man. Or maybe they brought Coach Keith in, Coach David Keith in to work with him.
I like how they like had him limping off, like being helped and assisted and limping, and he was in a fetal position.
Hey,
I
wait
love
a second. He's a total thespian, though, because not only did he limp off the field, Matt, the other thing that I liked about it was Heupel comes out and is talking to the trainer, and he's like whispering in his ear. The trainer's even in on it, like a wrestling manager. He's over there miming that he's like whispering to Heupel about this kid's injury.
Yeah, they probably run that play in practice a lot, if I had to guess. They certainly don't false start on those plays.
Plays are 15 yards or more tonight in that football game. 15-yard plus plays. Tennessee had 10 for 254 yards gained, and Mississippi State had 5 for 119. And let me tell you something. The big play tonight is the reason we're talking about a win here. Period, end of sentence. Whether it's Aguilar's first one, the deep middle route to Staley, and, whether it's the touchdown with Brazel in the first half, and they just made enough. They made enough of them. So let's go back to the phones at 865-200-5402 is the number. Before we do, though, I want to remind you, my friends at VIP Play. AC, how are you doing on your plays today? How's the card been to you so far?
Not good.
Good or not good?
Not good at all.
Yeah, well, that's why they call it.
At least Nico's been my lone shining star today, if that tells you anything.
Nico with the backdoor cover. What was the score in that game at one point? Like 16-0, and they covered?
Yes, 17-0. They lost 17-14.
There you go. Good job, Nico. Nico's one of those guys, Matt, you're going to look at the end of the game. He's going to have really good numbers, and boy, does he blow.
No, I don't think he does have good numbers.
No, he doesn't. That's a good point, because he's the second most hurried cornerback in college football. I would love to see who's number one on that list. That's got to be beautiful to watch. But let's go back. Let me do this. My friends at VIP Play, you bet $20, $100 in bonus bets immediately. Man, if we would have just held that lead at halftime, like we were going to take that lead and go into we were going to hit. I will hit on the first quarter. I hit the total over. We blew that thing away. That whatever that was, that when those two teams were on the field. As volatile as that game is, there's just no way those two teams aren't hitting that over. But the Vols let me down with the halftime spread. So we'll try it again next time they take the field against Arkansas. I will give you a hint, though. I think I'm going to play some Tennessee overs against Arkansas's defense because I'm not sure I've seen anything like Arkansas's defense. I don't care what number Vegas puts beside Arkansas. You play the over. They
could score 80 next week if they wanted to.
They're wretchedly bad. They make I'm going to tell you this, and I'm not lying. They make UAB look like a quality defense. They make UAB look good. My friends at VIP Play, though, you will bet your $20. You get that $100 in bonus bets. You got a full card in the NFL tomorrow beginning at like 9 o'clock Eastern. The Steelers, scrambled eggs and the Steelers tomorrow, and you know what? The opponent the Steelers are across from tomorrow, we might see your boy, Pat McAfee's show. Aaron Rodgers, he might get scrambled tomorrow, see? I don't know, but the promo code's TN Tony. TN Tony is your promo code. They're live always with 200-plus leagues, numerous bet types, props, and options. You could even throw a few shekels down on the Ryder Cup tomorrow. See, if I played the U.S. right now, what would the number be? If I played the U.S. tomorrow, what would my number be?
You mean to win? Win outright?
Yeah. What could I get them at?
I'll look right now.
40 to 1, 50 to 1. What would the number be? While you're looking, I want to remind you that if you have a gambling problem, 800-889-9789, 21 and over, and in the state of Tennessee to place a bet.
60 to 1, Tony.
Justin Leonard's not showing up on that tee box tomorrow.
The U.S. was impressive. No, that was really bad, guys. Is it pouring down there?
They should have just let Trump play since he showed up there.
Is it pouring down there, Matt, right now?
No, it's the smoke show.
Oh, God.
They're about to take the lead.
They are about to take the lead.
Oh, he got stopped. Wow. Why did they give it to that guy?
Back to the phones we go.
All those 5 stars,
Matt,
they give it to a damn
wondering
walk-on?
what we're doing here as Alabama gets off the field. We're going to give it to the white mascot, Matt, for some reason. The white mascot. When it's time to win a game, let's give it to our white mascot.
That guy's as fast as Uga.
Meanwhile, Penn State is moving the ball with Drew
They're cutting
Aller.
blockers on the other side of the line.
Big
What are they?
Game James. Hello and welcome in. It's a watch
They're
along
scared
Saturday
to
night.
win.
Hello,
Georgia's scared.
Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, Chris in Birmingham. How you doing?
Hey, Chris in Birmingham. Welcome in.
Hey, I'm calling you from Alabama versus Louisiana junior hockey league game, and Alabama.
Nice,
so
man. We
I
got to
thought
have.
you'd get a kick out
We
of
got to
that.
have priorities. We got to have priorities.
Well, I watched the Tennessee game from my car, and then I came in and prayed with this hockey team since I'm serving as a chaplain for,
that's awesome,
for the
man.
team. But hey, I still hadn't found your magic mushrooms, but you know what? I'm most happy that Mississippi State didn't find their magic cow, because you know those cowbells came from this thing about 100 years ago, where this Jersey cow wandered onto the field during a game that Mississippi State was losing, and they came back and won, and that's how they started the cowbell tradition.
Oh my gosh!
Did you know that?
No, but I'd like to do a damn reenactment, because that is the worst noise in the world. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is the worst noise in the whole wide world, man.
Yeah, well, that's how it happened.
very
I'm
interesting.
just happy their magic cow didn't show up again tonight.
There you go. Thank
So,
you.
hey, want to ask you a question, too. Did Chris Lofton hit a game winner against Winthrop? I think he did.
He did.
And the reason I bring that up is because, you know, college football right now is like the NCAA basketball tournament. It's survive and advance. And I don't remember anybody saying anything about that game, that Lofton hit that game-winning shot, except that Tennessee won. And it just drives me crazy after you win a game like this, that's a thriller and a heart-stopper and one that you're going to remember forever, that people would be so critical. I mean, it's like, do you realize in the stats that we actually had more yards per pass attempt than Mississippi State did, and we had more yards per rushing attempt than Mississippi State did? You can look at the stats.
No, that's true. You're right.
Say, for all of the ways that it felt like the game was getting away from us, and I got to smile at you with your herky-jerky comment earlier, because, I mean, what is it to not be herky-jerky, that we score every time? I mean, unless you got Mike Rozier back there and Nebraska wins 84-0, then every college team is gonna look herky-jerky in this day and age.
Last year's team was a lot more steady than this year's team. They were better defensively, steadier. They were better at little things. This team, for whatever reason, this team has big playability, but this team goes on and off, or in and out, however you want to say that. Which, hey, again, I'm back to this. It's college football. Every team each year is a little different. That's kind of the personality of this team so far, and it's why I don't trust them to, like, some people think they're going 10-2. That's great. I'm for that. I hope it happens, but I don't trust them to finish 10-2. They're not sound enough.
Well, on the way out, I have a question for you, a psychological question, and that is, if Tennessee had come into this game undefeated,
Do you really think that they would have seen it through in the end like they did? Because it feels like to me that when you're talking about 18 to 24-year-olds and the psychological motivation going on, I think if you come in undefeated, they're thinking, oh, we got some breathing room. I mean, they won this game tonight because they were desperate. They were totally desperate, and they didn't quit. They never once quit. They never once gave up. And I think that Georgia loss, ironically, helped them to win this game tonight because they were desperate. And the psychology of 18 to 24-year-olds, I think it's an amazing thing. And that defensive stand there at the end, I think it's pretty impressive.
I agree with you, and I think that the two plays by the two receivers, the third down and the fourth down play, I think that was Staley made one of them on the third down. The fourth down play by Brazel when the ball's thrown behind him and he hauls it in, and then those guys just wanted it more in the moment. Just wanted it more in the moment. So I think that's and for everything that happened defensively with the Vols tonight, you come up with those turnovers, those timely turnovers and scores. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the game, my friend. You're right.
Well, hey, you're awesome. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
See you. I love listening to you, man. You're awesome.
Love you, brother. Thank you. And look, I wish I trusted us a little more. This team, the up and down nature of this team's got me a little, shall we say, on the scared side. But that's okay. Look, Georgia and Alabama are kind of trading shots here. This is a very interesting football game. Alabama is all of a sudden settling back in a little bit offensively. Matt, Alabama's in the middle of a very interesting drive right here. This is good stuff right here we're watching.
Yeah, a high-level drive after getting that stop on fourth down, backed up near their goal line.
Yep.
Was interesting Kirby didn't take it there just to tie it.
It was interesting. It was.
And now Alabama's taking full advantage and moving it down the field. We'll see if they can do anything here.
And see, what did you think on the fourth down, getting too cute and going to their mascot?
Yeah, it was not a good play call. We got the game on the line here in Happy Valley as well.
Oh, yeah.
1 in the red zone.
Oh,
2 minutes left,
yeah.
2.5 minutes left.
Game's crazy, man. Both these games were nuts, and they're both going to come to the last minute, which we knew. And it's just a
Love
great
it when
sport.
they pull Franklin looking at that big sheet.
Connexial, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Connexial Drive of the Game, Knoxville's own transportation logistics tech company, headquartered right in beautiful downtown Knoxville. The My 20 Drive of the Game, here we are. They're revolutionizing our trucking industry nationwide. Connexial Christian, shout out to you. We want your fleet and our roads to be efficient. We want drivers and our roads safer. We want to increase and take control of your fleet, improve your safety scores, make your drivers happy, maximize your profitability. And look, this is not just for 18-wheelers. This is anybody has a fleet on the road, any kind of fleet. You want to know what your drivers are doing, where they are they safe, is everybody compliant, the whole deal. You ought to see what Ken and the gang have. It's amazing what they do. I'm very, very proud to talk about them on here because they're great, great people. And they truly are revolutionizing. Connexial.com. Again, Connexial.com. Drive life with Connexial. And we say go big orange. And Brian Hartman, what is our Connexial Drive of the Game?
Well, first I'll say that I'll go ahead and say that it's got to be the final drive of the game where you convert a fourth down to Brazel. You have a third down to make it 3rd and goal, and Aguilar finishes it off with a 6-yard TD to tie the game at 34 with a minute and a half to go in the game. After you fall behind on a gut check, it went, I think, 6 minutes off the clock. It went 75 yards, and it made it 34-34. And Georgia just got away with a pass interference, I think.
Matt Dixon, do you agree with that Georgia got away with a pass interference?
It's really tight coverage. I like it. I like it when they let them fight a little bit.
They call that in
Starkville. He impeded it too much.
But
they call that in Starkville today, though. I'm sure.
Drive life with Connexial.
Not on the defense. They don't.
No, they didn't. They call one of those offensive ones, though. That was in vogue last year. I like when it was a point of emphasis last season. Now there's just all kinds of stuff that goes on at the point of attack when the ball's in the air, which they ought to let these guys fight it out. And the Brazel call was, and I think that's Matt's point too. That's just officials getting in the way of a football game, making that call there. Look, if a wide receiver shoves a guy to the ground when the ball's in the air, a la Drew Pearson back in the day, those of you old heads up there in the old Metropolitan Stadium in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in a playoff game. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this highlight, but back then somebody from the stands threw a bottle and hit the side judge in the head and knocked him out. See, that was our society back in the day. A glass bottle. He did not call the play. Pearson got in the end zone for a touchdown, and a bottle came out of the stands and hit the guy in the head and knocked him out. That's a true story.
I'm surprised somebody didn't take a cowbell and throw it at that official that made that call.
Well, they're Mississippi State fans. They liked it. They liked the call, Bri. Remember?
They could have had Tennessee fan could have taken one from him and thrown it at him. Not that I advocate such a thing.
Don't give Andy any ideas, Brian.
Back to the phones we go on your TLD Logistics Overdrive Overtime. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tona. Boys, Bobby.
Hey,
Hope
welcome in,
good.
brother. How you doing?
Man, doing really well. I know there's a lot of people that are really ticked off tonight, but I'm just really happy we won. That's a game we've lost for the last 4 years under Heupel.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't know if that's some kind of hot take or anything, but that's a game we've lost every single opportunity under Heupel thus far on the road, and we won.
Yep.
And I'll give Mississippi State this. I think the committee at the end of the day is going to consider that a pretty good win for Tennessee because that's a good football team. I was surprised by how good they were, honestly.
I feel kind of sorry for them when I look at their schedule because I think the best they're going to do is win 2 games in this league.
2 more games, yeah. They're going to make a bowl, though.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good for them. Be a great season for them.
Yeah. And, here's what I look at. I know a lot of people are down on our defense tonight, and I just don't understand. I mean, they held them to 17 points, and they had 3 drives start within our side of the 40. And we only allowed 17 points on those drives. And our defense scored 14. Our defense is excellent tonight. It is amazing what one player or Jackson Moy, I don't know why he wasn't in late. I don't know if he got hurt again or whatever, but that first drive, the very first 3 plays, did you see the very first 3 plays when he was at nose? He literally took the center and the right guard and put them in the backfield on that first hit on the quarterback. I mean, picked both of them up and drove them in there. That's what we've been missing on our defensive line, and it allows Dominique Bailey to slide back out to end and not have to play in the middle. I think our defense is going to get markedly better over the next couple of 3 weeks.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. Yeah, I agree with that. And Moy is what Georgia's missing right now.
Yes.
A presence like him.
Good
That's
point.
exactly what they're missing.
Really good point. Another transfer. There you go, right? David Hobbs can ever get healthy, man. He'd be kind of fun to watch, too. By the way, big brass on the Coach Milk Dud is what we call him amongst our friend group. Coach Milk Dud up at Happy Valley. Looks like a milk dud. But he, big brass on him there to run Aller QB power on that 4th and 1. That's pretty good call.
Hey, man, it's a great night of football here.
Yeah, this is great football. Has it been mentioned on the show that every single time that Bammer head official, David Smith, is on a call for us, we have a weird game?
That's pretty funny. No, but I'd like to see the lineage of Smith officiated games.
Oh, it's like stemming back to like that 2000. I think it was the 2011 Kentucky game. He was on that call.
Let's go.
Where we lost to the. I mean, like it stems way back, and it's calls like the one where they called it. Like I don't want to piss and moan about officiating, but you kind of get to when they make such an egregious call that they call that a 70-yard touchdown. That was clearly a touchdown. It could have cost us the game.
I just can't.
Like that was the biggest momentum swinger in the game. Sorry.
I can't believe you make a call like that and not huddle and talk about it. Like somebody.
Yeah, no, he
wouldn't
just
come
waited
over
for the
and say,
guys to kind of relay it to him. He stood out there with his little hand on his hip, waiting for them to tell him what to do.
Well,
he was always going to make that call. Congratulations, Penn State. Nice touchdown there.
Matt made the great point. Matt made the great point about that, which is, and the guy that calls the play, Matt's nowhere near the play.
Exactly.
How do they not huddle up?
These officials 30 yards away slinging their flags. Like they're not the ones that should be making the calls.
How do you not huddle up and go, hey man, how did you see that? How did you? They're huddling all the rest of the time anyway.
Forgive me, wasn't there an official quite literally within 3 yards?
Wow, what a first down by
pretty
Georgia.
Sure. Well, it's always with the Smith guy on the call. I swear to God, Tony, look it up. All of our weird games. I'm pretty sure the South Carolina game. What was it in 22?
Yep.
I mean, you can go down the list of it. It's wild.
A Bama weirdo, man. A Bama weirdo.
Yeah. Well, I love how they're like, well, you don't get to call your college's games. It's like, if we hate them enough, I mean, they hate us enough that I would say that they would tweak calls, especially since we whipped their ass in the 90s.
Thank you
for what it's worth.
Thank you, my brother. Yeah, I'm to the point where I look at officials and I just say, it looks like a very difficult game to officiate. I'll give you another one. That field goal tonight at the end of the half on us. I don't know how you see that. That kick is a mile high. It looked to me like it was directly over that goalpost. But how could you tell, Matt? How could anybody tell that? Why in an age of technology can't you put, like my lovely wife said, put a laser sensor there that tells you whether that kick's gone over that bar or not? There's no way you can eyeball that thing and see that when it's that high over a bar. And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the NFL going to go to extended uprights where they raise them up higher?
Yeah, it's already higher than college, but they haven't. I don't believe they've raised it in 12 years. And I think there's a rule proposal for next year to add 6 feet or so to the uprights, which makes sense because there have been a few plays in the NFL where there's been controversy of whether kicks have gone in or not.
And these are professional refs. Matt, how could you possibly see that when it's that high? How can you possibly see it when it's that high and that close?
No, it's extremely hard. Those that are right on it, and especially when they're above it, it's just. And you need to take some of the guesswork out of the sport. There's technology available to do that.
Yeah, but that didn't look like it was good at all to me, though. I don't know.
It wound up being a lot closer than it looked.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it was closer than it looked, Brian. I think it was really
I think
close.
they just thought it was no good and kind of already based their opinion on it before it kind of came back over.
And it came right.
It came
back
close.
over.
I don't think he made
with
it, but
that.
it was a lot closer than it
I
looked.
agree with that. I mean, Dave Neal was really close to calling it good, and he doesn't do that when you miss kicks. As we get ready to go back to our phones, I loved Dave
wow.
Neal.
We talked about this Penn State. What happened? What's going on here?
How good's this game? Lay it on me. What's going on?
I mean, Penn State just had a 7-minute drive to tie the game.
Yes.
Unbelievable play call to score, to be honest. They look like a high school offense for 50 minutes, and they have 2 really, really good drives.
They just gave us the double bird that drive.
Hey,
Matt,
that
was really well done there.
On third down, Matt, who did Georgia give the ball to on a definitive drive with 3:30 left?
They threw a jump ball to Zachariah Branch. It's one of the 3 routes that he can run.
That's what they're going to do here?
That's what they did on that last one.
Oh, yeah.
They threw to the teacher's pet.
Yeah, they flipped the teacher's pet again.
They're throwing all these quick screens to the sidelines. They're not letting him throw downfield at all.
We need to wipe the screen here and have a Garza Law Georgia Bulldog deal and just get in here and rip Kirby tonight. I want to rip him tonight now.
I wish he had put the ball in Cash Jones's hands on 4th down here.
Thank you. As Georgia's punting the ball away, down 3 with 3:28 to play. Not on my single card.
I wish he'd use Cash Jones on that 4th down up here.
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome
I agree, Brian. I agree.
Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
If only if we were so lucky, Brian. So, yeah. Hey, this is Kevin in Muletown. What's up, Tony?
Hey, Kev. Welcome in, buddy.
Man, I know a lot of people seem kind of down, but I'm happy. You were talking that VIP. Hell, I'm 6-1 today. So
Let's go, man! You got the sauce.
I had my 401k on the Tennessee money line. So woo!
Let's go, buddy.
I mean, we beat a good team today. They're not a great team, but they're a good team. And the way Mike Hugan had talked about them, they were like the Fighting W. Lynn's or something. But hell, that was a good team. And
go ahead,
so,
I hope Mike Hugan didn't take Georgia minus 13 against Mississippi State wearing Alabama's uniforms here.
Poor Hugie, man. Hugie's catching strays.
He needs to catch strays because he's been off.
He's been off, yeah. Hugie's off.
Hey, but I like his session, though, man. But, the defense, struggled today, but they made plays when they had to make plays. And there was a lot of guys that grew up today. Spielman grew up. He was making plays. Carter was everywhere. I know somebody mentioned something about Carter. Maybe he's off or something. I know it was reported earlier today by Austin Price that he had a turf toe.
Yeah, he's banged up.
So he's back.
Yeah.
But
and he was flying around out there with turf toe, by the way, right? And flying around. Yeah.
Flying around. And Caleb Herring is flying around. But
no question.
Hey, did you know if Tyree West was able to get on the plane today on the way home? Because I was worried that they might, in Mississippi, try to charge him for attempted murder because that dude was that 2 hits on the quarterback. Holy cow, dude. I give the guy credit. He got up, but geez.
And by the way, that kid with his offensive line, I'm going to get in some Epsom salts here about 1 o'clock in the morning in his honor. Okay? I'm going to take me a nice hot bath with some Epsom salts in that kid's honor and take about 3 Advil. Can you imagine how that kid's going to feel playing behind that offensive line when they go through a league schedule? The kind of shots that kid's going to take?
Man, I tell you, Staley had a rough game, but you know what? He came in clutch at the end. Mattered.
That's exactly right.
He came in clutch at the end. That's what we got winners, man. There's winners on this team.
You're right
that
on the
quarterback
money.
Is a winner.
You are straight up right on the money.
We got a coach that's a winner. Yeah, I mean, I know he's got to learn a little time management, but he's a winner. All right, brother. That's all I had. I just wanted to get in here, and I really appreciate you doing this every week.
Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah, I just had a caller call my cell phone while I'm on the air. Matt, you like that? Call my personal cell phone.
Titans Bill.
Well, he said I'm trying to get on. I'm trying to get on. He said. Go ahead, Brian.
Is Alabama going to win a game where they don't score a point in the second half on the road against a team like Georgia?
Garza Law, 5th quarter fan reaction. Maybe they can get a first down here. There they are. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's Maggie.
Hey, Mags. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm hoarse. And
were you at the ball game?
Yes, sir. My dad and I are 3 hours and 50 minutes away from pulling in the driveway.
Nice. All right. Well, C and Matt said they're going to stay on, so they're going to get you home.
Tony said it was a 5-hour drive.
5 hours, right?
I'll just say it's. The last couple of calls have been a little bit more positive, but there's a lot of bitching from a lot of people who were sitting on the couch, and it's a totally different experience when you're in the stadium. Sitting there scrolling Twitter, reading the Legion of the Miserable. It was really stressful, but it was totally worth it by the end. And just winning the SEC game on the road in overtime, it's like heroin to me. It's incredible.
Well, you know, there's something different about being a part of your fans when you're on the road. And our contingency in that place was 2 things. They were large for a road game today, and they were very loud. They were very loud and very large. That was cool seeing that much orange in that stadium today.
Was it loud on TV in overtime?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it felt, the coin toss, they ended up down in the end zone where all the Tennessee fans were, and it felt like we brought it at the end. And that the OPI call was in the end zone that we were all in, too, and everyone, like, no one could believe their eyes. I mean, that was ridiculous. But
Mags, that was fitting though for the Twilight Zone game. That thing was that pass interference penalty almost was fitting because that was too easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, on the scoop and score, we all kind of were hesitant. Nobody was really celebrating at first because we all thought there was a flag somewhere. It'd get called back. It'd get reviewed. Just because we were snake bit at that point with the number of big plays that had been called back.
It's a good point. It's a really good point.
I'm just glad. I mean, again, I know, everyone, there's clock management or drops or whatever, you can pick it, whatever you want to do, but I'm just glad that I don't have to add 2025 Mississippi State to my iPhone note of road losses attended in person, as that would be number 22 over the course of my life, and I didn't have to do that tonight. So I've got a long list and didn't have to add to it, and that's I'll take that any day.
Maggie, what's your 3 most painful road losses off the top of your head? What are they?
2015 Florida, easily number 1.
That's the one. That right there is one of the worst defeats in the history of mankind.
I still think about it legitimately every day. I've thought about it every day for 10 years. And I couldn't even tell you the gap between that and what the other two would be is substantial. I was at 2022 South Carolina.
Twilight
that
Zone.
Was obviously really bad.
Yep.
2017 Florida too. I mean, the Hail Mary, that was really bad. But they're all bad. But and when you win on the road, then they're all good on the other side of that coin. So it's
winning on the road's really hard too. If Alabama hangs on here, this is going to be a hell of a win for them. And they've had a lot of great wins down through the years. Going in there and beating somebody that hadn't lost a game in like 7 or 8 years in their building is a great accomplishment. For Tennessee, for Joey Aguilar and his journey he's had, for them to put this thing together like they have, overcome that loss to Georgia a couple weeks ago, and go out there and get it done in the moment. I don't know if people really appreciate it as much as they should, but I think they will, because this league is hard right now, Maggie.
Yeah, it's the floor is really high. It's higher probably than it's been in a really long time, and Mississippi State should get a lot of credit. I mean, they're super gritty. I'm sure they'll have a good rest of their season. But the Alabama-Georgia thing, we obviously haven't gotten to watch any of it. But I know everybody's throwing dirt on Alabama's grave immediately. Of course, we'll see how that plays out. But we stayed in Tuscaloosa last night.
Yep.
Because there's nowhere to stay in Starkville. And
yep.
The fire alarm got pulled at 6 a.m. in our hotel this morning. So I think some sidewalk Bammers must have thought the team was staying there or something. We were playing in Tuscaloosa this weekend. But
is that like a 50-minute drive, Maggie? Something like that, right? 50 minutes from there? Hour or so?
It's like an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was closer. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's not bad at all. But, just anyway, I'll hop off. But just wanted to call in and say, look, it doesn't happen often. Believe me, I've been to enough SEC road games to know you can't take them for granted.
Oh, I love it, Maggie. Thank you. And I love your passion. Thank you. Good talking to you. GBO to you,
I wanted
Maggie.
to make a point on what she said. Every time they did something good, I couldn't help but think there's a flag. They're going to invent some call to why it can't happen. Every time they got a sack, every time they got a score, I just was waiting for a flag because the officials just weren't going to stop getting in the way.
Bri, these games are so choppy like that too, especially the games like this where it feels like you're pulling teeth. This Oregon-Penn State game is just, I mean, it defies. It's
what
idiotic.
They throw a flag for.
And then in the Alabama game, what's the flag, Matt, at the end of the play? Why would you throw a flag?
I'm not sure what the flag's for. Everybody, it's like a big rugby scrum.
It's a rugby scrum. What's he going to call?
It looked like he got he got a very generous spot. It's probably a first down. But
a self push or a face mask on somebody? It's got to be a face mask on Georgia, right? It's got to be the call. Yeah. So Alabama had a 3rd and short. Guys are behind him, pushing the ball carrier. Let's see what the call is here. This is interesting.
Foul in Georgia.
That's what they call. That's the ball game. Hey, how many timeouts Georgia have, Matt? Left.
They've got 3 plus the 2-minute warning.
fine.
Oh, it's just that number 1 that that fell down on Brazo. He went leaping over the pile there.
Oh, really? Was it deserved?
I wouldn't have called it, but I can see why they did.
Oh man,
that's
he basically targeted his own player.
That's kind of a ridiculous call.
That's the guy that got torched by Tennessee. So
he might be.
He just can't stay upright.
He might be a really smart guy. Let's go
I think Big Game James is going to win one.
I mean,
he's going to steal this one. Unreal. And you just ripped him the whole night, Tone.
He sucks.
And he's not an elite coach
he
and
sucks.
all that stuff.
Well, you're the one that was ripping Penn State early. See, here's the thing about these games.
All your Penn State friends want to fire his ass.
When you get, they want to trade him for Heupel. When you get in the moment, though, you win one of these games, you're seen differently. That's fair. It's fair. Hello and welcome.
How puckered up do you think Franklin would be if he faced like Vandy in like the Outback Bowl?
I'd be so great. Hello and welcome. Could happen. Hello and welcome.
But a damn hate watch.
Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, it's Orange Bud. How's it going?
Hey, good talk to you, buddy.
Hey, so that Georgia player, he was pulling like a Jimmy Snuka superfly.
Yeah, he went high, didn't he?
He went high. He committed to the bit.
Yep.
Speaking of committing to the bit, Joey's streak of 200-plus yards in his career is going, and so is our leading the league in lay down lineman, extra point injuries.
Well, you know what's funny? Levy does it too, and
a lot
isn't that funny? And people are starting to do it, and I wonder if at some point they're going to address that as well, because they really ought to get it all out of the game. They really ought to get all that out of the game. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, of all the plays in football, that is the one statistically you should not have an injury on. Really, anything severe enough to go to the ground and into the fetal position.
No, I like.
You might get a finger smashed or toe stepped on, but that's about it.
Did they call personal foul penalty on Penn State on that play? Helmet to helmet.
No, they didn't. That's like
one of the
calling for it.
That's one of the most vicious.
Look at
this guy's head.
He was already going to be down anyway.
Why would you do that?
They're reviewing it. Yeah, they're going to call that. They're
going to call it.
Yeah, it's going to be a target.
That's the textbook as you can get.
That's only. I wonder if we can get Refalytics Judd.
They didn't call it.
Yep.
We can get Refalytics Judd to start tracking referees in football.
Oh, I'd like. He would. His eyes would spin out of his head like.
Oh man.
Shirley MacLaine or something, or Linda Blair in The Exorcist.
Be on cloud nine.
Yeah, you got it, brother.
Yeah, well, that pretty good resilience from the team on the road. Like you said, it's a lot of people have been saying tonight. Road wins in SEC are tough. We saw it. Look at LSU and Ole Miss tonight.
You better believe it.
Look at Alabama, Georgia. It is, and it's going to be even tougher from here on out. But I would say there's a lot of redemption that happened in this game. Look at Kitzelman, missed a couple there. They may have been a little high, but still, fifth-year player. Probably should have come up with them. But when it really counted there at the end, he made it work. Staley made up for his muff punt with that last drive effort there. Defense stepped up, made a couple defensive scores to make up for their lack of run defense. So hopefully there's a lot to work on in this off week to on the run defense. I think that's the blueprints out there now. 2 games against our SEC opponents, they've kind of laid out the blueprint on what our weakness is.
Yep.
So let's just learn from it and hope Heupel too. He's got to learn a little clock management and own up on that too. I think
all of it.
I know he's got his system.
Sure.
To do, calling 2 plays and go in there and doing it, but it doesn't always work out. So
sometimes we get to go whatever I'm trying to say. We get going a little too fast for our own good sometimes. Sometimes it works against us. But
I agree. Hey, on the way out, just kind of an off question here. I know you've said in the past you've got some inside connections on the Smokey. We don't see Smokey on the TV anymore at home, so I don't know if they're still dealing with trying to find a good replacement or what's going on with that. But
thank you, brother. Yeah, I don't know. I live right across from him. I love the Hudsons. Those are my people right there. There's my peeps. And we hear him howling at night. And him and his brothers are over there howling. And I've got a little hound mix myself. Lulu, who's sitting at my feet right now. How you doing, girl? What you doing, huh? and she's sitting at my feet right now, and she'll go outside, and they'll howl back and forth at each other. 4 or 5 dogs just literally howling at each other. It's pretty cool to hear. Shout out tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to I had a guy reach out to me through our app. Shout out to Dud Harris, D-U-D Harris, in beautiful New Tazewell, Tennessee. And John Robertson, thank you, my brother, for listening. And Dud, happy birthday to you. You, sir, are victorious on your birthday. It's absolutely awesome. Go ahead, Matt. You were saying?
I was just going to ask see if he's surprised that Lanning kicked the extra point and didn't go for 2 there.
Yeah, I was a little surprised, but it looked like Dante Moore might have been kind of shaken up. That's why.
Yeah, and they might have used their 2-point conversion play to score just then.
But they're going to have to use a bunch of them now.
Back to the phones we go. This is a really silly format here.
They pissed this game away.
Yes, they did. Can they pull it back?
You can't blow a 2-score lead against that team.
In the last 5 minutes. Dan Lanning will own that for a long time if that's the case. Because that Penn State team, if you'd have seen it, they were moribund. They had 0 chance. And by the way, a line available to you at 865-200-5402 if you want to jump in and get in with us. On Garza Law, 5th quarter fan reaction. Go ahead, Bri. You were saying?
Georgia is facing a 3rd down to try to stop Alabama and get the ball back one more time.
Yes, they are. Alabama's got a 3rd and 5. Where's that, around midfield?
Yeah, they're about the 45-yard line.
They're up 24-21. And
Georgia's out of timeouts.
And
you got to throw the ball here if you're DeBoer, right?
I would throw the ball here. In fact, I would roll him out.
Get Simpson out of the pocket.
Exactly. Me and Matt are in the same boat. I would do what Lane Kiffin did today. I'd get this guy out.
Perfect
Is that what they did, Matt?
Yep.
Back to the front.
Basically a bootleg hack a counter.
Back to
the game.
Hey, he's pretty good. The Simpson guy's grown.
Kirby chased points earlier and didn't kick the field goal.
They're scared. I mean, Georgia's scared of this game.
Played not to lose, right?
Hello and
or
welcome
played to win and actually lost.
As Oregon now takes the lead in overtime against Penn State. So Moore has popped right out. I think they scored on the first play. These two games are blowing and going
crowd
here.
Shots. Where's the guys with the shoulder pads? Yeah, the spiked shoulder pads.
Those 2 stupid bastards.
Or those losers.
Those Raider rip-off bastards. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Oh, I guess one of them might have been that guy that ran on 4th down.
Hi, welcome in.
It's Eric in Hendersonville.
Hey, Eric. How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Yeah, Matt was just mentioning the decision by Kirby to not kick the field goal.
Yep.
So even people that we regard as superior coaches to Heupel can still, make a boo-boo. No reason in a defensive game when you are at home to go for broke in that situation. But hey, what we hope happens here with Heupel is that he has to learn that you don't get to carry over your timeouts from week to week, right?
So bad, man.
I don't have a problem with him running the ball to get a running clock because there was just so much time left. If we somehow went 3 and out, it's possible that they could have gone down the field and done something. So I don't have a problem with that first run. But once we got that first down, 3rd and 1 could have been a passing down, honestly. But if you don't make it, then you punt, you go for it. I mean, so I don't mind them saying, okay, we're going to run it to get it, but he should have called timeout instantly, and then said, okay, we have however many seconds, and we're gonna try to line up for play. But other things that I know a lot of stuff's been kind of discussed. I will take an ugly or baffling, disappointing win versus a pretty loss, an impressive loss. I feel 50 times better tonight than I did against, after Georgia. And all that matters is that we've got number 6 out there, and he is a baller. That play that he threw to Matthews, falling down.
Oh, man, are you kidding?
And completing that? Are you freaking kidding me? So, yes, that was a huge play. I think, as Maggie mentioned, the pass interference penalty. Had that been an incomplete pass, they probably would have definitely made that a good no call. But I guess he's like, well, do I want to just say pushed off and he scored because of that? But in reality, it had nothing to do with the play. Just like
it wasn't even close.
Hood's defensive pass interference was bullshit.
Yep.
And then I'm going to make one more point about the refs. You knew it was going to be a tough day when they called Josephs for unnecessary roughness simply because he lifted a guy off the ground. He didn't slam him. He dropped him, but he didn't slam him.
That was kind of unnecessary, though. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, and then on the interception, they called Hurd because he literally, I don't know what you call that. He didn't knock him to the ground. He touched him out of bounds, sure, but they were going to call everything. And there was just too many major momentum shifts tonight because of the officiating. But we overcame that. Here's the thing that Tennessee has to understand at this point. We've now achieved a level at the program way different than it was when we had Dooley or Lyle or Spokane or whatever. That playing Tennessee means you're going to get your best. You're going to get your best game. When we play Vanderbilt or Kentucky, they give it everything they've got. The fans get extra geared up, and now this is the first sellout that Mississippi State has had since 2018.
Isn't that amazing?
They were trying for their first SEC win in almost 2 years, and they did the whiteout, the whole thing, and they wanted this game so bad, and we did not play our best, and we still won. It's going to be about these details, and I agree with what somebody was mentioning earlier with Staley. Clearly there's a problem in that spot in the field because not only the punt, but each team dropped a bomb would have been a sure touchdown because of that. That sun must have been just horrible. But make it easy on your guys. If you have to put, two guys back there, or you tell Staley, look, if you're coming that far to the sideline, that would have been the one to hit the ground.
Yep.
Instead of trying to be a hero, and he manages to keep it in play, but then the other one that he could have caught and let run all the way to the 3-inch line. That's when the guy he's not really, his heart's not in it. We got to find somebody. But the good news is we got stuff to clean up. Just win, baby. That's all that matters. And a team like Auburn or LSU's looking for a nice road win today. They didn't get it either. So
amen to that, brother. And Auburn had a couple of bites at the apple. And I appreciate you, Eric. Good talking to you on the TLD Logistics phone lines. All right, update time. Alabama has closed out Georgia. That's a hell of a win for them. It's really impressive. And Penn State rode all that momentum, that furious finish in front of that crowd in whiteout conditions. Okay? The whiteouts today are 0 for 2. 0-2 on the whiteouts. Matt, what did you think of the way Penn State closed the game? The way they finished the game?
They picked off the 2-point conversion play and nearly ran it back, which would have been interesting. And then I think it was their first play of double overtime. Aller just throws the ball right into an Oregon guy, just right to him. He just didn't see it. Just didn't see him. Brutal way to lose.
See, do you get this Drew Aller guy?
Dan Lanning's an absolute maniac.
Did you see how he almost knocked over that sideline reporter?
I bet he put pads on during like fall camp.
Did you see it?
Well, how about once they got down 17-3, then they kind of freed up their offense. They look pretty good. They have good players on offense, a lot of them.
Yes.
And once they kind of didn't have anything to lose, they looked pretty competent on offense. They scored on 3 straight possessions. I know the last one was the 25 yards, but they were throwing the ball. They were showing some creativity in the run game, going with Allen and Singleton, and then. But the first 50 minutes of the game, it literally looked like watching a high school offense, like high school Harry. And then all of a sudden it looked like they knew how to play again. So I don't know. It's very confounding to watch Aller and that whole offense because there's so much talent. Who knows what the payroll is for that offense? And I know they've changed coordinators, they've done all this stuff and last year, and then they go into this game and think they're playing first one to 6 wins, it looks like, for 50 minutes. And then once they realize they have to score 17, they just totally open it up and look competent. So, I can't imagine how frustrating that would be to watch that over and over again every time they play a top 5 opponent if you're a Penn State fan.
Before I ask you about the ramifications for what Alabama just went into Georgia and did, and most people didn't think that was going to happen. I've been calling that for weeks. I knew that was going to happen. And I don't know why. And I know this sounds silly. That Alabama team is damn good. They're really good. Like, I don't know what that was against Florida State. I don't know how to relate Florida State, what I saw last night, them, the way they looked losing that Virginia game, the way they looked against Alabama, other than to say, this year makes no sense. I mean, it makes no sense, guys. It makes no sense.
It's a week-to-week proposition.
It really is. That's the voice of Eric Waddell, ladies and gentlemen, who's now entered the chat. All right, so I'm playing along with Chad Fields here. He has the Hate Watch update. Obviously, Nico lost 17-14. Matt, Brian Balefsky says the following in another Hate Watch. Butchie Boy today improved to 1-4 as Louisiana Monroe went and stole their lunch money 28-16. Arkansas State 1-4, and he's probably going to lose his job, Matt. Is he back on Saban's staff? Do you think? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he can go be the wide receiver coach for Ridtrod, who also got steamrolled by Utah today.
We'll go back to our phones. Maybe he can. Yeah, that's right. The circle of life.
Brian, you got any FCS score updates?
Ewad, will your Cincinnati boys take Butchie Boy back? At this point,
they might need someone to sweep the stadium up.
Well, at this point, you might need somebody to coach your football team.
It's going to be hard for Butch to get that Virginia Tech job at 1-4.
They won a big game on the road today.
Boys had a huge win today.
Go!
Day to day for the mighty Bearcat.
They got a better program than Fickle's got right now.
Against the Jayhawk of Kansas. I just made my dog jump like 6 feet in the air. I'm sorry, Lou. Hello and welcome into our next call. It's Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. Eric Waddell now joins C, TGMD, and Brian Hartman. And I do want to ask about the ramifications of what we just saw as Alabama goes to Georgia and wins. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
It's Swamp Fox Ball down in South Carolina.
Hey, buddy. Good to talk to you.
How y'all doing?
Doing great tonight. Thank you.
Long night. That's right. Couple things I want to bring up. I don't. It may have been touched on, but one I want to talk about the future schedule a little bit, and a couple things that happened in the game tonight. Maybe a couple things that you've hit on in the last week or two that I see maybe possibly being a problem. The ball did not bounce our way tonight at all, but yet we made up for it and capitalized on other things. The scoop and score, and people want to rag on our defense, but the defense stepped up and did what they could, and we got guys coming back, and they're going to be there in 2 weeks, and Arkansas, they're going to be there against Alabama, and if you don't think that like Sanders looks like he's ready to maul somebody, he's ready to roll. Now, hopefully things stay the same with him and he's good to go. But like that, I look at him on the field. He's a freshman and he looks like an NFL player out there. Like bigger than anybody else on the field. It's insane.
Yeah, he's a big old specimen now. No question about that.
And he looks like such a happy, jolly guy. And and I really like that about him.
Yep.
One thing I saw tonight is like, and I don't know if this is because of how the tape of Mississippi State from their previous games throwing a lot of deep balls. So maybe we came out with a game plan of, okay, we're not going. They're a deep ball team, and we've been talking about it all week. Like, okay, they're going. It's going to be high octane. There's going to be a lot of deep balls, yada yada yada, a lot of throwing. Well, they didn't do any of that, and I'm wondering because I'm looking at the plays and they got 7 linemen and we got 5. They got 7 offensive linemen and we're matching them with 5 because we're putting our guys deep because we're scared they're going to throw. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. but they tore us up on the run. And that two-headed monster they had on the running backs, they tore us up all night. That might be because we were only putting 5 men on the line. I'm thinking that's probably the reason, because the game plan was don't let them throw on you. Well, I didn't see much of their downfield throw all night long, and maybe the game plan worked. It almost did. It shouldn't have worked. We really got lucky on a lot of things, but we should have changed that game plan to stopping that two-headed running monster, because they were tearing us up.
You know, we brought that up earlier. Matt made a really good point. Tennessee almost waited too late before they committed another body to the box and basically took the run away, which is what happened sort of in the latter part of that game. And if you go back and look at the series in overtime and at the end of the game, by that point, Tennessee had just said, that's it for you guys. But also another thing that was fortuitous that we didn't talk about and haven't really spoken about is that Mississippi State lost their 2 top receivers as the game wore along. One at the end of the first half, one in the middle part of the second half. And they still, with one of their unknown guys, hit a big pass behind us there semi-late in the third quarter. And it was just a crazy game, man, all the way around. Just a nutty game.
One more thing I want to bring up that keeps that up, and I've been thinking about this for a couple of years, when's this going to come to bite us? And I know how callous and spiteful and competitive our head coach is.
Yep.
I'm the same way, whatever. The rules, they call it the Tennessee rule, call it whatever you want to call it. But over the course of the last 3 years, they have made rules specifically for the type of offense we run. And if you don't think that makes our coaches blood boil, well, you know it does.
Sure.
So that's why we do the lay down lineman, and we joke about it. It's a real thing. But you saw when he did the second time, he had 2 refs over there in his face. 2 refs over there talking to him about it in his face because he knew it wasn't going to be a TV timeout. Well, maybe that's why we get an offensive pass interference.
I think that's a good point. Matt, you guys are helping me.
The lay down Sally is spiteful, and there's nothing to gain from it. Nothing. And
it's a decent conversation to have.
He's got to stop letting people live in his head, and like that goes back to actually. Wow, just thinking about this, that goes back to clock management, and like to let other people do. Don't let people live in your head. Let somebody come down and help you with the game clock. Let somebody help you with the timeout. Let somebody tell you, hey, this lay down lineman isn't a good idea. I know you're trying to get back at the NCAA or the referees or the officials or whatever, but they don't like it, and we're not going to get anything good out of it, and it's costing us.
Wow.
Other than that, I want to talk about the schedule going forward. Arkansas, great. It's going to be awesome. Welcome home party. Alabama, that's going to be fireworks. And I think we beat them. I think we beat them. This quarterback we got, I haven't seen anything like it since Heath Schuler, Casey Clausen in his senior year, and Heath Schuler, nothing like it. This guy gets up and he does it every single time on the down. He gets it done every single time. It's crazy. Nothing phases him. I love it. Go Vols. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother.
All of you guys.
Great.
Good night.
Great talking to you. Guys, let's unpack that one by one. He brought a couple good things up there, a couple of talking points. Alabama, Matt, help me make sense of what I just witnessed, and do you share his optimism for our trip to Alabama?
As of now, no, I do not. Not with the questions on our secondary and the way that they can game plan, and they have a lot of talent there, and Ty Simpson's playing pretty well. So that'll be a tough game to win.
Eric Waddell, how about you when you think about Alabama now?
I have less optimism. I still think it's a winnable game, but I have a lot less optimism now because I'm starting to feel like the Florida State game was really more the fluke than the other way around. If Georgia had gone out and handled them today, the other thing is that would have pretty much, I won't say eliminated, but they would need a lot of help to get in the playoff, and that takes a lot of motivation away. Yeah. And since that didn't happen, they're going to be a lot more engaged than they would have been.
It's a hell of a win.
And that makes me a little nervous.
What they did tonight is they went down there and got a win back. Because on paper, they were going to lose that. They were going to lose that Georgia on paper. They were going to beat Florida State. And so you did a little switcheroo there. And AC, when you think about Alabama, and like the Fox just said, should the Vols feel good about that game? Should you feel good about it?
I actually feel a little. I thought Alabama was going to win by a little more than they did, to be honest.
Okay.
I know you asked we did like the SEC rankings.
Yeah.
On the show, and I said Alabama number 1 this week.
Yeah.
I thought that. I don't think Tennessee is going to go down there and win. They're going to be probably an 11.5 point underdog in that game.
Right.
But I feel a little bit better, honestly. I thought Georgia did a pretty good job in the second half defensively. And I think Alabama didn't run the ball great in the game. I think it's maybe a little more winnable than I thought going into the game, as crazy as that sounds. I wasn't as impressed with Alabama as I was expecting to be, I don't think, against Georgia's defense, who I don't think is all that great.
Again, all these teams are a little deficient because in this portal era, you can't have everything. It's kind of what we're seeing. Ohio State can't have everything. You can't have everything. And we saw Ohio State at the tail end of that last year where they had everything. But I think going forward, and for Alabama, it's that running game, Matt. They don't have that high-end deal back there that we're used to seeing.
What's the Alabama Vanderbilt line going to look like? Because that's a sneaky game now.
Well, that Vanderbilt team beat the absolute hell out of somebody today when it was a close game in the second quarter. That Indiana Utah State. I mean, they murderated them once they got untracked.
Yeah, you don't just.
It's going to be around 2 touchdowns, Brian. 2 touchdowns or so.
2 scores.
It's about probably 13 and a half, maybe 14 and a half, somewhere around there, depending on how people think.
Nah,
but I mean, it's a bad spot for Vandy.
It's fanboy game of the year.
With their revenge spot, it's a bad spot.
Hey, E, what'd you make of today's game?
How are you going to pick a team to cheer for in that game, Tone? You've been pumping up both of those teams all year.
Matt, Ewad, what'd you make of today's game? Then we go back to the phones. Where'd Ewad go? Did he leave me? Don't leave me this way, Thelma Houston. What'd you think of today's game, eh?
Sorry.
You're spit.
Technical difficulty there.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a work of art. There's no other way to say it. I mean, because I'm not going to throw a lot of shine on people and tell them what they saw was great. But what we did is we fought through a tough situation on the road and found a way. And, and this is going to kind of mirror over to what the comment I was going to make about the defense. We're not dominant enough where we're going to smush people. Okay, especially on defense. That's just not who we are. We don't have that. But you know what? We're opportunistic. And I would rather have that than any other trait. We found a way. And again, I don't know what happened at the end of the Georgia game. We didn't find a way there. So we learned something. We went from one Bulldog to another, and we learned a little something. So that's a very simple explanation of what I thought of the game, but that was the big takeaway I took from it was, that's a game we could have lost and have lost in the past, and we found a way.
I think that's right. Caller said it earlier. This a game Heupel was losing. I've decided I'm rejecting the concept of the Heupel stinker because look, everybody in this league, everybody's going to beat everybody. And what is a Heupel stinker? What does that even mean? What could that even mean? Like what? Everybody
This
loses.
this in a
this
way
league.
was a stinker. The way he managed the game, and he still won anyway.
But Bri,
you know,
these guys
I mean,
all do crazy, idiotic things. They just do. I mean, it's a nutty sport, and it's a fun sport to talk about. Don't get me wrong; it's very fun. Man, it's really hard to win on the road in these deals, especially in this league. This thing is so hard right now, and it's going to get harder. It's going to get harder yet. The good teams do not lose at home. That's why the narrative. One of you guys said that this week on our show. The narrative of the Heupel stinker on the road exists because he wins at home all the time now. I know we lost to Georgia, but for the most part, the house has been protected here under this guy. You're beating Alabama regularly in your building. You're beating Florida regularly. Nobody else has done that. And Georgia wins everywhere except on their home field tonight. But go ahead, Eric. You were saying, and then we'll go back to the phones.
You know, something that's going on in my head, and I don't know if it's like a personal issue or something in my heart, but I've decided to try joy a little more than I used to. You know, I could get really upset about certain situations and things like that, but I'm trying to look a little more big picture. We've got a team that, to me, is seems to be unexpectedly good. Has a real chance, if things break well, to go to the playoff. I didn't expect that before the season. So you know what? If they make mistakes now, I'm not going to lose my mind completely over it because I've just decided I'm going to kind of try to do something a little different for me. I'm going to embrace joy.
Good, man. Good. I wonder how long you're going to be affiliated.
That doesn't mean I can't be critical or I don't.
I was wondering how long you're going to be affiliated with us. Listen, here's the other thing.
No, I mean, I'm not going to host sheep talk by any means.
Well, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. If Tennessee gets healthy defensively between now and the end of the year, gets a lot of these guys back, which that's still to be, who knows, and doesn't lose anybody else, and gets into the playoffs, they could actually win a game 2 or 3 this year. Because if you look at college football right
we
now,
just got incredibly unlucky with the draw last year. I think we would have won a game from that slot last year if we had played literally anybody else that we could have been seeded against.
And that was with Nico. Ali G. Nico.
And that's with Nico, yeah. Absolutely.
865-200-5402. Performing my best with performance medicine. All right, let's go to the second one. And then we'll go back to our phones. Do you guys think the lay-down lineman needs to be put out to pasture? Matt, do you think that's costing us with officials, or are you kidding when you say that?
No, I'm serious. I think it's costing you, and like the caller said, I don't think it's a net benefit anymore. Like in year one, and maybe even in like 2022, when you didn't have depth defensively, it was actually worth it to do that. But I think they rotate too many guys on defense now. That they have enough depth, especially up front, that you don't need to do that. I just think you're a serious program now. Let's quit with the Mickey Mouse shit and just be serious. And I think you would get a benefit of the doubt more with officials. I do think they're related, but at the end of the day, you don't gain anything from that anymore because you have depth defensively. You've recruited and you've stockpiled some talent, and you developed some and got them from the portal. Like you have enough on defense where you can withstand that a quick score on offense. God forbid you score too quick. Like it's all right now. We have depth, and I do think it hurts us more than it helps, even though it makes for good show fodder.
It's as long as they're doing it, I'm going to make fun of it. And when the kid laid on the ground today and acted like his leg was falling off, it was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. And then when the trainer is literally miming into the head coach's mouth about this kid, it's like, it literally looks like wrestling. See, do you think, you watch a lot of the sport, there are some other coaches that do it. Heupel is a rather over-the-top proponent of it. In fact, they don't even vary who the lay-down lineman is. At one point it was Umarov, then it was the Lampley kid, and now it's this Bennett guy. And the Bennett guy goes down twice a game. You have got to love how tough he is to the Swamp Fox. You're missing the point, man. I'm putting praying hands up next time I see this kid at the field. I mean, this kid's been through enough. See, do you think
It's an interesting thing? It's an interesting thing to watch.
It is interesting
in person to watch how in depth they go, because when they come out of that medical tent and then they limp over to the position, like the offensive line bench, and then they ride the bike. That's what they always do. They hop on the bike to rehab it. Once they leave, they're in the tent for about 3 or 4 minutes, and then they hop out of there and they limp over like they're still pretty hurt but not that bad, and then they get on that bike and ride it for maybe 30 seconds, and then they're healed. So they have it down to, like Matt said, I'm sure they practice it.
What I would like Heupel to do, because I know he's probably not a soccer fan, I would love for him to get some magic spray, like they do in world level soccer.
Yes.
And when the guy goes down, spray the damn spray all over him, Matt. Matt, have you ever seen
Or if you want to get wrestling, spray one of those damn officials in the eyes with it when they throw a flag from 30 yards away.
But the magic spray, the swamp, you guys might have I really don't and haven't even considered it.
Could you imagine doing that spray on like Aguilar's arm right before he throws like a deep ball?
That's what I'm saying.
How funny that would be.
What I'm saying. This is how stupid that is.
Or spray it on Gilbert's leg, and then he makes the game winner versus Georgia.
Didn't Alabama
God.
They used to spray an accelerant. What was that, deer antler stuff they used to spray on themselves? Okay, well.
Yeah, Georgia ran out of that about 2 years ago.
Performance medicine, ladies and germs. I'm performing my best for performance medicine on a night where Lil Wayne and The Rock and Offset are and Randy Moss are watching BYU. I love this. Watching Colorado and BYU tonight. What is it about Deion Sanders, C, that attracts the circus? What is it? What is that?
I don't know.
He's like a hero to those guys.
He's like an icon. Yeah, he's. I'm a little. I mean, how was he viewed back when he was an All-Pro corner and playing in the World Series and taking private jets? What was that? Obviously, it was a different social media time. What was that like as far as the sports world? How was he viewed back then?
He was like a pop culture icon more than a sports guy.
Yeah,
an athlete.
I agree with that.
He was a pop culture icon as well.
If it would have been this era, he would be. It would be. Can you imagine a guy that plays in a World Series or plays for the Yankees and then is jetting around playing for the Atlanta Falcons the same weekend, or Braves and Falcons? That's right, when they were in the same city. That's exactly right.
I think he influenced a lot of hip hop music artists too.
And then he's on TV. Yeah. Like even me, I was, I guess, young at the very tail end of his career, but he's always on NFL Network, and he was all over the place as a kid. And so, I'm not surprised.
You have the Deion Sanders Cincinnati Reds jersey. Be honest.
Yeah,
I don't, but I was a fan. He had all that flash. Formed field. Seemed like, at least, a good guy off the field.
I don't want to get on. Okay, thank you. I don't want to get off on these, Dan. I do want to say,
I know. I'm just.
I love you guys. I want to say I perform my best for performance medicine. I like the angry Ewad better. I love you. I'm just kidding. I love you, Ewad, but I liked it when you were a little more acerbic. Performance, but he's seeing the joy. Ewad's seeing the joy. Performance medicine. I'm joyful about them. I perform my best with performance medicine. Look, here's the deal with them. For nearly 2 decades, they've been keeping East Tennesseans healthy. They've got clinics in Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol, a couple in Knoxville. I ran into a guy yesterday at Calhoun's on the River, performance medicine hat on. He said, Tony, I love these people. You turn me on to them, I love them. Because he went and did one of these blood deals they do where they see what's in your blood and then they give you what you need in terms of the regimen, keep you healthy, keep you going, keep you performing at the highest level possible. Performance medicine, online at performancemedicine.net. They have an outside the box approach to medicine. They want to optimize your total health. And you will check out their YouTube channel, Performance Medicine, and see their story there. I'm telling you, Dr. Rogers and his folks are great, great people. Great people. Back to the phones we go. It's our TLD Logistics phone lines on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. You're on the air. Hi.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you hanging out all night. I marvel at the popularity of this show. I think I had 66 attempts to get through. I'm through.
Thank you, brother.
In addition to watching the Colorado game, I would encourage you to split screen it with the game in Missoula, Montana tonight. I had the privilege of going to a game there. That is the coolest small stadium atmosphere you could possibly imagine. It is amazing up against the mountains there. Need to flip that on. Great scene.
The Grizz. I love football at that level. I think that those games in December, those playoff games up there, are just they're such a cool visual on television. They look cold as absolutely ice. But you're right, man. Those little stadiums up there are awesome. And those people love their college football up there.
They love it.
Yep.
The game day atmosphere there is crazy.
Yep.
And I went to Eastern Washington in Montana. You enter and exit the stadium as you please. Middle of the game, go out back to the tailgate, halftime, go back in whenever you want. It's so cool.
Cool, man.
And they absolutely love it. But yeah, to go back to our game, a couple of things that, everything's been mentioned. All the criticism tonight's warranted, but I didn't want to focus on that. I'm really interested in what's going on with Brazel. I kind of have heard all the same things that you talk about on the air that, he's kind of I don't know how you'd say it. His habits maybe aren't the best or whatever.
That's a good way of putting it. No, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
But his start to this season is every bit the 2022 Jalen Hyatt season. He's got 7 touchdowns, should have 8.
Yep.
He's in the top 5 in receiving yards. He's in the top probably 20 in interceptions, and he's number 1 in the country in touchdowns. And the difference, I think, with him and Hyatt is Hyatt was running wide open for the vast majority of his yardage and touchdowns, and he's making contested catches in big-time games, in big-time moments. And, the touchdown that got called back is one thing, but that fourth down, adjusting and contorting in the air to catch that ball when we were dead to rights.
Incredible.
If we didn't catch that ball,
yeah,
is really big time.
You're right on several fronts about him. That's why I was saying that stuff in the off season about him, because the book on him was that he's just not a very plugged in, hardworking type of guy, and whatever you get out of him's kind of a benefit. He flashed some of that stuff last year. He's got tremendous God-given ability. He's extremely interesting because, you can just see it. He's angular. He can go up and go get it. He's extremely fast. He's made some make-money catches early in this season so far. And you know what he's a great advertisement for, too? Because it's almost like he's smelling it out there, if you guys know what I mean. It's almost like Brazel is smelling it right now. Like, I'm having success. He's feeding off this success he's having. He might really blow up this year. He is blowing up, but he might. I'd like to see what his ceiling is, because he's pretty damn talented. There's no doubt about that.
Well, to your point, we're going to play a really bad defense in 2 weeks.
Yep. Yes.
And he's going to get big numbers, and I wouldn't be shocked to hear some Bolitnikoff buzz if he has a big. It should probably already be happening. I don't think he's the best receiver in the country, just like I didn't think Hyatt really was. But the numbers are going to speak for themselves at some point.
But but that's a really astute observation about Hyatt, though. Hyatt was a track guy, basically, at wide receiver who was running wide open because the schemes were way ahead of even Nick Saban. Now it's kind of been found out. This guy is beating high-pointing people to the ball. Did it against Georgia a couple times in almost a comical fashion. Tonight, it looked like he did it at the point of attack. It looked like he shoved a guy down because it was such a damn great adjustment on the air. And Matt, was it you that said earlier that it's almost like that official, how did you put that? Like he anticipated calling it before he called it, Matt?
Yeah, he just anticipated it, and the DB was kind of already losing his balance, and Brazel just puts his arms on him to kind of adjust himself, and you can. I mean, it wasn't PI at all.
No, it wasn't close.
You can put your hands on guy. I mean, there's hand fighting. That's what's impressive, and it's a really good point by our caller that he's winning these contested catches and all the hand fighting he does, where he's having DBs fall down. Like that's really, really impressive, and that stuff will translate to the next level. But it's totally different than Hyatt, which is interesting. Now Hyatt could take the top off, and I guess Brazel can too, but the way Hyatt did it opened a lot of other things up, whereas this is just kind of within the offense. Whenever we get a look into one-on-one, we can just toss it up to him and have confidence that he's going to get it. It's really impressive.
And the funny thing about Brazel is, look, I said the things I said about him because they're true, and people say, "Well, you owe him an apology." No, actually, I don't. Actually, because the caller knows. I know the caller knows. It's okay. If you don't know, that's fine. But what I do on here is I keep it real with people. And if that guy really applied himself to my caller, if he applied himself, how good could Chris Brazel be? And really that's this kid's decision because he's plugged in right now. This is what it looks like when he's plugged in.
Looking at Hyatt, he has not translated to the NFL at all.
Oh no. I don't worry about,
I don't see how Brazel doesn't translate.
I don't. Yeah, but I'm talking about college football and work habits and that kind of thing. And I'm not trying to knock the kid, but that's why I said back in the summer I got to believe it to see it or see it to believe it and that's a fair thing to say about a guy that has all that talent and kind of last year was sort of unplugged. But to my caller, here's a question. Did Nico unplug those guys last year because he was just so futile playing with that guy? That's a legit question, right?
100%. You had a guy, talent aside, I just don't think he thought about the position and what he had in the right way. He was trying to lay it in there on the deep balls, and Joey's clearly underthrowing these.
Sure he is.
I'd argue probably on purpose. Because the bet is, and you should be coached this way, your receivers are 6'3", usually to 6'5", and the DBs are all, these coaches recruit the same body types. All the DBs are 6'1" with long arms. Go play the ball in the air. And they're saying, my 6'5" guy is going to beat your 6'1" guy in the air. And, the hand checking aside, you're just going to pick it off the top of their head like you did in the Georgia game.
Yep.
And he's by no means is he Randy Moss, but that's what he's doing. He's just going and getting jump balls in one-on-one coverage. And anytime he sees it one-on-one, that he's taking a shot because he knows it's not getting picked. It's not getting picked. And the worst case is an incomplete pass. Or tonight, I guess you have the OPI, which was, I'm glad you acknowledged, when he scored that, I didn't immediately celebrate because
it's an awful call.
I thought it was a pass interference. Only on the slow-mo did I realize how bad of a call it was. But, I mean, I'm not taking up for the ref, but to be fair, I kind of had that same thought.
Well, like Matt said, when you make a play like that, that's how damn good this kid is when you throw a ball near him. To me, I'm throwing 3 or 4 balls near him after watching that Georgia game. When they go to Alabama, what do you have to lose, man?
Nothing.
Throw him 2 or 3 jump balls. See if he can out-jump people for him. When you're at Florida, do it. I mean, this guy is this guy's magic right now.
Yeah, I hate the buzzwords, but the catch radius is insane.
Oh, my gosh.
He can go up and get it.
And that 4th down catch like you're talking about. And the thing about Aguilar is, look, he's not going to throw like the prettiest ball, and it's going to be like over here or over there. But these guys are you can tell how bought in they are for him. I mean, as hard as they play for him, man. It's really fun to watch.
Squirrel White played the role of Mark Levine last year when you kept trying to force the ball to someone like him. When you had Brazel there, he could just go get the ball like that.
My favorite thing about that Squirrel White guy was when they – I hated it for him because the kid's all beat up. But he literally, on one of those deep balls, could only lift one arm up in the air, Matt. Do you remember that late in the year? And they kept throwing a deep ball to a guy that literally couldn't – he couldn't pick his shoulders
couldn't lift
up.
an arm.
Yeah, well, he's probably going to be on the injury report now if they're getting trampled. Of course, my favorite part about that game that we hadn't talked about was when Virginia scored in the second overtime, Tony Elliott sent their kick team out, and the official had to tell him he couldn't kick the extra point and let him reset the play clock. They really should have had a delay of game, but Tony Elliott sent the kick team out when they had to go for 2, which I thought was hilarious.
That's so sad.
Norvell was
and his team won the game.
Trying to get him to
Yeah,
wind
Norvell was going nuts on the sideline. That's right. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, and he should have been.
He absolutely had a right to. There's no doubt because that should have been a penalty.
It wound up not mattering, but it could have, and I thought that was hilarious.
Hey, real quick, the Brazel thing was my main thing, but I want to hit 2 more quick ones.
Hit it.
So as we kind of second guessed the way Heupel responded to the Georgia quick turn and then playing conservative for the field goal, I really thought Levy got really conservative. They hit I think Hood busted. He was probably supposed to have a deep third, and they hit that big gainer, and then they just ran the ball 3 times in a row. It looked like the quarterback was mad, maybe checked into something bad, but that was ultra conservative. I wonder if, their equivalent of the post-game call-in show, they're roasting for that. That was their time to knock out. They played for 3. I thought that was really conservative. And then the last thing I loved was the wrinkle late in the game when we basically went to a full house backfield.
Oh, yes.
Both for the quarterback power touchdown and then the first play of overtime. We had 3 guys in the backfield. And that I can't say his name right. The number 3 tight end, the freshman tight end they've thrown in there, Van Drossler or something like that.
Van Dorsler.
His kick out block on that run was big time, and that thing was wide open. Honestly, it was a lot like what Georgia did to us. They just said, we're going to overload this left side on the first play of overtime, and we just crammed it. I think there were a lot of parallels to that Georgia, Tennessee, and then the way we handled Mississippi State was just like, all right, we got better players, and we're going to win this by blowing you off the ball here, and we finally got a chunk play on the run. But plenty of stuff to clean up. Good time for a bye, but the road win was legit. I'm taking it every time.
And to build on his thought, which is a great one, guys, Mississippi State fans tonight, you know what they're saying? We have a pretty good football team. Because I don't know if those people really believe that. We didn't know what we had till we got on the field with Georgia. And I think those Mississippi State fans are probably saying, you know what? The better team did not win tonight, and that Tennessee team played right with Georgia. Like, if I was a Mississippi State fan, that's what I would think tonight. Wouldn't you guys? Wouldn't that be your thought? To his point. If you want to circle it back to that, that would be my thought. Entirely.
Yeah, and you have to point to if you're them, you have to point to the 2 defensive touchdowns you gave up.
Yes.
Thinking, this game could have been us in regulation if we just didn't throw the ball to them.
That's exactly what I'd be thinking. How about you, Matt?
It was a huge springboard game for Levy there. Because they had the 4-0 start, you had the jacked up crowd, you had an opponent that, while really good, especially on paper and the brand name, were vulnerable and gave you chances to beat them, and you couldn't make that final play or make those final couple of plays to get over the hump. They have to feel awful because it's just like us in Georgia. They outplayed Tennessee.
Same thing.
Tennessee had more talent, and the gap between the teams was a little bit greater than the level of play.
But to our caller's point,
but here's the thing, Matt. I'll tell you this: you are 100% right. But once during the week after the Georgia game, after a few days, I'm like, I felt, I mean, don't get me wrong, still mad we lost, still upset we lost, disappointed, but I'm like, might actually be pretty good.
That's right. Vols are alive, right? That's kind of what
I would say Mississippi State fan, like, say by about Wednesday or Thursday next week, might be thinking the same thing.
The difference is that Mississippi State was straight trash last year. They won 2 games. They were never expecting this.
No, absolutely.
And
their win total was 3.5. They've already passed that in 4 games. Like, they've already overachieved. As sad as that is, like,
I know.
I hope you're right, and I hope they find 2 wins. That team deserves a bowl game.
I agree with that.
I think the bottom line is
I'm rooting for them in every game they play the rest of the way.
I agree with that.
The bottom line is, I think if after you've played your 5 games here in September, I think that 4-1 is the just record for Tennessee. I think that when you play 2 overtime games, you can't be too upset about splitting them. I thought you probably should have beat Georgia. You outplayed them, and I'm not sure you outplayed Mississippi State, but it all comes out in the wash when you play a lot of close games.
Yeah.
So I think 4-1 is where you deserve to be after these 5 games, and that's where you are.
And by the way, Joey Aguilar checked the box today. He won a game on the road, came from behind to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Last drive, you're up against the wall. I mean, that's, for a guy that led the nation in interceptions on a terrible team last year and was always like a cat chasing his tail, that's not bad. As we go back to the phones. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony. It's Dave in Ackworth.
Hey, Dave. Good to talk to you.
Hey, guys. Heading back from the game with my son, Sam. First away game I've been to since the A&M game in 2016. First time I've walked away from a road win since 2004 Georgia. Guys, I understand, Maggie, God love you. You felt like I do. I mean, just the difference in watching a game at home and watching a game on the road, especially a game that with that kind of emotion and those kind of twists and turns, it's night and day. To hear the negativity, fine, sit in your living room and complain all you want to. I'll sit at the ball game and go through all the emotions and then get the exhilaration of celebrating a win in overtime. And because there's nothing like it. I told my son, there's nothing like winning a game on the road in the SEC. And, and oh, by the way, I was listening to the Bulldog show after the game, and Nega Dave's called in and is demanding Kirby Smart be fired for not kicking the field goal. So, good job, Nega Dave. I'm sure, they haven't won a national championship since 2022. That was a referendum game. They can't beat Alabama. It's time for Kirby to go, according to Nega Dave. So, nice job, Nega Dave. I'm sure that they'll hear that clarion call. It's just ridiculous what's going on. What I've heard tonight. It's just, and I heard it last year during the Florida game. All the ranting and raving about how horrible we are, and how we got lucky, and all this and Tony, you said it over and over again how hard it is to win in this league. I get it. I get it. Heupel made mistakes. Levy made mistakes. The team made mistakes. And the difference is you walk out of there with the W and it just feels so different. And, look at Florida State. Look at Georgia, and I'll be dang, I said it. I told my son, I told friends, I told my Georgia buddies, I said, Gunnar Stockton played the game of his damn life against us, and he will suck the rest of the year. And what did he do tonight? He threw for 130 yards, and, we, for some reason, we turn every dang Georgia quarterback into a Heisman Trophy candidate, and they'll stink the rest of the year. And sure enough, that happened again tonight. So, all I can say is, I just, all you Tennessee fans that were there, and there were a ton of them, it was awesome. And I'll also say this, Tony, the Mississippi State fans were tremendously nice and gracious. I think, like you said, they're happy to be there. They can't believe they're as good as they are after what they've gone through. But they were tremendous. Adam had some sitting next to me. We had the best time telling them about the lay-down lineman. They looked at me like I was crazy, and sure enough, I got to prove them right. And I'll say one thing. I agree that I think we've gotten past the point of really using it, but just to make sure everybody understands why we do it, because I don't think everybody does, Tony. We're doing it to make sure they go to a commercial break, because you score quick. A lot of times you pick the extra point and they go right to the kickoff. That's why we do it, is to make sure they go to a commercial break, because if they're going to go to one anyway after a long drive or whatever, they're going to go to a commercial break after a long drive. It's those quick scores where there's a chance they're going to turn right around and not have a commercial break. That's why we do it. I mean, do people understand that?
Yeah, but again, does the benefit of that outweigh the level of spite that apparently, because Dave, you were in the stadium, that call on Brazel is all-time bad, and this guy, for as successful as he's been, gets a have-not whistle.
Yeah.
Even in his building,
and I
Dave.
don't know where we never saw a flag. Nobody around us saw a flag thrown on that play.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't know if it was thrown. I never saw it. Nobody everybody was like, what's going on? And they actually did get together and talk for like 30 seconds.
That's interesting.
Before they decided it was being offensive pass interference. Here's my question. If it was offensive pass interference, it was offensive pass interference. What are you debating? I don't understand that either. But and it was, I don't get that, but, and if that's what's going on, if I didn't see the officials in Heupel's ear after the second lay down lineman, if that's the case and they're doing that, yeah, he needs to chill that out. But I get why he does it. He's got to make sure they go to a timeout to get that time frame, to get that time when you score like we did twice defensively. You're going to put your defense right back out on the field. I get that. I think Matt said it. We've got enough depth now. It's a little bit Mickey Mouse to do it. It's funny. I enjoy it. They sell it. The guy goes to the injury tent, which just cracks me up. But I get why he's doing it. And even the guy next to me, when I explained it to the Mississippi State guy, he goes, "Well, as long as it's not in the middle of the game, who cares?" I'm like, absolutely. It's
not fun. I've embraced it.
Game time.
I embrace it, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it if it's going to cost us in these moments, and these referees are going to look at our program with spite. I just don't know.
I agree.
I just don't know. And like Matt calls it kind of a Mickey Mouse thing. I think Matt makes a good point. I think that's a legitimate thing to say.
Yeah, but I'll say this in closing, guys. When we win a game like this and everybody wants to get on the phone, and call in and complain, and they have every right to, and then they have valid points. You just think about those fans in the stadium that drove hours and hours. We're driving straight back home. My son has to be at work at 9 a.m. in the morning in Knoxville. I said, you think about the people that put forth that energy and everything, and how exhilarating and how great that was. While you sit in your Barker Lounge, you're drinking your White Claw, and just remember who the real fans are. We'll see you, Tony.
865-200-540. What's my number? Help me out, Brian. What's the number in here?
5402.
Thank you.
I think sometimes when covering spreads can take a little bit of the negative edge off fans sometimes. I think Florida lost, not the loss, but the win last year, they had to go overtime with the team that were 15-point favorites over. And I think that sort of made it a little bit, made some folks a little bit irritable when they don't cover. It's just something that would be interesting.
I agree with that.
Monitor.
I see that with my friends all the time.
What is it,
Most
Brian?
games, if you're not covering, maybe it's just a lot of my friends, even people who aren't like degenerate gamblers. I'm saying if you're not covering spreads in these games, people are definitely a little more on edge and not very happy with the performance a lot of times.
Well, and one thing I've encountered, doing the show daily down through the years is when we get in cycles when we're pretty good like we are right now, and you see Mississippi State on the schedule, and this is going to be true of the sport going forward. You have a tendency to go, well, those guys were 2-10 last year. Yeah, they were. And this is 2025. And they've spent 3 times more on the roster. And they're pretty good. We should blow them out. No. What was the line going into today, guys?
7.5.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, 7.5 point line is the gambling guys have taught me. You have a 30.
I had a buddy who was there who was a huge Tennessee fan, but was unhappy leaving the game because he had bet a bunch of money on Tennessee to cover 7.5.
And the truth is, there's a 30% chance you could lose that game when you're playing somebody.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
That's right about 30%. So there's a 1 in 3 chance you could lose a game. That's why we call it gambling, boys and girls.
I'll be curious to see the post-game win expectancy from this game. I mean, it'll probably be Tennessee because of the big plays.
Yeah.
But the 2 fluky defensive scores, I mean, it's hard to lose when you get 14 points by your defense. Like that's, again, I would be shocked if that's happened more than just a handful of times in the history of the SEC.
It's almost impossible, isn't it, Matt?
I would think so.
You know, Mississippi State benefited from 3 TDs that were set up by defensive turnovers, and they lost.
Just a weird.
Yeah, but their defense didn't score.
Just how you look at it.
But it's just, but still, I mean, you think you come out on top at home.
We scored the play after they executed a fake punt. Like that's such a 180.
And then they got back up and somehow stayed in the game. But that fake punt, guys, you know, Matt, that's kind of lost in the translation. There would be people on here so angry if we'd have lost that game. That would
be worse than the mismanaging of the clock, because that's something that you just got beat on during the week in scouting, like in your coaches' meetings. Like that would be a week-long defeat for that one. I mean, at least the mismanaging the clock's like in the moment.
In fact, I give the Fozzie guy a lot of credit, Matt. The Fozzie guy said, hey, that's a scouting win right there. He said, you haven't played the sport, haven't played some special teams. He said they saw something. Tennessee basically gave them that look, and they took it. And, I mean, that thing was wide open. But anyway, you got some balls to call that, man. I mean, in a lot of ways, you got to give Levy credit there.
And it's sort of what Mississippi State had to do if they're going to win the game, is when you have a team that's an underdog, that's the type of play that you sort of have to do things like that. And it can make a difference between winning and losing. Yeah.
Hey, see, what was that number you were telling me today? Share that with Matt. The number of the punts through 1 month in the season and how that's all tracking right now.
Yeah, I think we're down from 2018, I think we're down about 2 punts per team per game. A little less than 2 punts per team per game, I think.
Wow. That sounds like a lot, see?
It is a lot. Yeah, it's the least on record punts. And I think in Power 4 versus Power 4 games, punting, we're only at about 2 punts per team per game. A little more.
These guys will do. Yeah.
And teams aren't doing it in practice anymore, because I think I've seen more guys catch punts like inside their own 5 and inside their own 10 this year than before.
It's a great point.
BYU guy literally caught one in his own end zone and ran it out.
Yeah, he was like at the goal line.
Yeah. Like their teams clear, that situational stuff. Teams aren't working on punt return stuff at all in practice.
Hey Matt, I saw a kid. I think it was last night or Thursday in one of those games make a catch on the goal line like a center fielder. He caught a ball like he was going in to score. Caught the ball like inside the 5-yard line. I mean, it's just obviously you're not practicing it. I mean, you're facing away. Like, what the hell are you doing near that ball? And then today, when they had, and look, I don't want to pick on him, but they had Staley out there, right? I'm so punch drunk. Who did they have? Who did Tennessee have back there before they put Carter back there?
Staley was there.
Staley.
First play, first punt.
That second one when he should have caught the ball and let it hit.
power play and let it bounce 20 yards.
That was unbelievable, guys. I mean, special teams about killed us today. But it's just interesting because, and I know what they're thinking. I don't want Carter back there because he's dangerous. He's on try something.
The punt team was their biggest weapon early in the game.
Well, here's the other thing, guys. Carter, when he got his hands on that one ball in the second half, he was not going to go down. I was like, dude, go down. Go down. Go down. Don't fumble. Don't fumble. Don't fumble. I mean, he's like, look, the jaws of life got to get me on the ground. I'm not going on the ground. So you got to appreciate that. You also have to appreciate that the Garza Law Firm fifth quarter fan reactions presented by Marcos Garza and your Garza Law Firm. They're online at garzalaw.com. Also, our friends at VIP Play, shout them out. VIP Play Willie. How come you weren't in here tonight, you sheep? Also, my friends at T3 Vodka, before we go back to the phones, score a T3 TD and ask for it by name. Also, special shout out, Waterside Contracting. Check out their great work at Waterside Contracting LLC for over 25 years, making dreams come true. Walker's Painting. Look, hey, the bye week might be a great time for a fresh coat of paint. Who knows? Walker's Painting, since 1999, all across your Knoxville area. Also, my friends at Calhoun's, your Taste of Tennessee. We won't be there on Friday. We will be back live for the Arkansas game, and I'm super excited about it. Going to have guys in from the 85 team. That is going to be so much freaking fun. And those guys getting their flowers. Those guys are treated like a national championship team, and they should be. They absolutely should be. So shout out the 85 team. TLD Logistics online at tldlogistics.com. If you're an owner-operator, a spot awaits for you on our team. Contact TLD Logistics right now. We want to talk to you. Connexial, speaking of the trucking industry, but not necessarily limited to the trucking industry. Connexial's got it going on. Connexial.com, operating right out of Knoxville and revolutionizing the transportation trucking industry. Also, shout out to the great Josh Collins, collinsinsuranceTN.com. Everything in here, from pillar to post, soup to nuts, is insured by Josh Collins and my Collins Insurance Agency. Shout out to Dos Equis, Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York, 2025. Go for Dos. By the way, shout out James Franklin. He went for Dos tonight. Alumni Hall. Simply the place to go when it's time to get game ready. And tell them Tony B sent you, as thousands have. And the millions and millions and millions listen to us around the world. And shout out to Dr. Rogers and the whole Rogers family at Performance Medicine as we go back to our phones and get our next call in on a morning when Ewad's in the house, C's in the house, TGMD's in the house, Bry's in the house, and my name's Tony Basilio. Check us out at tclub.team. Like and subscribe over at YouTube. And hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hello, Tony. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead. Yes, I can.
We're heading back from the game tonight. I don't remember if you remember me or not. I'm Troy. We met you at Calhoun's during basketball season, and you let me put on the headset.
It was awesome meeting you, young man. Yes, I do remember that, like it was yesterday.
That was awesome. That was one of the top 5 best experiences I've had in my life.
Oh, thank you, my friend. It was great meeting you as well, brother.
Yeah, because my dad and me listened to you after every game. I was super excited to meet you in person.
Well, you carried yourself well, young man. Not everybody gets to put the headsets on. When you put the headphones on, that means you've arrived. That's a privilege that very few have had. Very few.
Yeah, it was awesome. So I have a question for you. What do you think the biggest thing that Tennessee needs to work on during their off week is?
Ooh, I love it. Matt Dixon, first crack. What's the first thing? What do you think they need to address?
Probably maybe just some some fundamental tackling and run fits and just the run game and their defensive run game.
Ewad?
That's a really good question. I'm going to be very general here. Just eliminating mistakes, mental, physical, because we can't play against some of the teams we've got coming up playing as sloppy as, for example, we did tonight. So I'm just going to go general error removal.
See, what do you say?
I'm going to kind of echo Ewad, but Matt talked earlier about how teams these days are really lacking with situational stuff. I'm sure that they're going to get probably, I would assume probably 5 or 6 days off at like towards the end of next week into the beginning of maybe Wednesday to Sunday, something like that. They'll be off. So they'll get some physical rest, but I think situationally you can do a lot, kind of walkthrough type stuff just to, like Joey needs to go out of bounds late on that drive, stuff like that, just stuff drilling on situational football. And obviously the coaches need to work on a little bit too, but that's stuff that can really, as you get deep into your schedule here and start playing, Oklahoma, Florida, Bama, those kind of games that might be tight, you can't really afford to make plays like that,
As Shirley Ness Pitch once said, climb it up. My thing would be, I think reintroducing players that have been beat up to the deal, including Sanders. Somebody brought up, what will you do with him going forward? And would that mean you could try Perry, at a guard? And, so maybe they fool around with some looks in their offensive line, kind of use the week to kind of scheme and plan those things out. And then I also hear that there's a pretty good chance McCoy comes back off the bye week, which would be a great thing. Anything else for us, Troy?
All right.
Thank you, my friend. Great talking to you.
All
right, buddy. Thank you.
More question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Brian almost cut you off. Go ahead.
We were sitting right by the band in the end zone, and what we could see, it definitely looked like pass interference. We haven't watched the replay back, but was it not pass interference on Brazel?
No. So you thought it was? You thought he pushed him?
Yeah, when we were sitting right by the end zone, it looked like he completely shoved that dude on the ground.
Boy, that's really interesting. Wow, how about that, Matt? That's interesting, and because they were probably about as far away as the official was that called it, Matt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it did look like it initially, and you could make the case for it, but when you really look at the replay, the guy was already losing his balance. And you just don't call that when a guy makes a great play like that. That's just trying to just impact the game way too much.
God, this Brazel guy is having a magical year, guys, where people are
They don't call
down.
that kneeling, I don't think.
Oh, no, Brian. No way.
I think 66 points is the most the Vols have ever scored in a conference game, and I think that might be a record that could be broken next week in 2 weeks.
I think they scored 70 on Arkansas in 2000.
The Vols are over 40 for the 5th straight time to start a season for the first time in history. They keep adding to that. And I do think there's, what percent chance, would you say the Vols go over 40 against Arkansas? What would you put that percentage chance at?
I'd put it pretty high. I'd say 80, maybe not 80, 75% chance. I'd say 3 out of 4 times they play these guys, they get over 40. And Matt, I did want to say, I looked up the post-game win expectancy. Mississippi State 52.
Say that again. What win expectancy? Say that. What were you guys talking? Speak English here, Troy. What's this guy talking about? Go ahead.
Post-game win expectancy. It comes. You can look at it after every game, usually on Sundays, but they have it out now. Every game, like based on all the situations, all the numbers, you'll see like pretty much it's like who controlled the game, who should have won. Like if the game was played 100 times, who would win? Mississippi State was 52% today. So Tennessee, I mean, they're slightly lucky to win the game. But the Tennessee-Georgia game, Tennessee was 83%.
Georgia was like 40-something a few weeks ago, weren't they?
No,
I think Georgia was like
in the teens.
It got adjusted down, I think, to maybe 23% for Georgia.
Okay, yeah.
Tennessee should have won that Georgia game, like 77 out of 100, I think.
Wow. Well, Troy, see that? Now you're under wing, man. We would have won the Georgia game 77 out of 100 times, my man.
Huh. Thank you for everything we do. We love listening to you after the games.
Thank you for everything you do, and I appreciate your kind words. And it was really great meeting you. Hello and welcome into our next call on our TLD Logistics phone lines. It's Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. You're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, welcome in.
Hey, Max Smith. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Well, it's an honor and a privilege, Max, to make your acquaintance, my friend.
I can't tell you. You're the Dr. Phil for the Vol fans.
That's a good word for it.
And we all appreciate everything you do. When we win, when we lose, we love listening to you. All right, so tonight, it felt like the Arkansas game. Very much so. You travel, you go to a game, the cowbells, it's a little intimidating. And we get out with a win versus last year. Not so pretty. I feel like we're in a really good spot. I feel like we should be happy.
Yeah, I agree with that. The only problem that people don't understand is you're in a immediate reaction type deal. I think that the further you get away from this game, the more and more happy people are going to be when they realize that, hey, we're out of the month of September. We're alive. All our goals are in front of us. If this team can figure out a way to get through the season with only losing one more game, they will be in a great spot to maybe repeat for a playoff 2 years in a row, which would be a great thing. The fact that Alabama won tonight will enhance that opportunity because you're going to play a better Alabama team now. So,
that's good for us, right?
Absolutely.
We wanted Georgia to lose.
No, I think it's good for us.
That's in our favor.
Yeah, I think it's
right?
good. I think it's good for Tennessee that Alabama won tonight. Yes.
Yeah. David Sanders, thoughts on that? There was the false start. Otherwise, they start him off, they pull him, he blows the guy up. He looked pretty good. Why was he sitting out for so long?
Oh, he had a nerve issue with his shoulder, which is why he's got that contraption on that he's wearing up over his shoulder and neck, and his pain was just unbelievable, from what I understand. And so it was hard.
The pain in the shoulder or the pain in the contract?
Well,
because
no.
we've heard mixed reviews.
No. It was.
I don't know.
No. People were whispering that, but I really do think it was a physical thing, and because the other stuff people were whispering about just really doesn't make sense when you stop and think about it.
Yeah.
Simply because the guy's getting paid, and my gosh, he's a kid. He's just a freshman. But,
he's 18, 19 years old.
Yeah, you hear all kinds of things.
He looked like a monster out there.
Oh, he's unbelievably physically imposing. It's unbelievable, really.
Yeah. Well, we're excited. McCoy, do you think he comes back this year? There's rumors of him being a first-round draft pick next year. So
right.
Outside talking, maybe he doesn't come back this year to avoid any injury.
No, here's what I hear. I think he's getting counsel from people that, hey, you don't want to play unless you're 100%.
Yeah.
But he's letting people in the staff know, I intend on playing sooner than later. I think you're going to see him possibly, and I think there's a pretty good chance you're going to see him for the Arkansas game, would be my belief. Unless he has a setback.
I love that. We've been thinking it's going to be like the Wyclef Jean song, that he's going to be gone till November.
There you go.
But we're not sure.
So
all right, so we get him back. We got Mwai. Gibson comes back. Do we have a defense like last year?
No, I don't think Gibson's coming back. No, I don't. I think he's got a torn. What is it? Is it a pectoral muscle, Matt? Is that right? I think that's what it is, and I don't think he's coming back.
Yeah. I think he's done for the season.
Yeah, I think they've shut the door on that.
We were down there in Atlanta for that Syracuse game, and he just looks so good.
Oh, he's a nice player. Yeah, he's a nice player.
I don't want to take too much more of your time. First time caller, I swear I will be calling you back. But,
hey, great talking to you,
man. We're in Nashville. We have a big group of people that we listen to you all the time.
And thanks,
sadly, when we lose, in a very odd way, those are our favorite calls because we need somebody to nurture us and comfort us throughout these terrible losses. Hopefully we're not going to have any more of those coming up. But you're the man. We love you. Hey, and who is your favorite athlete? Philly, Knoxville,
favorite Philadelphia athlete ever? Randall Cunningham.
Randall Cunningham?
Number 12, my friend. Never be forgotten by this living fan, who's now a preacher in Las Vegas, and he's got a daughter that's playing. Help me out, somebody. She's like she on the Olympic team, a soccer player? I'm imagining that. Okay, no, I think she is, along with Robin's daughter.
We can find it out pretty
but
quick.
Thank you, my friend. Good talking to you. Yeah.
No, you're the best. Hey, Tony, thank you for everything you do. You're a gift to all of us.
Thank you, brother. Good talking to you. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, thank you.
Track team, Tony. Olympic track team.
Olympic track. Yeah. Cunningham was unbelievable. He touched on a couple things I wanted to talk about, but specifically this Arkansas game, guys. Well, no, I'll tell you what. I want to explain the McCoy thing. We're living in an era where guys are being encouraged to shut it down. It's just the way it is. These people, see, and you can elaborate on this as well. These people have teams now. And they have everybody whispering in their ear. That's how Nico ended up at UCLA. That's what happened. That's what we and these coaches have to kind of put up with this stuff and navigate it. Now, the Sanders thing, that's not what happened with him. Sanders had, and I just went through a thing with the nerve pain, and if you've ever been through it, it is unbelievable. I still have a little remnants of what happened to my back, and nerves are a funny thing, but he was feeling things in his body, and they didn't want him going out there, and they basically just got cleared like middle of this week. But that's why he had that contraption on today that he was wearing. The thing with McCoy is that's a guy that really loves playing, loves it. And this is a kid that was a 3-star player coming out of the state of Texas who went to Oregon State, the team without a league. Tennessee identified him. I don't know who does that inside their building with these defensive backs, but whoever it is pretty damn good because he's a really nice player. And he blew up last year in the SEC. And he's got like a first-round grade now. And Colton Hood blew up last year. Actually didn't blow up last year. He was what would you call him? Like an extra DB, guys? Would that be a way of putting it at Colorado?
Yeah, like a dime guy. Yeah. Like he was in special situations only, like 4 or 5 or 5 or 6 DBs on the field only, 6 DBs.
But these kids are now being encouraged in certain spots when they get hurt. Hey, don't go out there and put anything on film that can compromise you. And the McCoy guy, and it's not obviously it doesn't come from your program. It comes from all the money around this stuff now. And the McCoy guy wants to play. That's why I think you're going to see him on the field. But it's an interesting thing. And elaborate on that if you feel like it. If you think that's a fair read on where we are in the sport right now.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys, if you're a 5-star in high school, you get them earlier on. But anybody, I think your favorite service, PFF, graded McCoy as the best overall player returning player in the country this year. Regardless of position. So somebody like that, somebody who has that kind of profile is going to be, all the top agencies are going to be after him. I don't know who he signed with.
Yeah.
But I like legitimate and not one of these guys, no offense to him, but not like Boo Carter with Ace Bailey's agent or somebody like that. But I'm sure McCoy is represented by a reputable NFL agent who is probably giving him a lot of advice on, doctors and personalized rehab and stuff like that. And they're going to be telling him not to come back until, 9 months, 9.5 months, whatever it is. And that's kind of early for a guy who's a first-round pick and has $10 million+ guaranteed waiting on him if he if he doesn't get hurt. And coming back in less than a year from that, when you're playing a position where you're doing all the lateral movement and backpedaling and stuff like that is pretty impressive. And he should be, I think, commended for any Tennessee fan. It's obviously he's only coming. He could easily sit out the year and still probably be a day 2 pick at worst.
Yeah.
So if he comes back, it's because he wants to play. So I think that should be celebrated because a lot of those agents would tell him, don't do this unless you're really comfortable. And even then they probably wouldn't recommend it.
And I hear he really wants to play. And they love him over there. I mean, they love him. He's a great kid. The guy works hard. You know, kind of like this Hood guy. This guy has been, from day one, great teammate, very good player.
Hey, what happened with Hood in Colorado? Did they just not have the money, or did something go sideways? Because that seems really strange that they would let a guy that good walk after spring.
It's kind of like
I think it was just misevaluation. I don't think they thought he was good enough. Dion didn't like him, whatever. I don't think it was a money issue. I think it was simply that they didn't value him enough and didn't think he was. I mean, I think he was probably going to be their nickel this year, from what I had heard. Like when Tennessee got him, he wasn't going to be one of their main outside corners. So that I don't think it was an issue of them not having the money for him. It was that they did huge misevaluation. Yeah.
Matt, there's like these mystery movements, right? Like we let that kid go to Miami, that safety, and we could really use him.
But I think that like Colton Hood kind of took his spot, like not necessarily, but like I think both of those were after spring. Yeah, Jacoby Thomas, he would be an upgrade in our safety spot. Yeah,
that was my
absolutely.
Thought. Yeah, and so I guess in this era of player movement, there's just going to be mystifying things that happen, and we all just have to live with it. But those Colorado fans are sitting there going, "You got to be kidding me, Deion Sanders! You played." That's your position. You let that guy go? You couldn't figure, especially Colorado. I mean, Colorado was okay on defense last year. It was 2 years ago. They were atrocious. They were, semi-passable, I guess. Hello and welcome in. They were actually pretty good, come to think about it. Let's get our next call in on our Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. Hi.
What up, Big T?
Hey, welcome in.
Juicy from South Georgia, my man.
Hey, Juicy.
What's up, brother? Gotta say, who brought the juice tonight was a South Georgia boy, Tyree West. What a game he had! 2 sacks, the fumble, that was huge, big time. And I just told somebody watching the game, I said, the ball don't lie, because I get jealous when other teams do this. And if somebody's got intel to hype, I'll tell him it's not a problem to do this, man. I don't know when the last time we ran a fake punt. I was so pissed when they did that up 4. But it was a great call, and we had no answer for it. I'd love to do that every once in a while, right? When's the last time we've done a fake punt where we let the gunner guy just kind of, or the up back, whatever the guy is, right there in before the punter, and just go for about 10 yards? It's always open, right? I don't know when the last time somebody stopped that play.
These guys will have it. When was the last fake punt, guys? This panel will get that.
I can't remember. It made me so mad, and then the next play we flattened the quarterback. So
did they do something against one of these MAC opponents, or was that an onside kick?
No, that don't count. No,
that was the onside kick against Kent State that covered the first half spread, which is really interesting given their coach's backstory.
I'm talking about when it's like a 4-point game in SEC. When we're up 40, that don't.
Yeah, and an SEC like a real ballsy.
Dooley called a fake punt against Kentucky in like 2010 or 2011 that worked, where they like rolled Pilardi out at one of those like rugby style deals where he could. It was like an RPO and it worked.
I think the last time I remember was during the COVID. I think they threw a pass there or did something. They got the ball to Henry T during the COVID year for like a bit long gain, kind of a forgotten season.
Wow.
But I know they faked a punt to Henry T in 2020.
For you to pull that out of the recesses of your brain, you guys are scaring me here. So in other words,
that counts.
So in other words, this head coach hasn't done it. He hadn't faked a punt?
No, not at all. And Jackson Ross looks like he's
a great athlete. No, he's a damn good athlete, man. He grew up playing a different sport,
Yeah.
I love all these Australian kids.
in the repertoire.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I want to see that at moving forward, evolution. If Jeff Levy can do it in year freaking 2, and that, by the way, that team that he had tonight was not the team we played in November. Like, I know everybody's flipping rosters, but I mean, I didn't remember. I know their quarterback was hurt, but their wide receivers were brand new.
Oh, no.
Running backs.
They had a $5 million payroll last year and $15 million this year.
If you'll remember, Nico couldn't play in the second half of that game. Gaston Moore had to nurse the victory home,
AKA gas pipe.
And I don't know that they could have survived a quarterback injury this year against that team.
Not at all. Well, that leads me to my next point, Tony. Remember, about a week ago, we were talking about
the quarterbacks.
The quarterback thing, the prep versus the experienced guy.
Yep.
You think Lane Kiffin's happy he took that Trinidad dude right now?
Are you kidding me?
Ferris State?
How in the world do you have a backup quarterback that good?
Like that. I mean, he outplayed Garrett Nussmeier by $1 million today. And the Simmons guy or whatever, the starter, was hurt. I mean, he's rolling with a backup. If we had to roll with our backup, like they said, other guys, I mean, I'm not sure we don't lose every game on our schedule, right? The rest of the way, Joey means that much, but the point is, like, they pulled a guy from Ferris State, and he threw for 300 plus against the number 4 team in the country.
Well, not only that, but they put the ball in his hands on 4th down and said, "Throw the ball, man. We need you to execute here." Think about
he was
that.
their backup in the year, but he's their best quarterback.
Oh, it's
by
not even
far.
close.
They got the Hendon Hooker lucky with him.
Not even
They got some magic there that they can ride.
Yep.
I'll tell you one thing I think we need to look at in the bye week is I love Peyton Lewis. I think he's got a great future, but right now I see Starr and Bishop because there was a play where something happened. I don't know if it was a pick or what, but he totally olayed a block, and when you get in these SEC schedules, that's your number one thing. With
Amen. Amen.
If you can't block, then what's the point of, So I think we need to look at that. I mean, I'm not saying Peyton Lewis can't come in some, what do you call it, garbage time if we're up big, but he's still younger than the rest of them, right? And I think he's got to pick that up a little bit. I think Deshaun and Starr are ahead of him. And then, I think they need to develop some depth, obviously, at receiver. It's a mystery to me. The Amari Jefferson kid is so far down the list because, and that's again another thing about this whole transfer portal. I mean, we were up in arms when we lost him to Alabama, right? We were like, oh my God, we lost a Tennessee kid to Alabama. It's like, but is he even any good?
I hear he's not. I hear they don't really. I was kind of saying that on the air back in the summer, and people were coming after me. But what I heard is they kind of were like, oh. And the thing about these guys are, look, guys are allowed to improve and get better and all that stuff. And staffs do misevaluate guys. I mean, look at Colton Hood here. But at the same time, I hear that they don't really have high hopes for him. But we'll see what happens. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, and that's one thing you guys ought to research. We ought to dig in on this Colton Hood thing because it is the biggest mystery to me because I remember sitting there at the Syracuse game and I was like, dude, he's the best corner I've seen at Tennessee in forever. And that's including Jermon McCoy because
he can play, yeah.
is really, really good.
Yeah.
But it took him time to figure out he was good. I knew from day one, and Steve Angeli can throw the ball
for
Syracuse.
Yes,
and they got some receivers.
Yes,
he wasn't afraid, and he had that swagger where he'd throw his thumbs down like, I'm locking you up, buddy, all day. And I'm like, we haven't had that, and it's so refreshing because thank God for him because if we're down Gibson, McCoy, and we don't have Hood, my God, because I do like Redmond, but everybody's picking on him right now.
Sure.
Well, so that's why we need McCoy back. If for nothing else, it's to say, you know what? You got both sides that you're going to have to deal with. I really do think Redmond's just kind of swimming. He's got great tools, but we're asking him to be a true freshman on an island in the SEC with 6'4" guys that can run really, really fast. It's not fair, really, right? We've got to get some depth in that position, and go from there. So I hope everybody's intel's right. Jermon McCoy comes back because if we can have Hood and McCoy on the outside, I mean that's just so big for our defense because you're just locking up. You can play man with both of those guys, and they're going to have to figure out some other way to go with the ball. And the Chris Brazzell thing, I didn't see it. I had to rewatch it. We were at a ball tournament tonight. But my God, that was terrible. I think he's fixing to, I felt like the guy kind of acted a little bit, right? He lost his footing is the best way to describe it. But he's turning into an absolute man out there. The fourth down catch was his biggest catch of the night, by the way.
That was insane.
I thought he was going to drop it. It was like he bobbled it and then he caught it. But hey, get healthy this week. Get another tight end. I like the Van Dorselaer. He had the key block in that overtime with John Bishop's run. If you go back and rewatch, he had a nice block.
Yeah, and listen, I appreciate you. Thank you, brother. I could talk to you all night, and you're fired up, focused, and prepared, and I resemble that remark. I wish I had your juice. And now I know why they call you Juice. Because Juice has some juice, Matt. You know what I mean? Me, I need to go get some sleep. We've reached about that point. 5 hours of fun, guys. It's been fun, hasn't it?
It's always that way after a win.
You got an off week next week, Tony.
What does that mean?
No show next week. You got an off week.
Oh yeah, forgot.
You're not doing a show after Bama Vandy?
How'd the Flyers season start?
Oh yeah, that Flyers preseason game.
Did you bet on it?
How's the goalie look this year?
Our goaltending's awful. Thanks for asking.
Is Eric Lindros healthy this year?
Lindros.
Oh wow.
Boys, Ewad, on the way out here. As a Phillies fan, I just want to say good luck to the Reds tomorrow. You win tomorrow, you lock down a playoff spot. Your thoughts?
I got to tell you,
you own the tiebreaker.
The South was probably watching
the
end of the college football games, and I was watching the Brewers and the Reds play.
Hey, you own the tiebreaker. You own the tiebreaker.
My skin was broiling.
Ewad, that is an incredible story. Good luck to the Redlegs. In a sport where everybody buys their championships, and that Cincinnati market deserves better. Pittsburgh deserves better. There's a great baseball fans in those towns. And, my team spends like a drunken sailor. And I don't even know what the point is anymore in baseball, because you spend that much money, you better make the damn playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys, that's a great story,
When you're a small market team like that, you have to catch lightning in a bottle. And I'm just praying tomorrow we catch a little bit of lightning.
Yeah, don't choke.
The Mets will probably choke for them if they lose.
Really? That'd be really funny if that happened.
Frank the Tank's already declared tomorrow a loss.
I love
the Mets. If the Reds look like they're going to lose, I bet the Mets will find a way to lose.
No fan base in America hates like those New York Met fans hate on their club. They are world class.
Frank the Tank has predicted the Mets to lose every game they play. They've not done that.
I love Frank.
And that's why they're world class haters. I love those people. Any final thoughts, boys, on the way out? I thank you guys.
Found a way to win a crazy game on the road in the SEC. Always enjoy that. Last year's team couldn't do that.
Yep.
I know we talked about all the situational stuff, and last year's team was really good in that and had a narrow path to victory. But the one game that they couldn't win was the one that this year's team won today.
Yep.
So
it's a fun time when we get together, because, the way I've always thought of what I do, I got my love of sport through family. And I've always thought, if I could ever figure out a way to translate that, and I think that's what we do here. I think that's why it's a little different. And I think a lot of people pick up on that vibe, And I think that on the way out, my final thought is this. We've got a vast and varied family here. We got some crazy uncles. Might have a couple here in this room right now, Some of our callers lean this way or go that way. We all share a common thing that we love. And college football is insane. I mean, this is the greatest thing going. I mean, if I said, okay, we're going to reopen the phone. It's 12:48 Eastern time, right? I was looking at our back line. We have tens of thousands of people listening to us. Now I got to go get some sleep, or I'm going to be like fried. I got up like at 6:30 this morning. So, I mean, I would stay up 24 straight hours. I love it that much. But I don't think my body would love it come Monday. But to be able to do something like this, I encourage it. Share it with other people. Tell other folks about the post. We don't have a big marketing budget. This has all been done grassroots. But if you could tell somebody this week and say, hey, I mean, these guys get on there and they go. And they go for it. And just talk to us. And share it with us. And aren't afraid to say things. Because we're not. But we're also not afraid to love it. Show our hearts. Share it with you. And you go on the road and win a game in this league, it's going to get harder and harder and harder to do that. And again, I'm going to end where I started today. There's an old axiom in golf, and the U.S. team knows this, and that Ryder Cup deal. You are not painting pictures, you're writing numbers. From tee to green, the U.S. has smoked them this weekend. Isn't that right, say? Tee to green.
I wouldn't say they smoked them, but they do have like I think they're up like 2 shots, but they're getting smoked in putting.
And they're getting hammered in putting. And so here's the bottom line.
Yeah.
All that matters is the score you write on that scorecard at the end of that hole. Doesn't matter who hit the longest drive. Doesn't matter who hit the nicest approach shot. When I'm a European player and I can go up there and that making a 50-footer and that thing like the Europeans have been doing, making a 30-footer for a birdie or like for us to have a hole, which has happened frequently, that is the equivalent of what Tennessee did tonight, taking that ball away twice and scoring. That's got to be jarring to those U.S. guys. Jarring to those guys. And that's exactly what Tennessee did to Mississippi State tonight. So the old golf axiom, and you can use this twice with attribution from me, but I got it from the great Jeff Coppinger. We ain't painting pictures. We're writing numbers. It's the truth. The only thing that matters is your record in that sport. And as the late, great Dennis Green once said, you are what your record says you are. So I will quote C on the way out. Tennessee is probably right where they deserve to be at the end of September, which is a one-loss football team very much in the playoff chase with an interesting next several games in front of them. And when we pick it back up in 2 weeks, Arkansas game, what's the start time in the Arkansas game? Do we know yet, guys?
We'll find out Monday.
What's your guess? Let's see how good this panel is. Matt, when's the Arkansas game going to be?
I'd have to look at the schedule, and I don't want to do that. C and Brian are a lot better at that than I am.
I would bet on it maybe being a night game. I don't think they've had a night game yet.
4:30 time slot, guys. Will they put us at 4:30, Matt? Brian, C after they fire their coach. Dave Neal special.
I have Oklahoma Texas at noon that day, so we know that. Oklahoma Texas is 3:30. Then we have Auburn Georgia that day. Oklahoma, South Carolina, LSU, Vandy.
4:30. The kick is up, and the kick is, Matt?
I'm guessing it's a night game on SEC Network is my official guess.
The kick is up. Oh yeah, in that Vandy slot, not Vandy, but Kentucky, South Carolina slot.
Yeah, what Kentucky, South Carolina played today.
Boys, I love y'all.
Thank you, Ted.
Dixon, any other cheap shots on the way out?
Mississippi mistake forever.
I love it when you're chippy, Dixon.
The kick is up, and it's a touchdown per Dave Neal.
I mean, he's so... And poor James Franklin. Oh, Matt, you asked me about James Franklin. Yeah, he still sucks. You were asking me when they tied the game or took the lead or whatever. How did Penn State manage to lose that game, guys? I'm going to call my brother tomorrow, and I'm going to go, how do you come from 2 scores down like that and then lose? Who does that but Franklin? I mean, who does that? Anyway, I love.
You can get a stop in overtime.
Do you not love the sport? They came from 2 scores down and took a lead and still lost the game. You can't make college football up.
It's 2025. Whiteouts don't work anymore.
No, they don't. Whiteouts are a thing of the past. We love you. We appreciate you. Talk to you Monday. See you over at tclub.team. Thank you to TGMD, to Cinco, to C, to Brian Hartman, to Bino for being absent, to Eric Waddell, to the great Maggie Nathan who called in with her spirit tonight. It was a lot of fun. GBO, we love you. Happy Sunday to you. And may God bless you and keep you. Thanks. And to those that are getting back from the game that are, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to run this back for you because you probably missed a good portion of what we did earlier. So I'm going to run it back for you. And for the rest of us, there's oh, let me see here. What am I doing? Let's bring this thing up here. Yeah, this is fun. All right, here we go. I'm going to run this thing back. And hopefully keep you awake. Let me see where my contraption is. I had an interesting night. I called yards after catch, yards after contact. I am like, you talk about somebody needs an off week? Shit. Here we go. Yep. Yes.
Big Orange fans, you played every snap.
Every
you
snap.
Showed your orange.
I played it
But
safety.
You're just getting started because it's
I was
time for
safety.
the best post-game fan show in college football. It's time for the Garza Law Firm 5th quarter fan reaction. The place where the Big Orange universe from all around the world gathers to talk about today's game.
Y'all. My
Unfiltered.
roan, y'all. What in the world?
Uncensored.
What did we just watch?
And unapologetic. And did we mention commercial free? A show of you, by you, and yep, for you. Yes!